Let me make sure that well, can't hear it that way. We'll do it the old school way. We'll do it the old school way. No problemo. Technology, fuck it sometimes.
Please believe me, honey, all the time when you're not home. The pacify my heart while I'm alone. I don't like being alone. And I can't admit it. Being alone. I can't stand it. Being alone. Ooh, baby. Come on, y'all. None of us like being alone. You got to do something about it. Well, yeah. All right now, baby. Oh, I miss you, baby. All the time, you know I don't like being Listen, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like being alone, baby. Oh, no, baby. All the time, you know I don't like being alone. Oh, baby. Come on. Give it. Give it to me. Yeah. Well.
So, what's up, everybody?
Beast Boy gets taken hostage by.
Hold on. What's up, everybody? Hey. Um, I know I might be a little late comparatively to a lot of people, but you know, I just wanted to give my thoughts on the political um political this political what do we call it? This political bullshit that we have right now. This little political kangaroo election that we got going on. It's some of the funniest shit ever, man. It's it's nearly shameful, man. It really is. You got a former black president, former President Obama, shaming the fuck out of black men to vote for Kamala because she's black. And then trying to say that we suffer from misogyny. I thought that was actually funny. I really did. I thought it was actually hilarious in a way. I thought it was hilarious. I think that we took a lot of shit out of context. And it backfired on him big time. I really do think that he wasn't ready for the catchback for that one. I really don't think he was ready for that catchback. So, one, you're not dealing with the same Negro that you dealt with years ago. That's for damn sure. Number two, we don't give a damn about familiarity politics like we used to because we found out that she didn't give a fuck about us. Um, what's actually really messed up about the whole situation is that we get treated like we don't have an intellectual prowess to pick our own candidate. And I'm just one of those people who wonder why you got to pick on black men, but you wouldn't say this to white men, would you, Obama? Would you, Kamala? Instead of saying that, you know, maybe just maybe she's a shit candidate who shouldn't be voted for an elementary school election. Maybe just maybe. But we don't vote for her because she's a woman. And if so, who cares? There's a lot of people who didn't vote for Obama because he was black. There's a lot of people who did. So are those people wrong? Are we in a country that you can believe what you want? You can do what you like? But a black man has to toe the line. Let's play a little bit of this shit. A little bit of this interview that she did.
Madam Vice President, thank you for the time.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
You know, voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have, and you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right
do you
now,
just
which
a number?
is-
Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85%
Well,
of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
It's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of 6
system
million people
that
have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So, looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the
Do you know what she was doing? There's a certain technique when people repeat what you say, they're trying to formulate some bullshit to tell you. Okay? I want you to think about that. Every time she repeats it, she's trying to formulate what the script says. My son used to do that a lot, or little kids will do that a lot. They will repeat what she said just so they can have enough time to formulate something to tell you that's not either true or to bullshit you. Continuing.
oath. The first bill that we offered Congress before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish.
you
please.
had the White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and they
in the
didn't
middle
bring up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising,
Okay.
and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
We recognized from day one that, to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties for illegal crossings, what we needed to do to deal with points of entry between border entry points. That's the work we did. And we worked on supporting what was a bipartisan effort, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, to actually strengthen the border. That border bill would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border, which is why I believe the Border Patrol agents supported the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl.
Number one, that's a lie because 90 executive orders, you reversed Trump's executive orders when it came to that policy of immigration. So stop lying. Number two, you flown and bussed a lot of these immigrants in, and there's substantial proof that you did. Number three, even with this act, you had 6 Democrats who voted this down. So notice, it's always the blame game.
Coming into the United States, which is a scourge affecting people of every background, every geographic location in our country, killing people. It would have allowed us to put more
Fentanyl is mostly killing white people.
resources into prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done as the former Attorney General of a border state.
Madam Vice President, a couple of things.
Prosecuted trafficking of drugs, guns, and human beings. And Donald Trump, but let me just finish.
6
and
Democrats
Donald Trump
voted against that bill.
learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election, this is rightly a discussion that the American people want to have. And what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you.
but actually is focused on fixing
6
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal
By the way, that was a lie as well.
immigrants into the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it. These are the 6 Democrats. But more importantly, back to the original premise, Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock, trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
To ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President.
Shout out to Electrician 480 for the $10 holla. Oh! See, here's the part what gets me, right? You could tell she's running off a script because he asked her, do you think these policies that your party enacted, that your administration enacted, got this girl killed? And she's running off the script all the time. Well, you know, she's so disingenuous. I don't even know if she knows how to be a real human being anymore. And she's not going to apologize. Why don't they just admit this was part of their bullshit?
It was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungari's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
During that time, you said repeatedly that the border was secure. When in your mind did it start?
Wait a minute. Let's back up a second.
Right now.
Let's
Are
back.
responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days.
Let's back
So
up to that
you owe
bullshit.
them an apology is what
I
I'm saying.
will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
During that time, you said repeatedly that the border was secure. When in your mind did it start becoming a crisis?
I think we've had a broken immigration system transcending, by the way, Donald Trump's administration, even before. Let's all be honest about that. I have no pride in saying that this is a perfect immigration system. I've been clear, I think we all are, that it needs to be fixed. We need more. I was just down at the border talking with border agents, and they will tell you, and I'm sure you probably, I know you investigate and you are a serious journalist. They will tell you we need more judges. We need to process those cases faster. We need the support for those cases that should be prosecuted. They need more resources, and Congress ultimately is the only place that's going to get fixed, Brett.
Well,
that's how this system works.
That's the premise of this question.
But
there were
that's how
90
the
plus
works.
executive orders that were rescinded in the first days. Many of those were Trump border policies. I'm not going to stay here because there's other things to talk about, but you frequently talk to the Border Patrol Union for support of that bipartisan bill, and they did. They supported it. But they also just endorsed Donald Trump and said, you've been, quote, a failure with border security. Why do you think they said that?
I think they're frustrated, and I get it. They want support. They want support, and that's what that border security bill would have done. These guys down at the border, these men and women, they're working hard. They're working around the clock. I get it.
There's a lot of people that look back at what you said in 2019 when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
If you still want to vote for this woman, that's your prerogative. But I don't feel bad if I look at you like a damn fool. Could she even answer the damn question? I mean, really. Could you answer the damn question? Do you still support your policies from back then? Yes or no? Black people will vote for any fucking body, won't they? I could play this for several black people, and they will still defend Kamala. You ain't shit if you do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as Vice President. I will not do that as President.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
No, but let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel to people who have trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent a significant part of my career going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people and cross our border with the intent of doing us harm.
Now, pick up what she said real quick.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
But let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running.
With that, it's the case. You chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I'm very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as vice president. I will not do that as president.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
But let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel.
Now, she said she doesn't want to decriminalize border crossings, but then she goes into, I'm the only candidate that's prosecuted. I'm like, which one is it? You just said we have a horrible issue at the border, but you don't want to criminalize border crossings. Pick a struggle. I mean, if y'all still want to vote for this chick, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Y'all want to do it? Go right ahead.
People who have trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent a significant part of my career going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people and cross our border with the intent of doing us harm and cross our border illegally. And I will do that work as vice president. I take that work quite seriously.
This is a time when voters, especially here in Pennsylvania, are inundated with commercials and ads. They just want it to stop because it's every commercial. But many of them add noise, but a few of them seem to break through. This particular one from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
So are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law, and it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing, stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition.
So, when did changing your so-called gender become a necessity? It's not like diabetes medication, insulin. It's not like blood pressure pills or anything like that, or a CPAC machine. When is that necessary? And notice, everything she does, she's got to turn it on to Trump. And this is the reason why she's going to lose, because, okay, stop talking about Trump. What are you doing? What are your failures? What do you think is failing the system, not just Trump? Get off of Trump.
Well, you know what? You got to take responsible for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in this presidency.
Wait a minute. Let's hear what she just said.
The federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing, stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition.
Well, you know what? You got to take responsible for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in this.
You have to take responsibility of what happened in your administration. Has she and Biden done that? I just want to know, have she even done it?
It's in black and white.
Would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment?
I will follow the law, just as I think Donald Trump would say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said, I think it's real. He spent $20 million on those ads, trying to create a sense of fear in the voters, because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people. Whereas, At $20 million on that ad, on an issue that, as it relates to the biggest issues that affect the American people, is really quite remote. And again, his policy was no different. Look at where we are, though. On plans for the American people, I'm offering a plan to deal with affordable housing. I'm offering a plan to deal with what we need to do to strengthen small businesses, which are the backbone of America's economy. I am offering a plan that is about taking care of young parents and giving them the support they need. My plans for the economy will strengthen the economy, as have been reviewed by 16 Nobel laureates, Goldman Sachs, Moody's, and recently the Wall Street Journal, which have all studied our plans and have indicated my plans for our economy would strengthen our economy, his would make them weaker, would ignite inflation, and invite a recession by the middle of next year. Those are the facts.
Why do you think more people say they trust him on the economy than they trust you?
I think that when you look at an analysis of our plans for what we would do as president of the United States, it has been clear to those who study and understand how economic policy works that moving forward, because I do believe the American people are ready to turn the page on the divisiveness and the type of rhetoric that has come out of Donald Trump. People are ready to chart a new way forward, and they want a president who has a plan for the future and a plan that is sound and will strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that. His plan would be, again, to give tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations in our country and blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you said turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I know.
And so that would be one change in terms of, but also I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump.
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes in to office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. I, for example, am someone who has not spent the majority of my career in Washington, D.C. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans who are supporting me, who were just on stage with me minutes ago, and the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make about, for example, my plan for increasing the supply of housing in America and bringing down the cost of housing, addressing the issue of small businesses, which is about working with the private sector to bring more capital and access to capital to our small business leaders, including my plan for a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and for small businesses, extending the tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000.
We've heard a lot about those plans in recent days. Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country and have Americans literally point fingers at each other. Rhetoric and an approach to leadership that suggests that the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down instead of what we all know. The strength of leadership is based on who you lift up. The strength of an American president, which is one who understands that the vast majority of us have more in common than what separates us.
Madam
That
Vice
is
President, more
turning
than
the page.
70% of people
That is
tell
about turning the
pollsters-
page on rhetoric that people are frankly exhausted of, Brett.
More than
People are
70% of people
exhausted.
tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page.
Notice she's not coming out with any solutions, no answers, none of that shit. Like, make it make sense, lady. Make it make sense. But you're not going to because accountability's a motherfucker. Continuing.
You've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking?
See, that's the Freudian slip of knowing she's speaking from a script. Because it's something called the OODA loop. He just messed up her brain pattern, her thinking pattern. That OODA loop is so fucked. And this is what really is messed up. You want a person who can't get off this. What makes people not want to vote for her is that she's keep talking about Trump instead of her abilities, what she's capable of, what she's doing. Like, the shit is really disgusting if you really think about it. Like, the OODA loop's fucked up. She's talking from a script.
3.5 years.
And
Listen to what he says.
President,
You've been in
that is-
charge for 4.5 years. This has been your baby. This has been your baby.
What they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know.
She doesn't know what she's talking about. That's her little get out of trying to give her enough time to think of something else.
What I'm
I
talking
actually
about.
don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
But you're
people
the
have
lever of
become.
power.
But listen, over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me, the former chief of staff to the president, Donald Trump, former defense secretaries, national security advisor, and his vice president. One, that he is unfit to serve, that he is unstable, that he is dangerous, and that people are exhausted with someone who professes to be a leader who spends full time demeaning and engaging in personal grievances and it being about him
Madam
instead
Vice
of
President,
the American people.
If
People
that's the
are
case,
tired of that.
If that's the case, why is half the country supporting him? Why is he beating you in a lot of swing states? Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the 47th president of the United States? Why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
It's
if
not
it's
supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a
so
cakewalk
are they misguided,
for
the
anyone.
50%?
Listen,
Are they
listen.
stupid?
Oh,
What is
God,
it?
I would never say that about the American people. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true.
We've
No,
got a
but think of
question.
it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
he was asked
No,
about that
no,
specific...
that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and
I'm telling
respect
you,
to
that
you,
was the question that we asked him.
you didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest.
When has he done that? When has he done that? When has he done that?
He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United States in the United States of America should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
He's quoted in the Bob Woodward book that way, yes. Let me ask you this, Madam Vice President. You call Donald Trump, you call Donald Trump, he's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. And he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but you
is.
Talked about.
So answer the damn question. If Joe Biden was such a great guy, why isn't he still running? Why haven't you invoked, I forget what the constitutional act that would remove him from office? So why can't you actually see and actually say something that's tangible, lady? This is the word salad. It's not even word salad anymore. It's word steak and fries, man.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out. Even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit and dangerous and should never be president of the United States again, including his former vice president, which is why the job was open for him to choose another running mate. So that is a fact. That is a fact.
Madam Vice President, two more things. You were asked on 60 Minutes about the biggest threat that the world faces, that the U.S. faces. This is what you said.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
A number of experts thought you would say China. The FBI director had said that. But you said Iran. If that's the case, what do you say to critics who look at the actions of your administration and say you're not acting like Iran is the number one threat?
Well, I will tell you most recently, whether it was in April or in October, and then several hours on each occasion, that Iran posed a threat to Israel. I was there, most recently in the Situation Room, in the most recent attack, working.
So, Iran hasn't been our biggest threat since Reagan. Notice they didn't say anything about China. They didn't say anything about Russia. The only reason you're talking about Iran is because they got the kerfuffle that you funded, your administration funded, with Israel, nor will you talk about the kerfuffle that's going on in the quote unquote holy lands that the so called chosen people are doing the same thing that happened in the mustache man's Eastern European country. But yet we're in a trade and economic warfare with China. We don't manufacture shit. So let's get that out the way.
With the heads of our military and doing what America must always do to defend and to support Israel in its requirement to defend itself, and to give American support to be able to allow Israel to have the resources to defend itself against attack, including from Iran and Iran's terrorist proxies in the region.
Right.
And that
But those
is,
proxies
and
were getting funded
my
by Iran.
commitment to that is unyielding and unwavering.
Critics just say that you either relaxed or failed to enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
Let's go back to Donald
profits.
Trump,
Hold
who
on.
pulled out of a deal that would have actually put
But here are
Iran in check.
the estimates
and
in
then
billions
it was during Donald Trump's
that go
administration
towards
that
the Iran
Iran,
regime.
that we had an American military base that was attacked, where American soldiers suffered traumatic brain injuries, and Donald Trump dismissed them as headaches. Not to mention
Madam
how
Vice
Donald
President,
Trump
all of this money
has treated
that
and
has
talked
gone
about
in the
America's
past few
military
years,
and military service people,
critics
calling
say
them
that it goes to
suckers and
Hezbollah,
losers,
Hamas,
has diminished
and
the
Houthis. We're talking
significance.
over each other. I
Well,
apologize.
I would like that we would have a conversation that is grounded in full assessment of the facts, which includes.
When has she even spoken about grounded? When has she spoken about being grounded? I'll wait. I don't even think this shit is funny, man. I really don't. I think it's rather sad, if you ask me. But what do I know? I don't know shit. This is the fact that you're going to keep putting everything on Trump instead of what your party succeeded, which is not much, obviously. What did your administration succeed in? Where they succeeded and where they failed.
I think this interview is supposed to be about the choices that your viewers should be presented about this election, and the contrast is important.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the subject of Iran, I am offering what should be an important contrast that is presented for folks to make a
And
decision
there are
that
critics
they
who
feel.
look at what the administration did and say and think differently. Madam Vice President, they're wrapping me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have
there
much more
there
to
are
say,
a lot
actually.
of things that people want to learn about you and your policies, and
Yes.
that's why
I invite everyone to go to KamalaHarris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do
And that's why
intend
we
to do to
invited you
strengthen
here
our economy.
to see where you were in 2019
to
and where you are
support
now.
America's military and ensure we have.
But notice she didn't say that one time during the interview. She waited till the last ending to say all that shit. This is called a failure.
The most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not.
Now let's go talk about Mr. Obama. Give me one moment, everybody. I got to check something real quick. Give me one moment. Sorry about that, folks. Had to check on something. But you're right, Bay. If we were drinking right now, we'd be dead if this was a drinking game. Now we're going to Obama.
I'm going to go ahead and just speak some truths, if you don't mind. Because my understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly and say that when you have a choice that is this clear, when on the one hand you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles.
You know, a lot of black men don't go to college. So, does she sound like somebody who grew up with us? I mean, with the Cadillac Seville, I guess. But here's the crazy part. There's a reason why it's not as much enthusiasm when you ran. Why? Because one, you're actually got charisma. You're charismatic. Then, on top of that, it was something that was unprecedented. This shit is just being thrown at us. So, and I'll get to my statement after he finished because it's only 5 minutes.
And pain and joy that comes from those experiences. Who's had to work harder and do more and overcome and achieves the second highest office in the land and is putting forward concrete proposals to directly address the things that are vital in our neighborhoods and our communities, from housing to making sure that our mothers and our fathers and our grandparents can afford medicine, and making sure that we are dealing with prices that are too high and rents that are too high, and are committed to making sure that we maintain the Affordable Care Act, so everybody's got health care, and cares about things like education and entrepreneurship in our neighborhoods. And that's on one side. And on the other side, you have someone who has consistently shown disregard, not just for the communities, but for you as a person. And you're thinking about sitting out? But, you know, because of Pookie might be. And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with it. Because part of it makes me think, I'm speaking to men directly now. Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
Give us a good reason why we should, Obama. Give us a goddamn good reason why we should. Give us a reason why we should. Especially a black woman. Has black women traditionally had our backs? Or did they sell us out for the little breadcrumbs and piece of, stale sausages and sardine cans?
And I think anybody you are talking to in a barbershop, anybody you are talking to in your house, in your family, at church, who is coming with that kind of attitude, I think you have to ask them, well, how can that be? Because the women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. They've been raising us and working.
Let's look at the single mother rate. How many of them are raising their boys to be better criminals? They haven't. This is how you know. How many times have black women had your back, Obama? I mean, your mama's white. Your mama white. You didn't understand being black until you were a full adult when you came to Chicago. So what can you tell me about the black experience that you're still a novice in? But I digress. Continuing.
And having our backs. And when we get in trouble, when the system's not working for us, they're the ones who are out there marching and protesting. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you?
Where's the history?
Because you think that's a sign of strength? Because that's what being a man is? Putting women down? That's not acceptable. That's not, this shouldn't even be a question.
Now, I'm going to put the link here. Hey, what's up, everybody? I got to ask a few questions for anybody who want to come on the panel. Don't forget to donate. Don't forget to donate. Cash App is in effect. Sergeant Tax is in the building. What's up, everybody coming to the stream? We're joined by AB Media, ladies and gentlemen. Yay! What's up, AB?
Hey, what's going on, Charles? My initial response to President Obama is, well, how can I say this? Kick rocks.
You hear me, AB?
Can you hear me?
Make sure my shit is up and on. We're
Can
joined
y'all
by
hear me in
Namer.
the
What's
chat?
up, Namer? Can you hear me?
Ooh, yeah, we can hear you good, man.
I can hear you, Charles, but you can't hear me.
God,
Can you hear us?
Shit.
Y'all, give us a minute. The host is dealing with some technical difficulties right now.
Can you hear me, Namer?
A little patience. Oh, I can hear you. Okay, I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I can hear Charles. I
All
don't think he can hear us.
Favorite Evans. I don't know. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but
God damn. Ain't that about a bit?
Yo, check the settings on your audio, man. I think you put the volume on. I think you put the volume down, man.
Howdy from the Southwest. Can I be heard?
yes, sir.
Oh, we can hear you. I'm glad to see you because motherfucker, today was Friday. I just got paid, and somebody better hit me with that Johnny Kemp.
Yeah, I'll get paid next Monday. But anyway.
I'm checking the mirror. I'm looking fly right now, but I can't round up the posse because it's raining outside. Ain't that a bitch?
But yeah, my response to the
Second,
president.
folks.
Okay, my response to the president is
No,
kick
I
rocks.
can't hear them for some reason. Let me go out for a second and come back in.
All right, you do that.
Oh, before I forget, don't nobody say shit.
Where Chuck go?
Huh?
Where did Chuck go?
He'll be back.
I think he's having some mic problems.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I won't say nothing till he come back again.
It's cool. It's cool. And I ain't gonna lie. All this word salad got me hungry. That's why I'm in the kitchen. I just made myself a salad. I'm just gonna make a little something to go with it.
Yeah, I just ate. So.
Yeah, my boy. I'll be right back.
Charles will be back in a minute, folks. He had to fix his mic, or
yeah,
it might be the tab he's in because I've had that problem.
It happens like that, you know. I mean, StreamYard isn't perfect, but that's why you got to have updates for it every now and then.
Yeah, they updated all right. They doubled their price. Fortunately, I can afford it, so you know.
It's just fucking inflation, man.
Well, they did give me a I can do my lives in HD now, so there's that.
That's what's up. Yeah, speaking of which, I gotta call Max because I need to want to know why they up my monthly subscription without notification.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting rid of Max.
Is that bad? Hey, what's good, Charles?
Hey, what's
Can you hear
up?
us?
Can you hear us?
I can hear y'all now.
Okay.
All right, cool.
As I said, my initial response to Obama is kick rocks.
Yeah. And did you notice why I played Kamala Harris's
Yeah, Fox News interview.
Her interview first, then Obama's?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I did it first was to show the American people why black men don't. She didn't say anything about black men or anything that concerned black men. If Bay's out there, which I know he's in the chat, he's right. If we would have played a drinking game, we'd either be dead or suffer from alcohol poisoning.
Pretty much.
Like,
fortunately, I don't drink. So, fortunately, I don't drink, Charles. So, I would be the one quickly to rush you guys to the ER.
Because if you listen to that rhetoric, she's supposed to
Ugh.
introduce herself to the American people, but all you heard was blame Trump.
Yep. It's Trump's. It's
I
all
mean,
Trump's fault. It's always Trump's fault. I'm done.
get the fuck out of here. I mean, if it was somebody who's more seasoned, a better politician, they would have disregarded him, and they would have dealt with Brett. What's his last name?
Brent Bear.
Brett Baer. They would have dealt with Baer a lot more accordingly. I mean, these other clips like BJ showed of Obama when he was interviewed by Baer, how confrontational it was, but how he was able to maintain his poise.
Brent Bear challenges.
She doesn't know how to do it. Has she ever conducted an interview before? I mean, especially when she was like Attorney General or the DA in the Bay Area.
Well, you got to think she's been under plastic wrap for so long, and women tend to be very disingenuous about who they really are.
It's an empty suit.
Yeah, I think she's been on plastic wrap longer than even when she's been running for president. She's been in plastic wrap for a while.
Bubble wrap.
And it shows, man. It really does show. It really does show, man.
I mean, you look at her. I mean, she has no charisma.
She's
Not
flustered.
a good speaker. She's easily flustered. You look at that mug. It was like, ooh,
And she's confused.
Yep.
She's confused. She's easily frustrated. She's easily rattled. She has no tolerance for the. She has zero tolerance. She doesn't know how to.
She's not used to people disagreeing with her.
Yeah, I'll give you another thing. If she can't handle a Fox News interview, how do you expect her to talk to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping or Kim Jong Un?
Not to mention, in Putin's case, this is a woman he can look over. Because you see him next to most leaders, he's really short. This is somebody his own size, and he could just look at her like. I mean, at least he doesn't need a dog to fuck with her.
Well, yeah, but you're dealing with a goddamn old school KGB killer.
Somebody who does his homework, because
who towers over Kamala Harris, by the way.
He towers over. He's like what, 5'6"? She's like what, 5'4"?
No, not Putin. Not Putin.
Yeah, Putin. Putin's like what, 5'6", 5'7"?
No, he's like 6 foot something, I think.
Who?
Vladimir Putin.
Putin's not 6 foot. Putin? Oh, he's not 5'6". He's not even 6 foot tall.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen him standing? Yeah.
He's
5'7". Have you?
Oh, he's 5'7".
Have you seen him? Yeah. Have you ever seen him standing next to Trump?
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It's all right. It's cool. It's cool. We all
I didn't know he was that
Xi Jinping. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's because of that he's very committed to both judo and Russian sambo, judo especially. But Xi Jinping is like what, 6 foot?
That's really tall for a Chinese guy.
Yeah. And if you understand his backstory, you understand why he is the way he is.
What's that?
No, I mean, because he's second generation. His parents were in the party, but unfortunately, his father was one of the innocent victims of the Great Purge. A lot of people don't know that about his life story.
So he's very pragmatic.
He's learned to survive and how to be very pragmatic. He's dealt with a lot of shit. He grew up in the party.
So you got to realize. So, what did that interview make you think about Kamala more so that you didn't realize before?
She's definitely a black woman.
She definitely does not need to be anywhere near. She doesn't need to be on the seat of the White House. She doesn't even need to be in the White House bathrooms.
She was merely. She understand why she was selected as as a running mate for Biden back in 2020, and it was for the black vote, the black female vote, and worked this time.
Yeah, and her supporters are really losing their. They lost their mind. Especially
Anybody
black
who
people.
supports this woman without question, you're an idiot.
I mean, even
Oh
Simone
no! Oh no,
Manning
Charles! But you,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
oh no, Charles! You need to educate yourself. At least that's what they say on TikTok. You need to educate yourself.
If I gotta educate myself on TikTok, I'm already doing something wrong.
Pretty much.
I'm glad I am here. I am here where I'm at instead of stateside. I mean, I got relatives who tell me how fucked up immigration can be over there.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh no! But if
you
you
know,
try to explain this to other black folk, well, the immigration ain't no problem. You don't know what you're talking about. There's
Oh,
motherfucker,
nothing
boy.
as
wrong.
an immigrant, my
There's
mother.
nothing wrong here. Democrats can do no wrong. You know the spiel, Charles.
Get the fuck out of here. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
It's
I'm sorry,
it's
but
always Republicans' fault. Democrats can do no wrong.
no. Actually, both parties have been trying to one up each other and talking bullshit about this immigration issue. Nobody really wants to solve this issue because it creates political hate for both sides, scare tactics. And even though it's a real issue, they don't really want to solve it in the best practical ways. And I'm gonna say this right now. And Bay, you know where I'm going with this. This whole issue about building a fucking wall goes back to what? The Carter administration? At least the final years of the Carter administration, early years of the Reagan administration. And I'm like, that's nothing new. Building a wall, really? Is that really gonna work?
No,
I
but
remember looking
policy worked to a
try
degree.
building a yeah, but they still find ways to get around those walls. I mean, building tunnels, anybody?
Well, it's
You
hard
ever
to get.
notice one thing? You ever notice one thing about black women who get married to white men, especially when they're in politics or in high power positions? They usually don't have children by them, and they don't even use the last name of the other person.
And never forget, they've already sold out.
And usually they've
But
had they've been married for life later in life.
They ready to call black men sellouts.
Wait a minute, Charles. Don't talk about Kamala Harris like that. Oh, did I say that out loud?
How about the
Oh
Supreme? How
yeah,
about
and don't
the
forget
chief? How about
Ketanji
Supreme
Jackson
Justice? Yeah,
and Ketanji Jackson.
Jackson Brown. Jackson Brown.
Anytime you hyphenate your name, you already a fucking feminist.
It was obviously her parents' idea to have her name hyphenated, because that's her maiden name, isn't it? Jackson Brown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't. If I got married, do not hyphenate your name because you got one foot out the door. It's like the
Your
mob.
last name, if you marry me, that last name going to be Bird. That ain't up for discussion.
Yeah.
You can go back to the day you go back to there's only two ways you can go back to reverting to that maiden name, bitch. It's either we split or I'm 6 feet under. That's the only way you're gonna go back to.
And even 6 feet under, guess what? My grandmother kept that name.
Funny story. I did not know my dad's ex-wife's last maiden name until she died. When I saw her on the obituary. So there you go.
I'm glad I don't have a last name. Where I'm from, we don't have last names. But either way, I still know.
Like, goddamn, what the hell you got?
Where I'm from, Eritrea and Ethiopia, your full name is basically your name, your father's name, your paternal or grandfather's name. That's your full name on any ID. But they put your mother's name, your mother's full name, which is her name, her father's name, her grandfather's name, on that ID as well. So just in case the two
So
people
it's a
same name, just like
semi-Klingon
how
kind of thing.
it's a kind of Klingon kind of thing, It's weird, this concept of last names anyway. I mean, most people, if you go to like parts of Central Asia and the Caucasus, most tribes didn't have last names until they came under the Russian Empire. Even then, they had to have the only groups of people that already had last names were ethnic Georgians and Armenians and a few other ethnicities, but everybody else, they had to use the Russian form, had to use the Russian style last names.
And you got to think about it when you're from a large place. Yeah, you got to keep track of people.
Yeah, and last names are intriguing, but like in my case, it's just like in the Arab world, your last name usually indicates what your tribe or
something like
tribe
that.
you belong. Yeah, something like that. Like Al-Utabi, Hashimi, Saud, Athani. That's the ruling family in Qatar. The Al Khalifas, ruling family in Bahrain. Saad, I think is one. The Hashimi, what I said, that's the ruling family of Jordan. Who else? Al-Takriti, that was Saddam Hussein's family, his tribe. So yeah, but still, it's just like you understand who you are, your identity, because most people may not have last names that they revert back to the name of their tribe or their clan or something like that. It is what it is. But going back to where we are, we're getting off topic, but going back to this whole notion about this woman being competent as a leader, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It's written on her face. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. She's a deer in the headlights.
It's written all over your face. You don't have to say a word. Yes, ma'am.
I wonder how Willie Brown usually wrote it on her face, but that's another discussion for another time.
And white chalk.
Was the same place where he got her those pearl necklaces?
Yep. And melted them. And obviously melted them.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, this show took a turn.
Yeah.
Hey, you can blame it on me. Blame it on me. Just like Akon, I take the blame.
And can't even blame it on the alcohol because you don't drink.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's a Jamie Foxx reference. That's Jamie. Well, I can't be like Jamie Foxx on that one. I could be like Akon, so you can put the blame on me, though.
Man, I got to ask you. What were your thoughts about the Obama shit about why we don't vote, why a lot of black men don't want to vote for Kamala?
As I stated before, Charles, my response to President Barack Obama is kick rocks. Let me elaborate. I voted for Jillian Carson till the day she died, Congresswoman from Indiana. I voted for a female mayor. She lost. I voted for a female governor. She lost. I plan to vote for a black woman who's running for Indiana Senate seat. Oh, oops! Did I say that out loud?
Oh no! Good God.
Right now, I plan to vote for a black woman who is running for U.S. Senate seat, and yes, she's a Democrat. No, I don't agree with everything she's talking about, but she's a psychiatrist, and brings a different perspective. And she's also improving on who the Democrats usually run in my state. Now, will she win? I have no idea. We also have a woman running for Indiana governor. I watched that debate with the Republican candidate, and it's a toss up for me. I could go for either one. So I don't want to hear nothing about. I'm afraid of voting for a woman because she's a woman. That's horse
And
shit.
guess
Oh,
and
oh,
guess
oh,
what?
one more thing. I forgot to mention. I voted for Hillary Clinton. I still can't get that stench out of my nose.
Oh. I had to sit out on that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Can somebody take that man's temperature, please? I think he's running the fever.
Man,
Don't
I'm
worry, I'm
hoping.
sending a couple night nurses over to his house.
As I said, I still can't get that stench out of my nose.
Oh, oh man, you poor baby. Got to be like the old folks, poor baby.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you what's funny. What if you didn't want? What if you didn't want to vote for a woman? Isn't that your choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually is 100%, 110%. But I actually believe, come to think about it, that was the first election I said Cheeto and her. Oh no, I refuse to give any of them my vote.
Mm-hmm.
You know, did I
Yeah.
vote for Trump? Did I vote for Trump against Biden? Yes. But the first time I sat out, I was like, let me sit this one out. So
I ain't mad at you.
when you actually lived under Trump and you
Mm-hmm.
realize, like, wait a minute, I'm making more money hand and fist because people forget as a city employee, a government employee, you already have automatic health care. So you were given $400 to $500 extra on your check.
Mm-hmm.
But then they taxed you $300 to $400 worth of that shit. When Trump got in
What?
office, he took that tax. Yes, people don't talk about that part about Obamacare.
Can you
Hold
say,
on.
got the bitch?
Rewind. Start from the beginning. You
No,
got
he said
what?
it right. You heard him. It was a I got you, bitch moment. Got you, bitch.
You got taxed if you already had government insurance because you didn't need Obamacare, so you got taxed. They gave you a credit,
Oh,
but you got taxed for that credit. What stopped
Mm.
the
okay.
taxation? It was Trump who got in office who stopped the taxation
Okay.
and the penalties because if you couldn't afford a fine, because just because you make a law doesn't mean everybody adjusts to it at the same time, correct?
Correct.
No, that's true.
So a
That's
lot of
true.
these places, you know, had to adjust their insurance premiums to, say, Obamacare and others. So people were getting taxed and penalized either for not having insurance or you had insurance, but yet you had to do some other shit. Oh yeah. So when home skillet came into play, you know, you didn't pay those tax penalties anymore like that.
Mm-hmm.
We're introduced by Embrace Villainy, otherwise known as Bitter Truth. Take
What's
a
going
good
on, babe?
swallow. Take a good swallow of that truth, goddammit. It's good for you.
Hey, Bay in the house. Give him hell, Bay.
Give them hell. But when you look at this whole thing about Kamala and others,
Mm-hmm.
it makes you think, why would Dick Cheney go out of his party? Oh, it's not about the party. It's about the policy, like BG said earlier.
Yep.
Now, instead of actually supporting your interests, which Kamala obviously does not, you're gonna have to think of other ways to get shit done in your behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we look at such people, we're looking at what the economy means to us as black men, and obviously we're trying to figure out shit ourselves in a nasty, nasty, definite way. We're being tossed, instead of breadcrumbs, we're giving coal in our stockings. You have a former sitting president who wants to go out of his way and address black men. And what do you get out of that, folks?
Mind you, Chuck, he didn't come to chastise nobody else, no other ethnic, race, group, nobody. He came for who? Us.
Yep.
But yet, we're the only motherfuckers. What does that make you feel like? That and what happened? What surprised the fuck out of me was this. It backfired like a motherfucker, would you not say?
Oh yes. Like a motherfucker.
Down and backfire. Trust me. We went ham on his ass. And I don't believe Barry liked it that very much. But guess what, Barry? We don't give two fucks.
All right, sorry, my Bluetooth was having problems connecting.
All right. So,
Hello? Oh,
yeah.
can I speak? Y'all was
Yeah.
waiting on me? Oh, my bad. No,
Oh yeah, you good.
I had to do,
But you
like,
gotta
I
get
wound
rid
up
of the
finding,
sexy music though, babe. You gotta get rid of
I
the
don't have a
sexy
lot of
music.
time. Okay, I don't have a lot of time. I'm at work.
Okay, go ahead. We'll rock with it.
But my thing is I checked the transcript. She said Trump's name 22 times in a 26-minute interview. It was ridiculous. Hold on a second.
Yep, that would have been fucked up. How many shots that would have been?
Okay, I'm sorry. No, but yeah, she said
22
his name.
times you don't say.
And Charles, you alluded to something that it was just so commonsensical. If you ever had children or had to deal with an irresponsible person, is that they always reflected.
You got to come closer to the mic if you're speaking.
You guys can't hear me?
You're
Now,
better now.
yeah.
Am I better? Oh, okay. So my thing was what really sent me over the edge was when she said, and Trump's been running for president. And he was like, well, what does that mean? Like, well, you know what that means. Like, no, I don't know what that means. What are you trying to say? You trying to say that a man who has no presidential powers, who's out here campaign on the campaign trail while you were sitting on your butt as VP, because at the time when he was campaigning or whatnot, Joe Biden was still running for president. She wasn't even thought of like that. You telling me that him out in the public sector or the private sector, that is why you were screwing up?
Yeah.
Babe, did she own it though? Did she own it?
Did she own what? Her stupidity?
Her-
No.
What you just said, did she own up to it?
No, she didn't. Can I do a Michelob too? I got
I don't think she even knows that she fucked up. That's the scary part, fellas. I don't think she
Yeah,
even knows she fucked up.
she knows it now, and you know why they cut the interview short. They cut that interview short because she was losing control of herself. The Kamala that they have to deal with every day, all right, ever since she got into the White House, was starting to come out. She was starting to get frustrated. She was getting ready to make a fool out of herself. You know, she was getting ready to start pointing the fingers.
Yep.
They have the micro USB part.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Yes, you know, she was the real her was starting to come out. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if she got to the point where she would have cursed. All right. Because, like he said, they're giving him, the interviewer, they were giving him a hard out. That was her team. Just like when Nathan Wade, when he was getting grilled and his team gave him a hard out. Like, because
Mm-hmm.
you're making the fool out of yourself. You know? But I think what's really I would never understand why. Help me understand this, because I go through this on my TikTok. If you're familiar with my TikTok, you know all I do is political posts. I have black people threatening me on my TikTok
I
because I
believe
am
it.
not in favor of Kamala Harris. I'm like, what is wrong with you people?
It's called change. Insults don't need to be right, babe. They're hurting right now. They have no other choice but to lash out at this point. Oh, it's going to get worse all the way up and past November the 5th. Trust me. Hang in there. You're doing God's work.
Yep. It is probably going to get worse because you see them how them heifers operate like they really crying. How come you don't get behind Kamala? Because we don't want to. Get over it.
First stage you're losing, gentlemen. Frustration.
Yeah, well,
Mm.
that's not my problem. That's her problem. Should have ran a better campaign.
Say it again, black man. Say it again.
That ain't. Why is that my problem?
I mean,
Don't
motherfuck
forget,
all that.
better campaign.
Motherfuck all that. Shit. You can't complain about what's going on when you royally fucked up on the interview. You look like a complete fool, an obsessed idiot on that joint. That shit
Chuck,
is that wasn't
Chuck,
demure, as they say. Yep.
Chuck, can you say Bill Duke? You know you fucked up, right? You fucked up. You know
What they
you
say?
fucked up.
You
You
don't
know you
fucked up
Fucked up.
right
fucked up,
now.
right?
You don't fucked up right now. You know that, right?
You know you
You don't
fucked
fucked
up.
up.
Right, she straight up Bill Duke to that moment. Period. Point blank.
Even everybody's favorite mild mannered reporter had an issue with that shit. Not impressed. Not impressed, man. It was a messy. Well, Trump. Well, Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying about Donald? No, you don't even know what you're saying, woman. Fuck out of here.
What
All she
did
did was
they
play the
just
blame
say?
game.
What did they just say? He invoked Cheeto's name 22 times. Emmett Smith. She went double deuce Emmett Smith on that ass.
That was bad.
I mean,
That was
you
bad.
just showed why people shouldn't vote for you. You're incompetent. The
Yep.
people who are going to vote for Trump, now they're more convinced. Now they're more than convinced to vote for him. The undecided are no longer undecided.
That interview probably, besides that and the Obama statement, that's how you lose a goddamn election.
She torpedoed her campaign.
Yep.
Torpedoed. She Undertaker tombstone power driver that bitch.
No, she took the last ride.
She actually gave that shit the clothesline to hell and just said, fuck it all.
I would have to go Labs Ride because if you look at it, if you go back and watch the Tombstone, it probably hurt that move probably hurt Undertaker more than anything else.
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said,
we're doing more the Coco Beware one.
okay,
with that exception, okay, fair enough.
Okay, with all that being said, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. What after all of this, she still wins. Go ahead, fellas. Question.
I got a passport.
You ain't shit, Chuck.
Welcome to Norway.
Her talking about, I got a passport. What type of shit is it? Like I said, go ahead. I want to know too, AB. Seriously. With all that being said, and with these two fuck ups, and she wins, what then? Question. I told you I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
Well, if she wins, since a lot of these bitches out here are going to celebrate, okay, you bitches run the country now. It's your responsibility. It's on you.
It's on you, dude.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. That's what they need to hear. It needs to be let known to all mankind what you're stepping into. You're going to accept every day, all 4 years, 365 days of the year of this accountability. And we're going to hold your fucking feet to the fire. And we ain't playing.
I mean,
Lord help us if she do win, but yeah, okay. It's a possibility, you know. I'm not on this band. Anything could happen. We don't know if they're gonna cheat or not to make her win, but you know.
It's one thing for certain, it's two things for sure. In the 51 years of my existence on this third rock from the sun, polls are never to be trusted.
Poles and hoes. Poles and hoes.
Wait, are you saying Kamala Harris? Oh, let me shut up. Are you saying Kamala Harris shouldn't be trusted?
Indubitably. Poles and hoes should not be trusted. They should never be trusted, man.
I've lived through 3 questionable campaign elections in my lifetime. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Oh, and also to further answer your question, AL, I have no doubt in my mind if Kamala Harris gets elected president, she will make it hard for any black woman to be elected president for the next probably 40 to 50 years, if at all.
Probably 100.
100 easy. You was lowballing it, sir. Understandably so, agreed, concur, but you were lowballing it. I'm with Chuck, 100. Remember what LBJ said about the getting the black folks to vote Democrat? What would happen if he succeeded in doing that? What would happen?
Yeah, these niggas doing it for the next 100 years. Niggas. That's how I feel like they're gonna do it. Niggas.
Oh, also, actually, I'm gonna be a little how can I say this? Trying to get the words to say this. Oh, I'm gonna put on the white man too. Like, see, motherfucker. Now y'all about to fuck around and find out.
You about to get the hammer of God out that bitch.
Whatever.
I tell y'all this much. Real talk. If there's never been a more increased time for the Anglo-Saxon Caucasian male to get the fuck out and vote, goddamn it, I mean by all means, y'all better get y'all asses out there and cast y'all goddamn vote for mankind. Pay attention, Anglo-Saxon Caucasian man. Pay attention.
Oh yeah.
You go reap a hell of a hurting if she's elected. Mind our words from the Black Manosphere. Mind our words.
Oh yes, and actually, I would tell all. I might make a TikTok about this. I would encourage all Anglo-Saxons to pay attention to the black woman making fun of black men asking Kamala for child support relief. Pay close attention because you're next.
Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
in layman's terms, what he's saying is, if we can't get no relief, y'all showing the fuck ain't gonna get no relief.
Oh, don't get it twisted. When Trump come in, black man's message to Trump and the Republicans should be simple. Look, motherfucker, if you want to roll back this, if you really want to roll back this feminist shit, you're gonna have to do right by us. Cause that's the only way. Cause let's be honest, that's the only way that feminist shit is gonna really truly get rolled back.
You're gonna have to, man. Ultimately, you're gonna have to.
If you truly want this feminist shit to end, you're gonna have to start doing right by us. Because otherwise, it's not going to end. Because we're the canary in the coal mine.
And we are showing you better than we can tell you that we know how to march off to the left and keep marching all the way away from y'all asses.
What
And
did
we really,
Beyonce say? To the left, to the left.
yeah, and we gonna keep going all the way and ain't looking back. Oh, we said to the left, but no, we still want you in earshot. My ass, watch my ass keep walking to the left, to the left.
But yeah, to all the white men who are paying child support, pay attention to what the black women are saying about black men talking to Kamala about child support. You're next.
They giving you the Goldberg? God damn. Not the Goldberg.
And I'll give you an example. Y'all put crack in our neighborhoods. Do we need to talk about fentanyl? Do we really need to talk about fentanyl?
No, we should. We really should. We shouldn't even shy away from the subject. They need a dose of reality for real. For real.
Yep.
We should talk about it. Hey, you owe us one from crack.
Mm-hmm. And it would help everybody really because man, that fentanyl they're dropping like flies.
No, but you see, the difference between us and them right now, what they're going through is they swept our shit under the rug. They ain't sweeping their shit under the rug. We have prevention centers for you. We have rehab centers available for you. All this and that and more. Just get off of it. But we didn't get all that kind of love back then. You got you some jail and prison time is what you got on this end. But
So
guess what? You got it.
You got yourself a bit of AIDS, a bit of prison, a bit of death. That's what you got. Hey, we got 25 in the building. Don't forget to support the stream. Cash App, so well accepted. And please don't forget to like the show.
Support the show. AB tax in effect.
Like, and subscribe.
AB tax in effect.
AB tax. The mother truckers, tax in effect. Everybody's favorite Eritrean in effect. And damn sure the sergeant tax in effect. So I want you to think about this, right? That if you were on the fence, like you said earlier, AB, this shit made you go mow the grass.
Mm-hmm.
Those two comments back to back probably just ruined everything they planned. And you know what? Most people hate being shamed, and it's black man's fault. Guess what? Black men should revel in it.
Oh yeah, and to the real white men that may be watching this stream, I'm gonna ask y'all a simple question: do you want those white simps that back Kamala running the country?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want that? Do you want all the white simps and do you want all the white males and the black males that did that commercial talking about I'm a man running the country.
I'm a man. That was some of the most homoerotic shit I've seen in a while.
Where's Snowman when I need him? What is gay? I'm just
What in
saying.
the blue hell?
What is gay? Shout out to BGS. What is gay?
I mean, I think you're trying to say, what is gay?
Pretty
What are
much,
you
yeah.
saying? I
Why are
understand it.
you
Like
gay?
everyone try to do. I mean, why are you gay? This is the Ugandan thing.
What did you say? What did you say? What is gay? We don't tolerate. We don't do it.
What is
That's
gay?
right.
What is gay? That shit was hilarious.
It was. All right, let's see.
Oh my god. What is this gay?
The definition is happiness. Happiness is what you speak of. Happiness. Yes, maybe, but not in orientation. We don't do orientation.
Well,
No.
Bay, you ain't shit for that, Bay. I'm a man, but my plug is pink.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
Oh my god.
I'm a man. I eat carburetors for breakfast. I am
I'm,
man.
oh god.
I talk with my horse.
The minute they
Yeah.
let Bruce Jenner come on ESPN talking about whatever end of the year, I knew life as we knew it was gonna change on this third rock from the sun. I just knew it. I knew it. I can't recognize that it is nothing else but a it now. It's a it.
Now remember, that was one of the greatest fucking pure athletes on planet Earth. One of the most manly and
Oh,
demanding sports to the capital hun.
We carried the Wheaties cover damn near all through the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard an interesting rumor. Word has it that Donald Trump is going to be interviewed from an individual. I'm sorry, I got to be a little petty. It's going to be interviewed by an individual from Death Valley, weighing in at 299 pounds.
Oh,
The
me and Mark Calloway.
Undertaker.
Oh, so old Mark might be interviewing Trump, huh?
Yep.
Oh
On this
boy.
podcast, 60 Under.
Who did you say?
Me and Mark Calloway.
Might be interviewing Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
That's all the wrestling fans right there.
Well, you know, all the wrestling fans right there got that, and you know he has a history. He's one of Vince's boys.
Yes. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Donald Trump did a program with Vince and shaved his head.
Yeah. So they go back. I mean, they go back since WrestleMania, what, 4, 5?
Yeah.
Because you know the last like 4 and 5 were in Trump Plaza. Well, not Trump Plaza. Trump Casino.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So they go back since the '80s, dude. When they held WrestleMania and the Trump Casino.
Trump Plaza, Atlantic City, WrestleManias 4 and 5.
Yep. So they go back a long time. Like that's damn near what 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
I
At least 40
might got a
years.
TV. I might got a TV in the background.
Excuse me about that. Just listening to another live stream while I'm talking with y'all.
But that's the rumor I heard. I was like, if Trump does that, this election's over.
You got all the wrestling fans there.
Yeah, that's more than half the wrestling fans right there.
Especially when he could talk about. He doesn't even have to talk about politics, which is the scary part.
Right.
He just has to talk about. He could just talk about the WrestleMania 4 and 5 since his involvement with pro wrestling. He could talk about his involvement when it comes to Mike Tyson. He basically was fundamental to Tyson's career. You know,
Can you say Donald J. Cheeto shoot in?
Pretty much.
Whether it's VR or guys playing Madden NFL, they should still watch footage of previous games to find every edge they can get. No, absolutely. That's why unofficially sponsored.
About to pull up my wrestling game right now. But anyway.
I mean, regarding, shoe in. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding shoe in, as much as I gotta play devil's advocate for this when I say this, but he's getting up there in age, right? I mean, he's a senior citizen at the end of the day.
And
anything can happen between now and November 5th.
Okay.
Or after the fact. I mean, he could kick the bucket.
Fair enough.
Hmm?
Well, then somebody from my generation will run the country.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So how's devil's advocate playing out for you so far?
Which means if he's in power, he's gonna have there's gonna be somebody behind the throne on his ass.
More than likely.
We're not gonna go tinfoil tonight, so I'm gonna leave it at that. But you got me there, AL. Ooh, you got me good. You got me good. You got me hurt. You got me. I mean, that was rough. That was like a Lawrence Taylor sack, man. I think my leg broke. Oh, my leg. Oh, my leg. Oh, my leg. Oh, my leg.
I just clipped you. Okay.
Somebody give me a gurney. I got a Charlie horse. Speaking of which, Charlie. Fuck your couch, nigga. Why is everybody all muted up?
Because I'm playing a wrestling game.
What are you playing? 2K24?
Yep.
What is it? What are you playing? Career mode right now or what? My career or what?
You goddamn right I'm playing my career. But anyway, on a undisputed.
Oh, you playing Undisputed? Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it when it first came out.
Oh snap! Good for you.
I'm actually playing career mode and about to unify the world belts.
Which weight class you fighting in?
Heavyweight.
What are you playing as in which weight class? Oh, okay.
I'm playing as Lady Love Larry Holmes. Smooth jab by Larry Holmes.
This motherfucker.
Ladies love.
Here.
That's what me and my homeboy called Larry Holmes. And thank you, Akateki, for the $20 holla. Woo!
Hey, how is Undisputed, Charles?
It's good. But there's some patchwork they need to do because if you're playing a person or the computer and they're fucking oh my god, I'm fighting Rocky Marciano to get the undisputed title because I got one portion of the belt and he got the other three. Oh my god, he is split the fuck up from ear to ear. God damn. Like they have to patch up the system for your endurance. Because people like Wilder, it's kind of a cheat code. He's supposed to, you're supposed to be winded at some point using too many power punches or too many combos that are not following. So he will bomb your ass literally over and over and over and over. Absolutely. I will tell you this one. I will TKO the fuck out of you. Oh, last week.
Exactly. So you got to wait a little while for the patchwork. I'm sure the team, the developers are watching it and realizing, okay, we got to put patch here.
Oh, they're gonna put patches on soon, I believe, because there's a lot of complaints that people have.
Hey,
oh my god,
day one patches. Day one.
Yeah,
can you remember a game? You all remember when you first got a game and didn't have a day one patch?
Yes.
Yeah.
That makes me want to download Fight Night Champions. I might buy that too.
Yeah, Fight Night Champion,
Right.
but still, Fight Night Champion
That
was one of the great.
that last boss on the story is insane though.
Yeah, that was movie quality.
Yeah,
Is the online still
Oh,
available?
I don't know.
probably not, unless you're doing a PS4 or
I have a
3.
PS3. I have it on PS. I could get it on PS3. I Fight Night Round 4. They already shut down the servers for that one.
I don't know if it's
I mean, the only games I have. I mean, that is the only EA game. One of the few EA games I have, honestly, to tell you the truth, on PS3. But
and Fight Night Champions still looks good too.
Yeah,
it does. I mean, if you remember, if you ever had UFC 3, Isaac Frost and Andre Bishop were in it.
Yep.
Man, it was a joy just watching playing those guys. You're heavyweight.
Mm-hmm.
Some big ass heavyweight power, boy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If you can see this cut on my man right now, my God. Jesus Christ, that cut is brutal. Brutal, I tell you.
Who had the worst cut? Who got the worst cuts? You think in a fight?
One of the worst cuts I think is Wolverine when he fought Nagano.
Ngannou?
Yeah, when he got his lip split open. Was it Nagano
Remember
or
when he
was
knocked
it
him out?
Silgon? Or Silgon when he got his lip split?
Cyril Gane? Oh, Cyril Gane. Oof.
I forgot who
One of the
split his
worst
lip. I think it was either Nagano or Silgon when he split his fucking lip.
Oof. One of the nasty. I remember. What was it? One of the most nastiest cuts I can remember was, and because I have UFC 2009 Undisputed, it's Joe is watching the clip. It was Joe Daddy Stevenson versus BJ Penn.
Oh, BJ Penn
He had a
fucked him
nasty
up.
that elbow to the top of his elbow to the top of his forehead.
That
Cut was so. That cut was bleeding all over the place. It got in his eyes. He couldn't see where the shit. Because remember there was that one time when he tried to attempt a guillotine, right? But he couldn't see, and the blood was getting in his eyes, and it burned. It got him bad. But let's not forget Deontay Wilder when he in the second fight against Fury. It wasn't an obvious cut, but if you remember, he was bleeding out of one of his ears.
Oh yeah, split him down the middle.
It ruptured. No, it ruptured his eardrum. Remember, and there was and the cut man have a hard time stopping the bleeding because your equilibrium, because the hairs in your ears are kind of all fucked up. His equilibrium was out of whack and shit. Some people don't forget about the fight science and shit.
Anything you wish you could do to get away?
Somebody got the TV in the back. Loud as shit.
No, that's kind of WWE commentary on the part of AB. That's Corey Graves.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm playing a custom made match. I have a match I called Arcade. 20 count.
Be right back.
On the outside.
Shit.
And
no DQ. That's the old school arcades.
Exactly.
Take it back to WrestleFest.
Yeah, exactly. I call it the arcade. So yeah.
It would actually make matches in real life more interesting if you got a 20 count.
Yeah.
In Ring of Honor, it's a 20 count in real life.
Oh yeah.
In Ring of Honor, they have a 20 count. I just don't like how how things are going over there in that promotion. But,
what's going on with that?
Benjamin now over there?
Oh yeah. I thought he was AEW too. So, but they do a joint commercial.
Sorry. I think Ring of Honor. I don't know what the hell is going on in the mind of what's his face.
Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
Well, Tony Khan's a fanboy trying to run an organization. It's like Jerry Jones and the Cowboys.
And he's our age.
Yeah.
Can you believe he's a December '82 baby? So I'm like, he ever listen to him in an interview? Is just like, oof.
He sounds much younger, doesn't
he? He's a man child in a sense.
It's cool to have your hobbies, but it's not cool to.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool to have hobbies, but it's just like this is real life, and you don't have it in you. You don't understand what it means to be a boss like that.
Not everybody can be that. Not everybody can be that.
I mean, his father. Respect to Shahid Khan or Shad Khan, or Shad as everybody calls him, because they can't say Shahid, right? But they own the Jacksonville Jaguars, but they also own Fulham FC over in England. That's West. That's in London's west side, by the way, folks. Fulham.
Chuck. Oh, Chuck. I'll let you. I got a bone to pick with you, Bucko. I really do. I don't know what the fuck y'all pulling up there in BMO with a funky 4-2 record, but for some reason, Stephen A, Shannon, and all the rest of them dudes keep trying to say y'all ahead of us in the power ranking when we're literally 5-1 and finna kick Green Bay's ass this weekend. I'm not understanding. Can you help me understand it, please?
What team did the Texans go against so far?
Everybody that means somebody. Any given Sunday is all we worried about. We ain't worried about who we went up against. We won. We lost. We won. We 5-1. Our only loss was to Minnesota, and they finna play. They finna play the Lions this weekend, so that's gonna be a wash for them. They're not gonna be undefeated no more. And Briscoe finna wake up and do what they need to freaking do and take care of KC this weekend. So I'm not tripping. All I need is for KC to take 3 stinking losses this year. 3, that's it. And we taking care of you and we taking care of them. So I'm not worried. I'm trying to lock up home field advantage. That's all I'm worried about. And I'm sick and tired of people disrespecting and putting bullshit on our name. That's what I'm tired of. Y'all know and see for real when y'all see it Sunday after Sunday. And we got weapons on offense and defense. Y'all better quit playing with me for real and playing with my squad.
Hey, it's not my fault the Ravens are the shit.
They ain't the shit. They ain't that man. Your secondary is so
thank you again,
suspect.
Aquatucky, for the cash app. Oh, they shit. You can't
So
can't
look,
hate
Aquatucky.
Your secondary is so suspect this year. Cut the shit.
I just got one thing to say about the Ravens, Charles.
And where's that dominant pass rush at? I ain't seen it all year.
Yeah, you seen it.
Charles?
That's right.
Yeah. Charles, I'm sorry,
seen
but
it.
I just
Go
got one
ahead.
thing to say to Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
Stop rushing. Give your RBs the ball. All right?
You obviously
your running backs.
I keep forgetting that you obviously don't understand American football. That's part of the game. He does not rush as much, not even nearly as much. That's part of the game. That's part of the system.
I get the system, but I'm just saying, for the sake of needs and longevity,
Too damn much if you ask me.
You got running backs, man. You got not
They
just
give
Derrick
the
Henry.
that's part of the scheme. Like you don't know who's gonna
Okay.
run. It's the fakes
Yeah.
because sometimes he'll give it to the running back. Sometimes they'll run. There's if you put a threat of somebody that he's gonna run, you're gonna open up the play action.
It's
That's
a
all.
run heavy play action pass offense only, period. They're not finna jump into 3 or 4 wide receiver sets off the rip. You're not gonna see that out of Baltimore. That's not what they do. You'll
Fair
never
enough.
see that.
You'll
Contrary
see.
to probably, they give the ball to their running backs way too fucking much. Let me tell you.
Okay. All right, tell me. I'm
Getting
listening.
on my damn nerves. Still pissed off about that. Don't get me wrong. I do love my Joe Mixon, but goddamn it, he is not no Derrick Henry.
Can you believe this shit? I'm getting my bony ass chewed up as if I didn't have any as if I had any bone left, any meat left on my ass. Shit. I'm getting chewed
I'm
up
gonna
like a motherfucker right
tell
here.
you like I told Roger this morning. I'm on your greasy ass scalp when it comes to my sport. Don't do it. I'm not the one.
Okay.
We're gonna chew you out today because shit.
Hey. It's been a long time since I've had an ass whooping and a good talking to. So hey, I needed it.
Don't worry, it's too far from your heart to kill you. Your heart's right there in the upper middle left, and your ass is down at by your crack. So don't worry, it won't kill you, man. No, I ain't doing with you, Chuck. No, Chuck, you got some answering to do, homeboy.
With the shit, man. You gotta
That's some
we the shit,
bullshit,
man.
bro.
You gotta
That's some
we the shit,
bullshit.
man. You gotta love it. We the shit, man.
That's
You
some
gotta love it.
bullshit. No, it's not
you
the
gotta,
shit.
you
No, it's
gotta
not
love
the
it,
shit.
man. We the shit,
Y'all
man. You gotta love it.
Y'all trash.
We the shit. Stop hating. We the shit.
Ain't no good
Stop hating.
linebacker play. Ain't no good
Stop
linebacker
hating.
play
We
no
the shit.
more in Baltimore. Ain't no
Stop
madness
hating. We
pass
the shit.
rusher in Baltimore no more. The DBs are suspect. All you got is
We
Humphrey.
the shit. We the
That
shit.
nigga ain't been on the
Yeah, I
job.
mean, the Texans. Who did y'all play so far?
The same amount of teams you play.
No. Who? Not how many. Who?
Okay. What was it? Week 1 was Chicago. Took that. Week 2 was
Suspect. Yeah.
week 1 was week 1 was
Yeah.
Indianapolis. Took that. Week 2 was
Another
Chicago.
suspect team.
Lost week 3 to the Vikings. 1 week 4 against the
Suspect.
Jags. 1 week 5 against the
Exactly.
Bills. And now we
Y'all didn't
got
play a goddamn team.
hold on.
The big,
Oh yeah.
the
Then
best
I
team
forgot
y'all
about
played were
then
either
I
the
forgot
Vikings or
about
the
the
Bills.
Patriots. Then I forgot about the Patriots, and now we waiting
That's
on
suspect too.
and we waiting on Green Bay this week. All right. Now,
And they're suspect.
name the squad y'all played. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Our first game we going against the defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah,
The,
it pissed me the fuck
and
off because
notice
y'all didn't get
how
some
many
fucking
times
jobs.
what's the score factor of y'all loss?
Oh yeah, we got blew out. They took us to the woodshed. It was like 28 to
We
something.
never got blown out. Even against the defending champions, even with the Raiders. What happened after that? Foot into ass. And then on top of that, we went against Josh Allen. We went against Dick Prescott. Well, Dickhead Prescott. And embarrassed them. Look what we did to Cincinnati. Oh, by the way, they did have a 4, receiver set. And you saw Lamar air that bitch out like a fucking airstrike.
And why was that? Why was that you were in the shootout with Cincinnati?
And by the way,
What got proven? What got proven? You have no
his running
defensive
back
back.
still average. The
have no
running back still
defensive
average
back.
150 yards. So I'm sorry. Don't get mad because we the shit. I've already explained to you.
That shit's gonna come to a head
I
Christmas
said,
Day,
as a matter of
homeboy.
fact, think about it. You got 2 team members who are in the fucking MVP race right now. This Derrick Henry and fucking Lamar Jackson. And by the way, We didn't give. This was the excuse we had. We didn't give our fucking running backs the ball enough, not too much. By the way, when you're doing an RPO, you're supposed to have a maneuverable running back who's supposed to be able to disguise shit. So you don't know if you're giving it to the back. You don't know if the quarterback going to get it. So what happens is you're going to have to.
Who y'all play this week? Who y'all play this week?
Who the fuck we play?
Who y'all play this week?
Y'all play this is our team, the Panthers.
Let me find that y'all. Who?
Play the Panthers.
Oh, see, what kind of bullshit is this?
Y'all just beat the Commanders.
Yeah, we just beat the fucking Commanders, who had the hottest fucking quarterback, especially as a rookie, and that motherfucker.
In the weakest division in football, the NFC fucking weak ass East. Cut the shit.
We got the toughest division in football, the NFC North, the AFC North.
That's all right. I'll catch your ass December the 25th, motherfucker.
What team?
Buckle up. Buckle up.
He must be a Texan.
Buckle up, nigga. Buckle up.
Take them in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
But you're coming to Houston this year twice. On my grandparents, you coming to Houston twice this year. December 25th and during the playoffs.
They're going to win the AFC?
Man, we is a lot for the AFC. What are you talking about? Have you not been paying attention?
The Chiefs are getting
Don't play with me, Padawan, right? Do not play with me. Do not.
Kansas City is getting first round bye.
Not if we can help it. We're on a fucking mission, but you know, y'all. I want y'all not to pay attention. Please stop. Please don't pay us no mind. Please don't pay us no mind. That's what we like. We like that kind of party. Trust me. We love it. Love it to death. But yeah, I just had to. I had a gnaw in my craw on that one. All week talking about the top 5 in the power rankings. Number 4, every other dude is a 5 or 4. I'm like, we fucking 5 and 1. How the fuck? If anything, we're supposed to be no less than 3, 2. I'm like, what the fuck? We all the way down at 5 and got y'all topping that at 3 or maybe 4. I'm like, okay. See y'all still with the disrespect, huh? Okay. All right.
AL.
You got to take it up. You got to take it up with Shannon Sharp and them boys.
Wait, hold on. Leave me out of this. Charles. Now, Charles, leave me out of this.
Let me do good now. Skip. No skip. Skip, I'll be a fair skip.
All of a sudden, that's it. I just better do Coach Prime go like this. Shannon, brother, you need to sit down, man. Just sit down, man. All right? You my brother. I love you. I've known you for a long time. But I also know you ain't no good.
To Stephen's credit, Cam and Snoop Dogg went against CJ, and CJ literally played for Snoop Dogg in his Little League, but they went against Shannon, and to Shannon's credit, he did pick Houston this weekend to win. He was one of the only MFers that did, you know, stand on business. But everybody else waffling. But then when Steven started spouting out certain stats and statistics, oh, your boy Snoop Dogg, can I change my pick? No, stand on this shit. Green Bay, stand on Green Bay, nigga. Stand on it. Watch your young Padawan just rip them up this weekend. Oh God. See, because I know something the rest of the league ain't paying attention to. We getting one of the craziest defensive tackle / defensive ends back this week. And he mad as fuck. And he's about to rip an asshole in the league. We might have lost his backup for 4 weeks, but he back. D'Amico Archie, He fit to wreak havoc on the NFL. Guaranteed. And B-Mo gonna be mad they didn't happen to pick up that one too. Y'all wanted him and y'all wanted Derek. You only got Derek.
What do I smell something that's like right? We gotta love being the shit, you know what I'm saying? But
Nigga,
you know,
you ain't. It's okay. Nigga, you ain't.
we the shit, man. You gotta love it. New shit, new draws.
No, we the shit. We stinking up this bitch.
You know, we just peripheраting smells up in this motherfucker.
I'm glad it took a good long shit because I ain't got shit for you motherfuckers.
Nah, I do you one better, Chuck. I do you one better, name. What he say? That's some bullshit. That's what we is.
Some bullshit.
You don't get no stankier than that. Yeah. Yeah, you can be the shit, but we some bullshit, nigga.
Man, I've smelled worse of shit. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me how.
Don't worry, we not. Don't worry, we not.
Good. Woo.
Cause nigga, you around the savannah. I know it's some stinky shit around that something, bitch.
Yo, the motherland. There are parts of the motherland where you gotta do all kinds of shit, man. So some of that type of shit but Jamie Foxx would say best described as God damn.
Ooh. This nigga say they play Carolina this week. I'm like, that's a fucking layup. I wouldn't start Lamar or fucking Derek. I wouldn't start nobody on offense. That's how easy that game finna be for them. God damn.
No, we go against the Bucks.
Talking about the Panthers?
No, we go against the Bucks.
He's going to Tampa Bay.
I knew you was with
that got the Panthers.
I knew you was with some bullshit. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, you couldn't even keep it 100 on the mic. I thought see, you really had me believe you had a layup. Oh yeah, that's y'all ass. That is y'all ass. Cause the Bucks can run the ball, even though they missing a starting running back. He should be back this week. They got my kinfolk, both of my kinfolks over there, Evans and Shepard, over there catching the rock. Wood Godwin, and they got a white boy tight end that's good. Baker ain't a hoe no more. So guess what? He finally did his nuts drop. So yeah, y'all ass out. Cause the Bucks is not fucking playing neither. The Bucks is not playing. That's another loss for y'all. Guaranteed. That's gonna be a loss this week.
That's gonna be a foot in that ass, and we prime time, nigga.
No. For the simple fact, the Bucks are not afraid to run the ball. They will run the ball with y'all too. They got better receiving weapons than y'all could ever have as a trio in a group. Cut the shit. And y'all defensive back to secondary. You don't have a pass rush.
We got a damn good run defense.
No, you don't. Cut the shit. Y'all do not have the pass rush of more. Y'all don't. Y'all are middle of the road. Y'all are middle of the road. We got a better pass defense. Houston has a better pass defense than y'all do. Cut the shit.
We have a damn good run defense. We got one of the top run defenses. We got one of the top run defenses, man.
You were in a freaking shootout last week. Cut the shit, Chuck. You cannot mask these.
We have one of the best run defenses. They couldn't run on us. That's why they had to throw the ball.
No, they couldn't run on you because Cincinnati don't run the ball. We took Joe Mixon from them.
You had a lot of teams that can't run the ball. Dallas couldn't run the ball.
Dallas wasn't even trying to run the ball on y'all. That's Dallas' problem.
A lot of teams cannot run the ball on us.
Okay. I'm going to let you keep believing that wolf cookie bullshit.
Go ahead and check.
I'm going to let you keep believing that wolf cookie bullshit.
No, I'll give it to you. Our secondary Our secondary need to shape up. But running the ball on us, oh no, you ain't going to do that.
Dude, your best defensive player 2 weeks ago got exposed in the red zone. And we ain't going to talk about the other three that ain't been nowhere to be found on a regular. Cut it out. Yeah, you right about something. You got enough pass rush to mask that bullshit. But when you come up against squads who ain't afraid of y'all, then you get exposed.
And then guess what? We'll either pick you off or we'll fucking strip fumble you. Now,
Man, hey,
now, tell me Calvin.
Humphrey suspect the rest of that DB package you got.
Now,
Is suspect. Period.
Kyle Van Noy, he's averaging 2 sacks a game right now.
Oh, that was good news. That was good news that I found out the truth. Oh, them Bucks gonna do me a favor this weekend. They gonna drop you 3 down. Then all we need to do is take care of Kansas City because we're gonna take care of y'all. And then hope KC take
The Bucks gonna spank the Bucks ass.
They take this loss this weekend to the Niners. Y'all take y'all loss and fall 3 down. That means we will be, and then we need them to take one more loss for us to be 1 game above them. But we'll definitely be 3 games above y'all, courtesy of the fucking Chiefs. Yeah, this shit is working out. This shit is working out right our way this year. I'm loving this shit. I am. Is everybody think we gonna fucking fall down Sunday? Now, the fucking Vikings got them. No, we was missing our starting running back, our second team running back, our third team running back. We just sent back to the Vikings this week. Why? I do not know. Because we got our second team running back, and for some reason they feel like, he done found himself. He's still the same running back that can't zone block read run. He is a straight north-south runner. That touchdown, 59-yard touchdown that nigga got last week, I even said to myself, that's a fluke. That ain't going to happen again. Just like last year when he ran a kickoff return back. I said, that's a fluke. That ain't going to happen again. And it has. If you can't get him to run a straight line like y'all running back Derrick Henry up and down the field with a dot the eye or a fullback in the backfield, Pierce is trash. He is trash. And I like Dameon Pierce, but he's not what we need in this offense. We got the old Denver Broncos zone run block scheme offense where the back knows how to one cut and go. And that's Joe Mixon. But yeah, y'all going down this weekend. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Whipping that ass for the Bucks.
And you gotta think about it like this too. They just come off of kicking the Saints ass. The Saints ass. Oh man. And they over there. See, that NFC South, while you bullshitting, that NFC South is a little quiet monster this year. It is. You got the Saints, you got the Bucks, and you got the Falcons. The Falcons has been kicking asses and taking names. Real shit. So
don't worry, we're gonna handle that shit.
Just like we gonna handle the AFC East while we march along. We done took care of Buffalo. We done took care of New England. We go take care of the Jets, and we go take care of Miami. We are not tripping. See you in Texas.
All right.
Christmas Day. It's gonna be fun.
Gonna be ass whooping time. Don't worry.
I hope y'all put on y'all alternate all gold uniforms too. Oh, cause them hoes is clean. I ain't finna lie with that purple face mask. Oh, them hoes is the shit. I do give you credit for that. The first time I seen that old man, I said, "Oh!" And y'all were playing us, and they had us in our all dance with the old the red helmet with the blue face mask, not the red on red. I said, now that game right there. I said, and whoever made the game, they set it up. You know, they played the game and played the computer. So I got to watch the whole game, 15-minute quarters, a whole football game. Oh, yeah. That game went to double overtime and we won. Don't get me wrong. Y'all motherfuckers was fighting y'all ass off in that game. Yeah, y'all couldn't handle us. I was like, damn, they can't even handle us on the video game. Shit. Well, we gonna be all right this year. We're going to be all right. And we had all our weapons too. I'm telling you. Y'all ain't got nothing. Nobody has nothing. If Joe Mixon don't get another fucking ankle injury this year and he stacked them hoes up, y'all asses is grace. Because that nigga is on a mission. For real. And y'all talk, everybody, Derrick Henry, King Henry, he's back, he's on top of Russia. Bro, if that nigga wouldn't have missed him 2 games, week 1, he was the leading rusher of the NFL with 159 yards. Then when he come back this week, when he came back last week, he had 101 rushing yards and what, 49 yards receiving. What is y'all talking about? This motherfucker can catch 100 like it ain't nothing. Just like Derrick Henry.
Hey, we getting it.
But you ain't got the receiving core like we do, player.
Hey,
You don't.
we work what we got.
We prove. Yeah. See, yeah. I do kind of feel bad. I do kind of feel bad for being more receivers. I said, them niggas don't get no respect. Oh, they started all this week. The best one blocking wide receiver core in the NFL is Baltimore. And you know,
the craziest part about it.
Don't know
I mean, Zay Flowers got like 100. Zay Flowers got like 120, 130 in the first half.
Who did what? Who did what?
He got like 130, 125, 130 in the first half.
But hold on. Think about what you just said. He just woke up of last week and done that. What has he done the prior 4 weeks before that as a receiver? Nothing. As a unit, nothing. Why?
Use what you got to get what you want.
Why? Y'all run first, play action pass second, but when you play action pass, it's predicated to who? The 2 tight ends. Your tight ends are your leading receivers for your squad.
They actually no. They follow this.
It should be Likely, then it should be Andrews, then it should be.
No, I checked it. It's Zay Flowers.
It must have took this last game for him to get over the hump. It had to. Because like I said, that was a shootout. No defense to be found nowhere. None. Like I said, niggas used to be scared of Baltimore's defense. Niggas not scared of Baltimore's defense no more. Ray's gone. Terrell's gone. Goosey's gone. Clowney's gone. No pass. Y'all have. You can't name a marquee pass rusher you got on your squad. You cannot. You not this year. Not this year. You cannot.
Hey, Cal Van Noy is getting like 2 sacks a game.
He don't count. He's a freaking linebacker. I said pass rusher. Pass rusher. I used my words correctly, sir. I did.
Hey. You work
You
what you got.
Cut it out. If Kyle Van Noy is your best pass rushing specialist this year, we are not worried.
No,
we are not worried.
He is one of them. Oh, trust me. Be afraid.
Y'all should have played that Queen boy. Y'all should have never let that Queen boy leave and go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's where y'all effed up. Y'all need him back. He was a factor. Man, come on. You don't say that not really to me with a straight face.
Not really. Yes, I'm gonna tell you why. Roquan made Roquan.
No, before you tell me why, I need 5 good solid reasons why. Don't just tell me why. I need 5 good solid reasons.
When he was the lead middle linebacker, he was scrubbing it up. Roquan resurrected his career.
That's one. There you go.
Then on top of that, if he has a good cast, he's not one of those guys who's going to be great by himself.
Pittsburgh's begging to differ right now because they got a better record.
Two, could he lead a defense? No.
I do believe he led you all the way to the AFC Conference Championship last year.
That was Roquan.
So that Northern boy,
Roquan.
Right? Number 4.
Roquan. Remember, I told you Roquan.
And Queen was right beside him. Cut the shit.
What did I just tell you? He does not lead defenses.
Okay. Well, the Pittsburgh Steelers are begging to differ, and they got a 1-game lead over y'all.
No, actually,
where's the fucking snowman when we need him?
No, they don't.
Seriously. Where
No,
the
they
fuck
don't.
is Snowman when we need him?
Wait a minute, hold on. If they did lose last week, they 4-2 right along there with you, so y'all even Steven.
I think they
They're
lost.
not. They're definitely not below you. I know that for a fact. I know they're not below you because y'all had to just crawl y'all way back to relevancy.
Nah, we kicked ass.
After the week 1 and 2, 0-2 debacle, I'm never gonna let you not live that down, Mister. Sorry. They're supposed to be the defending home field advantage AFC champs we talking about. They got blown the up there and then turned around and lost week 1. How y'all do that? I needed y'all to do me a freaking favor, and y'all couldn't even do that. Y'all might get a little better. Y'all might get a little better.
We gonna pray for the Texans. Don't worry.
We don't need your prayers. We do not need your stinking prayers down here in
We gonna
Southeast
pray
Texas.
for the Texans, man.
You know
We
you
pray for the Texans, man.
You can take your prayers and you can shove it. Like take this job and shove it for real. No, we do not need nobody's prayers. It's us against all 31 of y'all jokers, as far as we concerned. It's the middle finger up to all 31 of y'all.
We got a T-shirt of Baltimore that says "Us versus all y'all whores."
All right, that's all right. Like I say, Christmas Day we gonna be stampeding on y'all here, and I want y'all to have on all that.
We're gonna make some horse meat out of the Texans.
Oh no, you can't make horse meat out of beef, player. You cannot do it. It's
gotta get that imitation beef and shit.
Now, you might have done that to the 53 Cowgirls, but you're not gonna do that to us. Lost your mind. I believe you lost your ever loving mind.
Get some beef made. Come in there and give y'all some seafood with that steak, that surf and turf.
And we all know our one tight end is better than both of your tight ends combined.
Bullshit.
Our tight end is actually a receiver who is a tight end. In the same caliber and breadth as Kelsey. You just got two big ass tight ends.
Bullshit. You fucking dope on that one, boy.
No, I'm not. And even though I'm about to hit some, even though I'm finna hit some of Nathan Healing League, I'm not on it as we speak. Not while we talking about the sport of kings better than diamond rings. That's why I'm here to sing football. Sundays in the snow, referees whistles blow. Weekend warriors toe to toe football. On my grandparents, I don't play about this shit. I'm telling you.
Because I'm gonna tell you.
And the University of Excellence is finna kick Georgia's ass. And the University of Excellence is finna kick Georgia piggly wiggly little dog asses this weekend in Austin. Oh yeah, this weekend finna be a good weekend for me. Trust that.
I'm gonna tell you what.
You remember the last time Ogre got near Bebo? Bebo damn near stampeded his ass. If you don't get your little muddly looking ass away from me.
I'm gonna tell you what. Baltimore.
Why we getting them all riled up, man? You gotta stop riling them up.
It's called testosterone. Get used to it. It'll make a man out of you. I'm telling you.
No, man, I'm just tired of laughing so hard, right? My ribs hurt.
Oh, it's all right. It's okay. I'm just kicking it with my buddies, I know it's some liquor over there with my nigga, so I ain't tripping.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit that.
Last time he made me laugh this hard, I broke 2 ribs, man. I can't afford another surgery, man.
Oh, no, that's what he ain't finna be doing is talking about he gonna be praying for my squad. That's what the fuck he ain't finna.
You're gonna pray to him, man.
He done lost his rabbit raccoon ass BMO ass mind.
Y'all gotta get a good case of the bird flu. That's what's gonna happen.
Bro. Once we kick y'all ass December 25th, all I want to hear is that was a good ass game. Appreciate that ass for me, bro.
I'm just gonna tell you that.
That's all the fuck I want to hear. I want to hear nothing else. Now we could have did this. Now we could have did that. Well, I'm telling you, We focused, man. We is literally fucking focused, man. And you got to think about it. Look at all the people we acquired. And we acquired all these extra people on the cheap, on the cool, because why? We still know in another year and a half, we're going to have to pay Stroud. So we trying to get it right now while the getting is good. We have extra incentive and motivation.
Tells me y'all fuck around and don't pay that boy. That's the dumbest team in the world.
Oh no! You forgot. We've already proven we will mortgage the bank. We've already proven that with Deshaun, and I'm one of the last
Stroud have left on his contract?
Able to call him Deshaun. Everybody else just refers to him down here as number 4. I'm not going to do
the wet
that.
towel boy? You mean Mr. Wet Towel?
I literally know what he meant to this organization. They actually fucked him off. And you know what I'm saying? Between bitch ass head coach and the bitch ass general manager, Easterly, you literally fucked off a royal commodity you had. You quit surrounding him with talent. You put him in position to get fucked off. You didn't have his back, and then you let him walk. For 2 years,
set him up with all these allegations.
For 2 years, I said in exile. For 2 years, I said in exile. I exiled myself away from the NFL, from college football. I say, guess what? Until I get done right by, I refuse. And God willing, God answered my prayers. He not only blessed me with a quarterback, he blessed me with an up-and-coming young gorilla. He's not a gorilla. He's a gorilla because he goes realer than all the rest of them niggas on that field to go along with that other gorilla on the other side playing defensive end. Can the NFL say lights out? Lights out. Y'all ain't got what we got. Y'all do not got what we got. And what we got is a whole bunch of problems for the NFL.
Yeah, we got royalty.
Hey, Charles, just to shift the subject.
Y'all got in Baltimore is a group of chokers. Let's just keep it a buck, shall we? Hey, history and record has shown the recent Baltimore Ravens are a group of chokers led under.
Let's get this out. You know, this what happens when your team plays a bunch of subpar teams to get a little run going. But y'all got smacked up by the Vikings. Come on now. Y'all got smacked up by the Vikings. Come on now.
We got the 6th hardest NFL record in the NFL this year to play. What are you talking about? We're in the top 5.
What hard team did y'all go against?
Our season is not through, mister. You forgot.
What hard team did y'all go against right now? And what's up, Angry Black Man?
Okay. Right now, the one that's leading the NFC North. For starters, the Vikings. So now please tell me the Vikings are a joke to you.
That's the only one.
Hey, it's not my fault the AFC East is trash. It's not my fault that the AFC South is trash other than us. That's not my fault. It's not my fault. Like, you have to deal with inferior product other than Pittsburgh every year. Hell, you have a cakewalk with Cincinnati in Cleveland. What are you talking about?
Stop it. The AFC North is the best division in football. Cut it out.
No,
even your boy CJ Stroud said the toughest. Hold on, AL. Hey, AL. Even your boy CJ Stroud said the AFC is the toughest division in football. He said it.
It's the toughest conference in football. The AFC, fuck the NFC. The AFC is the toughest conference in football, period. Period, point blank. NFC is trash. It's trash. And if you don't believe it, go look at the record. Period. The overall record. NFC has always been trash compared to the AFC. That's why I've always been an AFC man. Fuck the NFC.
Well, that is true.
Fuck the Niners, fuck the Cowgirls, fuck the Saints, fuck the Vikings, fuck the Packers, fuck Chicago, fuck Tampa Bay. No, I actually do love Tampa Bay though. They've always been my underdog squad. But fuck them too, fuck Atlanta, fuck the NFC for real. I've been with the A and never with the N. I'm gonna die with the N.
Hey man, look, first of all, I want to say it's good to be back over here in the Black Manosphere.
Hello.
What's good, man? How you been?
I took a sabbatical, man, and listen, man, there's no place like home.
Yeah.
Where you been?
Welcome home. All you have to do is follow the black brick road. Follow the black brick road. Follow the black brick road.
No place like home. But look here, man. Listen, the road to the AFC title is going to go through Baltimore again this year, man. I mean, you're just going to have to face facts.
Okay. How much dope are you smoking right now? What I need you to do is stop. Okay.
Tell me one team you trust more than Kansas City right now, and be honest.
Houston. I said it with a straight face, and I'm sober at the moment. I have not put any weed to my lips yet, but I'm about to, because you starting with that bullshit. I said it with a straight face, and I said it 3 times over. One more time for the elderly ear impaired. Houston, with a straight face. And mind you, hold on. I got you. Mind you, when I say that, listen to this. Not only do we play who y'all got beat by in week 1, and we're gonna beat them, we also play you Christmas, and we're gonna beat you too.
Listen,
and I
week 1. Listen, bro. Let me say 2 things to you. Number 1, I don't take football serious until it gets cold.
Right?
Yeah, sure. Until you break out the hoodies permanently, I don't want to hear about it. So I don't want to hear about week 1. That means nothing to me. Oh, and by the way, we lost because some guy's toe was on the white line. His toe. We lost by a toe. But that's neither here nor there.
Hold on. Let me stop.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold
on. I'm gonna let me finish, bro. Stop you real quick on that note. I have to. Who the hell you think was more mad that nigga's big ass toe hit that motherfucking line?
Bro. That's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there.
That was some bullshit.
But let me go to the second point.
That was like his fault. Go ahead.
Listen. Let me go to the second point.
Go ahead.
The second point is you trust young coach, young quarterback, young team. Ain't Houston the youngest team in the league, or is that the Packers? I think it's out of Houston and Green Bay as the youngest team in the league.
We tied.
You trust them against battle-tested, playoff-ready, playoff-tested Ravens?
Playoff token. Don't forget to put playoff token. Playoff token.
How do you choke? Wait a minute. Whoa. How do you choke against Mahomes in Kansas City and Andy Reid? That's not a choke if you lose to them.
Hold on.
The better team won. We beat y'all in the playoff. Wait, whoa. Did they choke against? Did they choke against y'all? Did they choke against Houston?
Hold on, one at a time.
AFC Championship game choke. All I said was add it to the
So now let me ask you this.
I just need you to keep it actual and factual while you do it.
Okay. Let's keep it actual and factual.
Just like I'm about to acknowledge.
I got you.
You beat us.
I got you. Let's keep it actual and factual.
You beat us.
I got you, bro. Now let me ask you something. Did they choke against Houston?
No, what did I just say? What did I just say? No. Okay. What did I just say? I took accountability. I just said we lost the week before to y'all. So
did y'all choke?
Add the AFC pedigree, like I said.
So did CJ Stroud choke?
Choking pedigree to what I said. Add it to the record.
So did CJ Stroud choke? Did he choke? Or did he just lose to the better team?
Hold on. For the deaf impaired. Y-E-S. Yes.
No, dog, that's not a choke, bro. You just lost to the better team, yo. That's not a choke. That's not a choke.
Okay, no, I can admit that we choke because I know we choke. I can tell you how we choke.
How is that a choke when you lose to the number 1 seed? That's not a choke, bro.
How we choke against
Hey, Charles.
Yep. I can tell you exactly how we choked against y'all, since you can't seem to reconcile yourself around the fact that that's what y'all did. I can explain how we did, then I can turn around and explain how y'all choked. No, would you like for me to do that? I can thoroughly give you a good good synopsis of a diagnosis of that loss, both of them. How we lost to y'all? 2 phases. Number one, we had no running game. So we couldn't run the ball. That way, we could not obtain time of possession. And within that fact, we could not get off our play action pass game, is what we're predicated by doing with our run game, because we had none, for one. Number two.
Bro, let me ask Charles a question, bro. Let me ask Charles a question real quick. Hey, Charles.
Yep.
How do you lose to the number 1 seed and say that's a choke job?
You can't.
Thank you.
The reason why you're called number 1 seed is because you're usually predicted to win.
But what happened?
I mean,
so when Houston lost to the Ravens, that's not a choke. They just lost to the better team.
The only question I asked was, what happened?
They lost the game. I wouldn't say they choked.
What happened, number 1 seed? What happened, number 1 seed? What happened, number 1 seed?
Did we get blown out by Kansas City? No.
Did you win?
If you would have gave Lamar Derrick Henry at the AFC, that'd have been a different game.
We couldn't give you him then because he was in Tennessee then.
Exactly. So now, when you had the first game off the schedule, when that's the first game, niggas play with each other. Once what happened? Once they got their feet in the water, they start trucking over people. What happened once you got fucking Mark Andrews back in flow? What happens when you got Isaiah Likely going off?
What I saw and what I witnessed from the AFC Championship loss to week 1 of this year, and that loss, both losses that y'all suffered was misprove that Lamar Jackson can throw the ball more than 35 times a game in both games. That's what I saw. What I saw was a choke fest happening, not because of Lamar Jackson, because we do know Lamar Jackson can throw the ball. But what we saw was an offensive coordinator say, hey, I'm going to prove to you my quarterback can do pro quarterback shit when he's a play action passing quarterback.
So in other words, coaching.
Not a passing quarterback.
So in other words, coaching.
That equals what? CHOCKE.
See, listen. Hey, how many times have y'all heard me say this? The Achilles heels for the Baltimore Ravens is John Harbaugh.
I just said that. I said that 30 minutes ago.
It's never been the players. It's never been the players. It's the Achilles heel is always Harbaugh. That's Harbaugh's fucking job to say run the football.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna put that on the OC. If you giving the OC free reign to call the plays and you never go to your OC and say, hey, mix it up with some run, that's on the head coach.
But do you understand the hard balls? Listen to what I'm saying, the hard balls pedigree. Do you really understand it? Do you understand who they played for in college? They played for the legendary Bo Schembechler.
That has nothing to do with today.
Excuse me?
That has nothing to do with today, buddy.
Okay, ever since John Harbaugh has been the coach of the Baltimore Ravens, what has been the Baltimore Ravens calling card? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Defense.
The run game.
So, dog, you talking to a Ravens fan, bro. Please don't lecture us. Please don't lecture us on what the Ravens are, bro. John Harbaugh. Let me remind you real quick, bro.
So you telling me right now you're going to deny what is true? You're going to deny.
Let me remind you real quick, bro. When John Harbaugh took, bro, let me get it out.
Your lack of an answer as my rebuttal. I'll take that because you did not answer. You went into moving the goalpost, trying to answer a question with a question. No, sir. With that, you're not gonna. We don't do that.
Let me remind you real quick, bro.
Yeah, we know
When
what you mean.
When John Harbaugh took over the Ravens, this man had 3 defensive player of the years on the same fucking defense.
Yeah.
Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Terrell Suggs. The hallmark of the Baltimore Ravens has always been defense. Period.
What do
Only
y'all do?
until now. Wait a minute.
What
Only
do y'all
until
do
now,
on offense?
when you
What
drafted
do
Lamar
you do
Jackson,
on offense?
bro, you're not
What
listening.
do you
Listen, bro. Listen.
answer the question? I can hear
Only
you and I heard you.
listen. Only until now, when you drafted Lamar Jackson, has it finally changed over to the offense. The hallmark of the Ravens right now is not even Derrick Henry. It's Lamar Jackson. It's not offense. It's not defense. It's Lamar Jackson. This team goes as Lamar Jackson goes, period. That's why he won 2 MVPs.
Yeah. If it was fair, if the league was fair, when it came to defensive players, you telling me Ed Reed wouldn't have got an MVP? Ray Lewis?
The NFL has never had.
You might as well call the fucking MVP the quarterback award.
Might as well.
I'm just sitting here dumbfounded as the fact that you going all the way around my original question, and yet still you have not validated anything.
I answered your original question. You asked me what was the hallmark of the Baltimore Ravens. I said defense. That's what it's always been.
It's always defense.
When John Harbaugh took over the Ravens, they had 3 defensive player of the years on the same fucking defense, bro. What else was the Ravens?
Yeah.
Your defense and a mediocre run game. That's it. You will
Mediocre. Jamal Lewis was mediocre.
You will
Ray
never
Rice was not mediocre.
You will never ever attach a vaulted Ravens passing game nowhere in the equation in the history of the Baltimore Ravens offense, period. Those sentences will never be uttered. And they just started recently being murmured only because you got Lamar Jackson.
What's their stats now? What's their stats now on offense?
You're still heavy. You're run heavy with a play action passing game. What me and Charles have been talking about.
Okay, so why does Lamar Jackson have more passing yards than Baker Mayfield? Yikes. See, y'all get too caught up in passing. I've been telling people this since Lamar took over. Pass the ball, run the ball. Who gives a shit as long as you win?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the Ravens' offensive numbers. Who cares? Watch the Ravens play ball, bro. Who cares? Run the ball, pass the ball. Who cares as long as you moving the ball up and down the field? One thing you can say about Lamar Jackson is ever since Lamar Jackson has got the start for the Baltimore Ravens, one thing they do not do is stall out on offense. They move the ball. My quarterback is better than your quarterback.
Beg to differ. Last year says different. Last year totally says
my quarterback better than your quarterback, bro.
Oh, you're a lying the truth ain't in your player. You're
for real? How many MVPs your quarterback got?
My quarterback had a rookie of the year off the rip. Did your quarterback get rookie of the year off the rip? No, he did not.
Let me remind you of Lamar Jackson real quick.
He only had 2 MVPs. And guess what? Guess what he also has to his resume? A whole bunch of chokes in the playoffs.
Let me remind you of Lamar Jackson.
2-5 is his record in the playoffs.
Hold on.
So stop it with the big.
Hold on. Let me remind you of Lamar Jackson. Let me remind you real quick. When Lamar Jackson got the start for the Baltimore Ravens were 4-5. Am I right, Charles?
Yeah, 4 and 5.
They were 4 and 5 when Lamar Jackson got the start. Lamar Jackson. Excuse me, bro. Why you cutting me off, bro?
Hold on. Everybody one at a time. Everybody gonna get their chance. Everybody gonna get their time. One at a chance.
Go ahead.
My team was 4 and 5.
I love angry black men. Trust me, I do. I love them.
Bruh. Let me get it out.
Continue.
They were 4 and 5. They benched Flacco. They put their rookie quarterback in. What happened then? My quarterback went 6 and 1 to finish the season and won the division and got them to the playoffs. They wouldn't have did that with Joe Flacco. That's what my quarterback did.
Are you sure?
What did my quarterback do the very next season when the playbook is tailored to him and the OC is tailored to him? What did my quarterback come out and do the very next season? MVP of the league.
Don't forget the season. Don't forget the season.
What happened in the playoffs? What happened in the playoffs?
That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback, bro.
In the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, your guy ain't done that. You talking about playoffs? What has your guy done in the playoffs? He's all of it.
Finish all of that. All those accomplishments, and then I question what happened in the playoffs.
2 MVPs, bro. This man is not even 30 years old, bro. This man is not even 30 years old with his second MVP.
Right there, bro, that's what I call
his second MVP.
Hey,
and by the way,
all out there, bro. Put the good and the bad out there,
listen,
bro. All you want to do is shine on the good, but you take the accountability, Jack. Take the accountability. Like I said, he done all that what you said, and then I question what did he do in the playoffs? Then all you keep doing is saying, by the way, and
when we talk about that second season,
then a run on. You funny to me. I love you.
By the way, when we talk about that second season, when we talk about that second season, and we talk about passing, who led the league in passing touchdowns that year? Lamar Jackson.
That was Lamar.
Playoff time, what happened? Again, another question. Playoff time, what happened again? Overall record in the playoffs, 2 and 5, sub 500. In the discussion, great in the regular season, yes, give him all of that. Give him all the heaping praises. Playoff time, money time, where it can't, like you said, you don't worry about stuff till it gets cold. So let's talk about cold. Not a good record in the cold, Jack. I'm just giving out good proper facts, good proper data, just like you are. But I finish it off, good and bad. I'm not like you. I'm just not shining on the good, but not ignoring the bad. I'm speaking on all of it. Football is about all of it, not just not just the only perspective that you want to give, sir. Look at the whole apple. Take a bite of the whole apple, not a piece that you want, only the good side, but you're going to throw away the rest of the core because it's bad. Don't do that, sir. That's not kosher. That's not kosher. Go ahead. I got plenty of time to keep hearing the nonsense. Because I can play with it when it comes to this sport, the sport I won a state championship in, the sport I went to college on. I know a little bit of what I'm talking about. Been playing it all my life. So we can keep going if you want to. I like this kind of party. I love it to death. I love it.
Alexa, can you play a Trick Williams intro, please? Whoop that trick, yeah. Whoop that trick. What? Whoop that trick. I like it. Whoop that trick.
I only want to give up the shiny. Don't want to talk about the ugly. That ain't football. Talk about it all.
Flip the pretty people. Don't talk about the ugly.
There's a lot of guys who didn't make it to the playoffs. So here's the crazy part. Nobody wants to talk about the greatness of Lamar. They just want to talk about the playoffs. And when he does make it through the playoffs.
Before I start talking about Lamar as the greatest in the playoffs, I'm going to give it up to your quarterback, Joe Flacco, who done won a Super Bowl, who's still in the league, who's still chunking that rock. And might I add, a whole lot better than your quarterback. Let's just keep it a buck. Who y'all said was washed up, but ain't, and actually led a team to the playoffs too last year when he was
homeboy said Joe Flacco is better than Lamar Jackson.
Joe Flacco got a Super Bowl ring. Joe Flacco got a Super Bowl ring too. Joe Flacco got a Super Bowl ring. Does Lamar Jackson got a Super Bowl ring? Does he have one?
So
Don't
so
worry. I'll wait.
Joe Flack.
I'll
Wait a
wait.
minute. So let me ask you an intelligent question now. Did Joe
You ain't asked
Flacco
a
get out
stupid
there on the
question
field
yet.
by himself?
No.
No,
So
he
you
did
mean
not.
Joe Flacco
No,
did?
he did
So
not.
Joe Flacco didn't do it by himself, huh?
I'm
So
answering
we
your
gonna give
question.
all the
I'm
credit to
answering
Joe
your question.
Flacco. We not.
I'm
Wait a minute,
I'm
bro.
answering your question.
Wait a
No,
minute,
no, no,
bro.
no. Hold
We
on,
not
hold on.
gonna give
You
no
wanted me
credit
to
to
answer
Anquan
your
Bolden.
question. I'm
Hold
trying
on.
to
We
answer
not gonna
your
give.
question,
Hold
and
on.
We
you're
not gonna give
Hold on.
no
intruding.
credit to
You're
Ray Rice.
intruding on my
Hold on,
rebuttal.
everybody.
You're
One at a time.
intruding.
Everybody, one at a time. One at a
Angry
time.
black man is intruding on my rebuttal. That is disingenuous. He asked me a question like he thought I wouldn't give him a logical, sound answer. I'm trying to give him one, and yet he wants to run over me. I'm not gonna allow it. I'm gonna
There's no
stud you up
world.
like a. I'm
There's
gonna
no
stud
world
you
that's
up like a
logical about
53
Flacco being better
stack
than
pop.
Lamar.
I'm gonna stud you up like a 53 stack pop as a linebacker. No, you're correct. You are correct. But yet and still, Joe Flacco does have a Super Bowl ring. And as a quarterback, guess what? As a quarterback, that's all they go by. They're not talking about the other 10. They only viewing the quarterbacks
Says who?
when it comes money time as the
Says
winner in the
who?
league. Says four-time Super Bowl winner Terry
Says
Bradshaw.
who?
Says
Who? Wait a minute. Who made
seven-time
up the
winner
rule?
Super Bowl
Wait a minute.
winner
Excuse me.
winner.
Wait a minute. Excuse me.
I was still rebutting. I was still giving.
Wait a minute.
See,
Excuse me. Who
I'm
made up the
giving you
rule
an
that
answer,
that's
but
what quote
you want to
they
do what
go by
females do.
when it
You want
comes
to do
to a
what females
quarterback? Who
do,
made up
angry
that
black
rule?
man.
Where that rule
Oh
at?
my goodness, bro. I'm trying to give you my answers. You
ABM,
asked
fall
me
back.
for
Let me
an answer
answer.
on your question. As I'm answering, because you're not liking what you're hearing, you want to start nitpicking and then moving the goalposts. That we're not going to do. I told
I
you
don't have
that
to move the
earlier.
goalposts.
I told you that earlier. We're
23
not going to do
66.
that. Not in the sport that I love so much. That we're not going to do. And I respect you enough as a man to know that's what you've been doing. And that's not cool, bro. That is not cool. When I
Yo,
ask
can
you a
y'all
question,
stop?
you ask you a question, you give me an answer, you ask me a question, I give you an answer. If you're not liking what you're hearing, that's what it's called. You don't like
Bro,
my
just
opinion.
get back
I
to
might
it,
not like
bro.
you.
Damn, you long winded.
Yeah, I'm long-winded because you're a cut-off artist. So if you allow me to finish, I'll
All
give you
right,
my
all
answer.
right, all right, all
Yeah,
right, all right. Come on,
Yo,
come on,
guys,
come
look
on.
at it. Look at it like this. My Commanders are the best in the division. Y'all only been
boy,
waiting a
Bob,
whole
you
20
somewhere.
years.
Cut it
Y'all
out.
only
Cut it
been
out.
waiting 20 years for this. And
Stop it.
I've been
Nobody
hiding.
respects y'all
I've
because
been
y'all changed
hiding.
y'all name from the
I've been hiding.
Redskins to the
Hey, I've
Commanders.
been
Cut it out.
hiding since
Nobody respects y'all
1991, and
anymore.
I've been hiding
Nobody
since
respects that
RG3.
organization
Wait, hold
anymore.
on. I've been hiding since RG3 got injured. I was hiding ever since '91, and I was
Okay,
hiding
Leon?
ever
we
since
gonna let you get
RG3 got
that.
injured. And we
We gonna
here,
let
you know what
you
I'm
get that
saying? It's our year.
tirade. We're gonna let you get
ABM.
that booty tirade out. But I'm here to tell you, no one in the National Football League has any respect for that organization anymore. The day they decided to change their name from the beloved Deadskins, even though they the beloved Deadskins, to whatever the hell they is now. No respect for that organization. Sorry, Mister. Sorry. This is just facts. Sorry. Sorry.
Leon?
What's
Before you
up,
continue,
man?
Leon? Yo, man, you remember Snowman, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know
yeah,
Snowman. Okay,
yeah.
Snowman has got an associate, who's from the DMV, and he has a little YouTube channel that covers the Commanders, since he's a longtime Commander supporter, fan, and everything. Um, I'm sure he'd appreciate if you hit the subscribe and follow some of his shit. It's some fun, because they talk about football and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If
I
you
follow Snowman. I don't think he's in my algo.
no, but this guy, no, this is another cat. His name's Drew,
Okay.
and let me get the link to his YouTube channel. It's called Socio Media. We're checking out because they talk about Commanders, but also every once in a while him and Cole Johnson, they chop it up called Total Football Talk. We're listening to
All
because
right.
they chop it about football and such. All right.
I'll
Hey,
check it out.
I
I'll
gotta
check
show
it
my
out.
man. Hey, I gotta show my man some love. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's not a bad day when the only team I lost to is my other team. You know what I'm saying? So it's I lost to the Ravens. No big deal. Both of them are my teams. You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
That was a beltway battle. That's all that was. That was a beltway battle.
What was the argument that y'all were making anyway? What was the argument?
He's trying to argue that the quarterback that needed Ray Rice to bail him out on a 4th and 27 with a dump pass with a check down. That quarterback that needed Ray Rice to take a check down 27 yards to save their season is a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson. That's what we over here arguing.
Same quarterback.
Dog, that's an insult. Dog,
Hold
that's
on.
blasphemy.
That same
That's
quarterback that
blasphemy.
threw that 85-yard bomb to Jacoby Jones to help get y'all to the
Dog,
Super
it was
Bowl.
not 80. It was not 85 yards. Stop.
It was 70-something, 80-something. It was a bomb
No,
for
it
your ass.
wasn't. It was not no 80 nothing.
Super
Stop.
hater. Okay, super hater of your own team. It's okay. Purple super hater of your own
Stop, bro. It wasn't no 80 nothing, man. Stop it.
I love you to death, angry black man, but I swear to
Stop
God,
it, bro. Come on, man. 80 yards, bro.
Bro, you know as good as well as I do. He heaved that ball a whole heap of a ways down the field. Don't say he didn't. It was a heap of a way down the field.
It wasn't
That
no
was
damn
a
80
bomb for
yards.
your
It wasn't
ass.
even 60 yards. Come on, bro.
Okay.
Let's be real. Wasn't even 60. Come on,
Okay,
bro.
bro.
Stop.
I
Stop.
know
Yo, you the
you
first
want to
person.
shortchange
You the
Flacco.
first person I've ever
Flacco,
seen gas
I
up
know
Joe
you want to
Flacco, yo.
shortchange
I've
Flacco
never seen
and
anybody
Delpa
do this before.
and Delpa for that fact, but Delpa and
That's
Flacco
crazy.
are better quarterbacks than your quarterback at the moment. Because you want to know why? Them two quarterbacks got rings with their teams. We're still waiting on one for Lamar.
Who?
Don't worry, we'll wait with you. With you
wait a minute. What two quarterbacks got rings again?
Dilfer and Flacco.
Do you hear this nigga? No. Do you hear this guy?
Yeah, he heard me loud and clear. He can hear. He ain't deaf. He knows I'm right too. He ain't even finna argue.
Show me. Okay.
Number one. Nobody in their good goddamn sense is gonna ever pick Trent Dilfer over fucking Jamal Jackson.
Why not? He got a Super Bowl ring.
It wasn't because of him. Yeah, he could thank Ray Lewis for that.
He could thank him and the rest of that team. Him and the rest of that team won that Super Bowl. Football is a team sport.
Okay, so yes, let's use logic here. So if we're gonna go by your logic, then that means Trent Dilfer is better than CJ Stroud.
Let's be clear. Let's be for real. This is what I'm gonna say.
If you go about Super Bowl ring logic, you absolutely right. And I said,
but here's the question I have for you though.
Let me clear this up.
But here's the question I got for you though. Who made up the rule? Who made up the rule that the better quarterback has a Super Bowl ring? Where did that rule come from? Jim Kelly doesn't have a Super Bowl ring. You telling me Trent Dilfer is better than Jim Kelly or Dan Marino?
Hey, wait,
that's crazy
I'm gonna clear this up for y'all because I said I'm a Ravens fan and I'm a Commanders fan. This is the fact that nobody can run from. If you could have switched Flacco out with 10 other quarterbacks during that season and they would have won that Super Bowl. It's just a fact. He could have switched out with probably 15 quarterbacks and they still would have won that Super Bowl. That's what people mean.
I'll do you one better. The same can also be said for Dilfer along with Flacco. You could have threw a whole heap of other quarterbacks in that same year. Because guess what? Y'all was just kicking ass. And both them times y'all won a Super Bowl. But guess what? It took those two quarterbacks to help y'all win a Super Bowl. And that's what's on their resume. And ain't nothing Angry Black Man can do or say about it. Because guess what, Angry Black Man? Your boy Lamar, he's got 0 to his record. And playoff wise, he's sub 500, 2-5. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Dog, no, but Trent Dilfer wouldn't tell you that. Trent Dilfer wouldn't come out his mouth with that one himself. You're the only person that's going to make an argument that Trent Dilfer was better than anybody.
He don't have to.
You're the only person that's going to make that argument. Trent Dilfer wouldn't even make that argument, bro. Like, come on, man. This ain't even for real talk right now.
All he has to do is flaunt the ring. All both quarterbacks have to do is flaunt the ring. We're waiting on your
And the
quarterback
guy
to flaunt the
and the
ring.
guy that's on
We're
the
waiting
listen.
on your quarterback to
Every
flaunt the
single
ring.
player
Mr. Rogers.
on every single player
I'm
on that
waiting for
50.
you.
Listen,
I'm
bro.
still
Every
waiting for you
single
to
player on that
answer and
53
acknowledge
man roster
that 2
has
and
a
5
ring.
playoff
So
record.
what are you
I'm
trying to tell me?
asking
You're
you.
trying to
I'm
tell me that the
asking you.
guy on the
I
practice
am
squad can
asking
flaunt
you,
his
sir.
Super Bowl ring and
I
say
am
I'm better than
asking
you
you. I
because
am
he has a
asking
ring
you, sir.
because he was
I
on the
am
practice squad?
asking you,
Come
sir,
on, bro.
to.
You're not even
I'm
making sense right
asking
now.
you. I'm asking you to defend that 2 and 5 playoff record. That's what I'm asking you to defend. Nothing more.
You just said
Nothing.
it's a team sport. I mean, that's what
Don't
you just
worry.
said.
Hey, and you
So
have the
why does
right
Lamar?
in your, you
Okay,
have
so
the
here's what
right
I'm
in
saying.
your
Hold
opinion
on,
to
one
Why
at a
does
disagree.
time.
Lamar
One at
get
a
all the
time.
blame for when they lose? When they win, you don't give Lamar all the credit. When you win, you say, oh,
Yes,
it's the
we
run
do.
game.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
hold
the
on. Yes, we
defense.
do.
Oh, it's
Yes, we
this
do.
and it's
Hold on.
that.
What did you
Y'all
just
got
say?
every
Yes, we
excuse in the
do.
book
Yes,
when they
we
win.
do. No,
But
no,
when
sir.
they
Yes,
lose,
we
it's,
do.
see,
What did
I
you
told
just
you.
say? What did you just say? 2-time MVP. We gave you all the accolades
Yes,
and credit.
two-time MVP.
Oh,
So,
we
okay,
gave
so
you
again,
all the
wait a minute.
accolades.
You
We
asked me
gave
a
you all
question.
the accolades and
Wait a
all
minute.
the
You asked me
time
a
when
question.
it
I'm
was
trying to
going to.
answer
No,
it.
no, no. No, what you're doing is
You
putting a
asked me a
crybaby
question. I'm
move.
trying to
You're
answer it.
putting a crybaby move, though. Real talk. While
No,
ago,
I'm trying
you
to
just
answer your
asked me.
question.
Oh, really? You just
You
moved the
asked me the
goalpost 3
question,
different
but you're doing a
times,
lot of
bro.
talking. I'm just
You
trying to
just
answer it.
moved the goalpost 3 different times, but go ahead. You like
Bro,
moving the
you the one
goalpost.
that brought
Come
Trent
on.
Dilfer into this. I didn't mention
Your
Trent
new
Dilfer.
nickname is going to be
You the one
Shifty
that brought Trent
right
Dilfer
now.
into this.
Come on, Shifty. Come
You
on,
talking
Shifty.
about moving the goalposts.
Come
I
on,
didn't
That
bring up
Shifty.
brother's
Trent Dilfer.
tripping.
You did.
3 times, bro. 3 times. But it's cool, though. It's cool.
How am
Go
I the
ahead.
one moving the
Go
goalposts when you brought
ahead.
Trent Dilfer and Joe
Go
Flacco
ahead.
into this?
Oh, yeah, because
There's nobody anywhere that's going to
why did they
tell you
get
that Trent
brought
Dilfer
up? Hold on, why did
was
they
a
get brought
better
up?
quarterback than
They got
anybody.
brought up
So,
because of the 2 and 5 playoff
bro,
record
allow
that
me to
you
speak for a
keep
second, bro.
ducking. No, no, you allow me to speak because you've done more
Bro,
than
you've
speak.
been doing all the speaking, bro.
What you've done,
Hold on. Hold
sir, is
on.
move the
Hold
goalpost 3
on.
times.
Hold on.
You moved it
Hold
3
on.
times. Go
Hold
ahead.
on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. We're gonna do this one at a time, man, because the playback, people won't be able to hear y'all. All right.
Okay, so now
Every black man gonna make a statement. AL's gonna answer. All right, go.
when you talk about the two-time MVP and his playoff record, he's not out there by himself. I just put the championship last year on coaching. Everybody heard me say that. I said, like 5 minutes ago, I said the Achilles heels for the Baltimore Ravens is Harbaugh. It's not the players. When you talk about a two-time MVP, they don't get to the AFC Championship game without Lamar Jackson. That's the fact of the matter. Look at Lamar's record, period. You tell me Trent, and then you're trying to make the crazy, asinine argument that Trent Dilfer can even be in the same sentence with Lamar Jackson as a quarterback, as an athlete, is crazy talk and is not serious talk. Like I said a minute ago, Trent Dilfer wouldn't even say that to nobody. Trent Dilfer wouldn't say that himself. When you talk about the Super Bowl ring, oh, all he got to do is flaunt the ring, bro. The guy on the practice squad for the 2000 Ravens has a Super Bowl ring. What is he supposed to tell somebody? Like, dog, you was on the practice squad. Who are you? I don't even know your name. Let alone were you out there playing in the game. Did you play in that Super Bowl, bro? Or were you on the sideline with a t-shirt on? There's a lot of people that get credit for the 2000 Ravens, bro. Trent Dilfer ain't one of them. And if you want to give him some credit, he gets the least credit out of
Jamal
everybody.
Lewis, Ray Lewis.
Like, he gets the least
Tony
credit out of
Stagliuti.
everybody. Joe Flacco is better than Trent Dilfer by a mile. Lamar Jackson is better than Joe Flacco by a millennia. If Joe Flacco was even close to Lamar Jackson, they wouldn't have benched him that year when Lamar Jackson took over. They wouldn't even have drafted a quarterback. They would have kept Flacco. There's a reason why your boy Joe Flacco keeps bouncing around the league, bro. I mean, let's just talk common sense. You talking about Flacco has a ring? So Anquan Bolden, Ray Rice, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Dennis Pitta, all of those guys had nothing to do with that Super Bowl. It's just Joe Flacco. Nobody else. I remember watching ESPN after the Super Bowl when they was making an argument that Jacoby Jones should have got MVP. Joe Flacco wasn't out there by himself, bro.
Please continue. Just let me know when you're done, because I'm waiting. I'm waiting patiently. Trust me.
I'm done. I'm done, bro. Like, come on. This is crazy. This is this is crazy, bro. I'm done. You go ahead.
Are you done? Because
you go ahead.
You notice what I did, right? I shut completely up while I let you go on your soliloquy. So I just expected the move. I expect and demand the same. Okay, I let you have your soliloquy. Now it's my turn. Are you ready? I just need to know, are you ready? I take it from your silence. Yes, let's go. All right. You've been running from the fact of I gave you all the credit and all the praise over your quarterback through his good. But when I brought up the bad, you wanted to move the goalpost. You moved the goalpost so much, I had to bring it full circle. Then that bothered you, so you went back around counterclockwise full circle. Okay, and then you just tried it again. That's cool. But like I said, and I still stand on it. Give him all this praise, all this heat, 2-time MVP, this, that, and the third. But like I said, I don't want to hear about all the extra thises and the that's and the who it is. Because we all know, like you just said yourself, it's a team sport. But with that being said, it's a team sport. When playoff time come around, when they throw them marquee quarterbacks up, what do they also do? They win and they losses, and they're held accountable for them also. And so, once again, my question to you is, how do you defend a 2-5 sub-500 playoff record with Lamar Jackson? Now I digress.
I don't have to defend it. You win games and you lose games. I mean, what do you want me to say about a loss? We're doing a lot of talk about Lamar Jackson's playoff loss.
I just want
Wait
you
a
to
minute,
say
bro.
he's
You
sub
just talking.
500.
I didn't interrupt
I just want you to say he's sub 500.
Excuse me. You just talked. I didn't interrupt. The question was, how do you defend it? I'm saying I'm not defending it. How do you defend a loss? That don't even make sense. You win the game or you're going to lose the game. It's a lot of talk about Lamar Jackson's loss. You know who we're not talking about? CJ Stroud, that you say is better. But when he loses a playoff game, we don't got to talk about. Excuse me. No, you're talking about Lamar Jackson. When CJ Stroud loses, excuse me, bro. I'll let you talk.
How come you can't own Lamar Jackson's loss?
I'll let you talk.
I just acknowledge CJ Stroud's loss.
Excuse me, bro. I'll let you talk.
Acknowledge Lamar Jackson's loss.
I let you talk, bro.
All I've been asking. No, but now
I
you
let
can't
you talk, bro. I let
it's
you
just
talk uninterrupted.
It's just the law. It's just the win.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
You're full of
shit. One at a time, fellas.
I ain't scared to say what I said. You're full of shit.
Okay.
By the power of Grayskull. By the power of Grayskull.
Hey, can I say something real quick, y'all?
Go ahead.
Hey, y'all was just talking about Trent Dilfer, man, and I'm being a big time Tampa Bay fan, man, from the Dungy years, brother. I'm gonna tell you, we got rid of Trent Dilfer, and there's a reason why we got rid of him. Number one, Trent Dilfer couldn't run 2 miles per hour in a snowstorm, and he couldn't do nothing really. He had receivers, and we got rid of him. He's sent him to Baltimore, but did he participate in, I would say, a meaningful way to be able to bring home that ring? Hell no. Do he need to be mentioned as MVP in Baltimore? No. I would say hell no. We got rid of him in Tampa because he couldn't do nothing. We got Brad Johnson. You got Warren Sapp out there. He be trying to talk about, don't talk about my quarterback. But man, Brad Johnson was slow as hell. Hell, even Brad Johnson, to me, Brad Johnson being slow as he was still better than Trent Dilfer.
You forgetting the quarterback in between it, but don't worry. I'll let you not acknowledge him.
King was the best out of all of them.
That's who played Dilfer. But hold on, that's not what we get. That's not what we're talking about, though. The whole issue was the records in the playoffs. And what me and him was arguing about, that he keep ducking and dodging. Yes, he does keep ducking and dodging and want to obfuscate.
No correction. Correction.
I took my accountability with my quarterback.
No correction. Allow me to make a correction real quick.
About your quarterback, his playoff L's.
Allow me to make a correction real quick.
I get the runaround. That's what I get.
Allow me to make a correction real quick. Your issue was playoffs because that's the only thing you can hang your hat on about Lamar.
That's what the NFL hangs its hat on.
Excuse me, bro.
That's what the NFL
Excuse me, bro. Why do you keep cutting me off, bro?
The NFL. No, you said.
Bro, why do you keep cutting me off, bro?
You tried to put that on me, and I'm just correcting
you. Bro, why do you keep cutting me off, bro?
You're allowed to be corrected. We're all allowed to be corrected.
Bro, why do you keep cutting me off, bro?
You might not like it, but you're gonna respect it.
Bro, why do you keep cutting me off, bro?
Like you like to cut me off, bro. Big deal. Get over it. Get it.
Like, dog, every time I try to say something, you going in, bro. Like, let me know when it's my turn, bro.
Your panties out of a bunch. Your panties been in a bunch ever since you came on here. Cut it out. Act like you haven't been. Act like you haven't been. Cut the shit. Cut the shit, Stroud.
ain't even been in the league long enough to be able to even compare to Lamar's amount of.
Thank you. So what he's doing is he's taking the playoffs. Like I said, that's his argument. He's making it about the playoffs, and here he goes cutting me off again. And here he goes cutting me off again. You see how every time we start talking about Stroud, he cuts me off? You see that? See, because that's the only thing he can point to about Lamar. When you start talking about who's the better player, just like my man just said, Stroud has not been in the league long enough in order for you to say he's better than Lamar. That's crazy. How do you play one season and then say he's better than a two-time MVP? That doesn't make sense in any sport.
Statement. I never made that.
That doesn't hold up in any sport.
What I did
I would at least need 2 seasons. You feel me?
For the fact my quarterback
so what he's trying to do is he's trying to hang his hat on playoffs.
For the fact your quarterback is 2-5.
He's trying to hang his hat on playoffs because that's all he can say. He can't talk about his guy in the playoffs because guess what? His guy lost to my guy in the playoffs.
I own that, but you can't own it. No,
so he don't want to talk about that too much. He don't want to talk about that loss too much.
You're obfuscating again. Stop.
You don't want to talk about that too much.
Not you.
We talk about playoffs. So then he had to move the goalpost, right?
I own the fact.
And now you got to start talking about Trent Dilfer. Why is Trent Dilfer even being brought up in the conversation? You feel me? That's crazy.
Shatter. Riddle me this. Shatter.
Bro brought up Trent Dilfer. Like, where did Trent Dilfer come from? That's crazy talk, bro.
I'm not even talking to you right now. Shatter. Riddle me this. Shatter. All right. Playoff record. We got a quarterback that's 0-1. Do we not have a quarterback that's 0-1? Correct? In the playoffs, his playoff record is 0-1, right? Right, Shatter? Right, Shatter? Yeah, we lost to Baltimore. Now,
CJ Stroud record is not 0-1, bro.
Shatter. I'm not talking to you. Shatter.
The record is not even 0-1, bro. How you trying to debate? You don't even know the facts.
What is Lamar Jackson's playoff record in the NFL?
CJ Stroud playoff record is 1-1, bro, not 0-1.
We won to go to Baltimore.
Okay. Correction. I stand corrected. I'm a man.
Like you trying to debate. Like, come on, bro.
Okay. Well, since you wanted to be cheeky about it and go there, thank you. You helped me out. Appreciate you. Well, at least my quarterback is 500 ball in the playoffs. Your quarterback is sub 500 ball. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank
remember
you
when
very
Deshaun
much.
Watson was
I
coming in, right?
appreciate it. I
Deshaun
appreciate
came
it.
in, right? He was shining. He beat he almost beat Patriots that year. He came back. I mean, it was almost a win on there, and they was not putting a lot on Deshaun at that time. Then we got up there to KC, almost got to the AFC Championship. Bill O'Brien destroyed us. We could have beat them. And then, Deshaun, he came up. He didn't just come in there shining, going super, super hard. He won his game, but over the years, you could see he was making a market improvement because he had years enough to be able to get into that playoff situation, knowing what we're going to have to run in these playoff situations. And the hell with hardball, sometimes you're going to have to take that ball down and you're going to have to run that bitch. I mean, just be real. You're going to have to run it. And Lamar has that. I saw Lamar on the highlights last week just paying attention to. And one thing about Lamar, he falls forward. A lot of those cornerbacks that try to hit him, man, they almost scared of Lamar. When he put that shoulder down, man, he like a running back, man. He will run your ass over and make you look really stupid. I don't want C.J. Stroud running people over. C.J. Stroud, to me, is more of a finesse, make you miss, and keep the speed and run to the sideline if he can to try to get away from. But he will go head up with you, but he don't have that power of the running people over. Lamar Jackson will make you look stupid in that secondary, man. He will. That's his strength.
Nah, Trent Dilfer better though.
Man, Trent Dilfer
better than Lamar, Super Bowl wise, ring wise, yes sir, absolutely, 110%. And you can't deny that. You can get mad all you want. You can get purple in the face all you want, but you cannot dispute those facts. You cannot.
So now let me ask an intelligent question.
Jackson wins the Super Bowl, he will forever be known as a sub 500 playoff quarterback.
Let me ask an intelligent question to the panel. Where does the idea of a Super Bowl means you're a better player than somebody? Where does that come from? Because I'm trying to figure out on what planet is Trent Dilfer a better quarterback than Dan Marino?
That's what I was going to get ready to say, Dan Marino, right? Because Dan Marino never won the Super Bowl, correct?
Jim Kelly did.
Lost one actually to San Francisco. Lost one actually to San Francisco.
But was he not one of the Hall of Fame quarterbacks of all time, Dan Marino?
One of the greatest to ever do it, absolutely.
One of the greatest. Only one from that class, if you remember, him, Jim Kelly, John Elway. Only one to have a Super Bowl ring is John Elway, back to back, and that was at the end of his career.
And that was thanks to what's my man name? Terrell Davis.
Terrell Davis. You also had Shannon Sharp at tight end.
And while you own Super Bowl quarterbacks and winning quarterbacks, John Elway doesn't have a good playoff win percentage either. Why you bullshitting? No. He has more Super Bowl losses than he does wins. He only has 2 wins to 3 losses.
I'm still waiting for somebody to answer my question.
He has 2 wins.
My question was.
It doesn't. You have
my question was, where do we get the idea of? Oh, he didn't win a Super Bowl, so that means he's not a good player. Where does that even come from?
Barry Sanders never won a Super Bowl. To me, one of the best running backs, period. Through the tackles, outside, catching the ball, and never won.
He retired too early, though. He retired at 29.
He didn't never go nowhere else, though. See, he didn't leave Detroit, right? He didn't go somewhere else. He was the Detroit all day, similar to look at Megatron, right? Megatron was up there with Detroit, and Megatron, honestly, one of the best receivers of all time. And he probably could have been, he could have went to another team. I'm sure they would have took him. Belichick probably would have took him. Look how he got Moss. He was good at getting some good receivers, but some of them brothers just didn't want to go to another team. And, is it making them any better or less? I don't think so. But I still say Barry is still one of our legends that never did get a Super Bowl, but that didn't take nothing away from his running ability, especially in the times when he didn't have a line. Barry didn't even have a line at the time.
Of course. Like the argument of playoff wins and Super Bowls is crazy. That's like, let's go to the NBA real quick as a parallel. How many championships? How many championships does Robert Horry have, right? How many championships does Charles Barkley have? But who is the better power forward here? Like it's crazy.
I would probably say
That's up for
Horry. I mean,
debate.
I would probably say Horry. Now they ain't taking nothing from Charles because Charles used to get down there and he didn't give a damn if it was Shaq. He didn't care. He would fight anybody. He'd get down there and dirty with anybody.
Robert Horry. Are you serious?
My answer will be with rings or without rings. You see how the nuance of this is going. You see, you just can't have it your way.
Again.
You're never gonna get it your way.
Pull up Charles Barkley's stats.
Well,
look at his career stats, and then look at Robert Horry's career stats, and you're going to tell me that because Robert Horry played on a team with Shaq and Kobe, and then played on a team with Tim Duncan and Ginobili and Parker, that somehow Robert Horry is a better power forward than Charles Barkley? That is crazy talk.
Let me explain it. I've been waiting. Hold on, man. You've been killing it. AO, you've been killing it. Okay, so let me. I know you good. Check it out. Through basketball history, we have seen people put up stupid points, stupid totals. Their stat line is amazing, but they still lose. And these same players, once they get traded, they still do not produce anything. So an individual effort on stats is interesting, but if it doesn't get results, which it never gets results, doesn't matter if it's Carmelo Anthony, Westbrook, James Harden. Who's that guy y'all were just talking about on what's his name again?
Robert Horry?
This next the Shaquille O'Neal. What's his name again? What's that old guy, that power forward? No, not Robert Horry.
Robert Horry.
No, he sits next to Shaquille O'Neal on the show. What's his name again?
You're talking about Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley.
That guy. He has a nice stat line, but he never got the result. And when he got traded and he's played with Scottie Pippen and he played with the center off of Houston, he still didn't get a result. Why? Because he's about stats. He's not about winning. Okay. So I'm still not going to pick him over plenty of I'll pick a whole bunch of players over him.
No, that's not true, bro. That team in Houston just wasn't well put together. They didn't go together well.
Okay.
Kind of like when Gary Payton.
Check it out.
Kind of like when Gary Payton and Karl Malone went to LA. That team just didn't fit well together.
No, that was bullshit.
It had nothing to do with them.
You check it out. You have Scottie Pippen passing the ball, getting rebounds, getting steals. You have center getting rebounds, playing defense. He was the disaster of the team because of how he played.
Again,
hold on. No, it has nothing to do with the team. Either you're working through him or it doesn't work, bro. It's just some players are like that. If you're not working through them, they can't work through nothing. Just look at Westbrook. Look at him. And you understand if you're not going to play the game through how they want to play, they're not going to play. It's just y'all see players like that. It has nothing to do with the team. It has nothing to do with the team. It has to do with them. So I pick Robert Horry over.
Did you watch that Houston Rockets team?
I'll pick Horry over him any fucking day because if I don't play the way he wants to play, we have no chance of winning. And he's not
what exactly does Robert Horry do better? What exactly does Robert Horry do better than Charles Barkley?
Win championship.
Let me say what he does better. He can sit in the corner, go to sleep, and shoot a three at any time. He can get a rebound, have a lane to score, draw somebody in, and pass it out. He's a better team player, bro.
That's never been Robert Horry's game.
No,
that's never been Robert Horry's game.
He gets assists, he gets rebounds, he gets threes. Let's tell the truth about it.
Everything.
If you're talking about standing in the corner and shoot threes, Charles Barkley can do that.
No, let's be clear what I'm saying. If you're not playing through Charles Barkley, he's not going to mesh well with anybody. It's true. Either you play through him or watch him take the shit. There's plenty players true. Like that, bro.
I'm going to tell you why that's not true. Go look at when he was playing in Phoenix. Everything wasn't through Charles Barkley and Phoenix. They had Kevin Johnson. They
How
had
come it wasn't? How
Dan
come it
Marley.
wasn't? That's how he
They
got
had
his MVP. How come it
they had
wasn't?
Tom Chambers. They had Cedric
Nobody
Sabalas.
remembers.
That
Nobody
Phoenix team was
remembers.
stacked.
I
Everything didn't go.
remember
Now
that
he
he
won the
went. That
MVP
he
that year,
ran through
but
stuff. That's how
everything
he got
went
his
through him.
MVP.
Well,
There
okay, he
is
won MVP.
nothing. Listen,
Again,
my question
if
was.
it's my
Hold
thing,
on. My question was.
listen to what I said. If it doesn't run through him, they're not gonna win. And even when it runs through him, they're not gonna win at the end.
Bro,
And
but that wasn't my question.
listen. I'm answering why I would pick the other guy over Charles Barkley. That was your question.
These niggas
And
picking a
I'm
role player
telling you,
over a Hall of Famer. This is wild shit,
it
bro.
doesn't matter.
Hold on, hear me out real quick, bro, and I'm gonna let you
I
have
see
it.
why people are arguing with you now. Because you're not actually
Okay, that's
listening.
great. That's great. But listen,
Okay,
hear
but
me
I
out real
see
quick.
why my homie is talking over you now. Listen, if I want a team, I'm not gonna pick a player that I'm forced to run everything through and the benefit on the
That
stat
nigga
sheet.
Robert Horry is a role player, bro. I asked, what does he do better than Charles Barkley? You said nothing.
Better. He shoots better than him. He shoots threes better
Did
than
you
him.
really watch? Did you really watch, bro? Did
He
you
shoots
really
threes
watch
better.
Robert Horry play ball, bro?
He shoots threes better than him.
Did you really watch Robert Horry play ball?
I did. He was on
To
my
sit here
team
and say
for 2
Robert Horry shoots
championships.
better. Come on, man. Yo, stop.
He
Stop,
was on
bro.
my
We
team for
right
2
back at the dog. We are
championships.
right back at Trent Dilfer better than Lamar Jackson. We right back here now.
He is. He's got
This
the
is the
Super Bowl
NBA,
ring,
dog.
and
This
he
is the
doesn't.
NBA
That's what you're
version
pissed
of
and
Trent
mad
Dilfer
about.
is better
It's
than
okay.
Lamar Jackson. Come on,
He is.
bro.
He's got a ring, and
Niggas is
Lamar
wild.
doesn't. Lamar doesn't. Rings count. Rings matter.
Homeboy
They play for rings.
said Robert
Wake up.
Horry shoots the ball better. Jesus
He
Christ.
does. He did. He's got 7 championships to prove it.
Let me give you the stats. Okay, here go the stats right here, brother. This is head to head. Okay, let's go straight for field goal percentage. Field goal percentage. Charles Barkley shooting 541. Robert Horry shooting 425. We got 3-point percentage. Charles Barkley is at 266. Robert Horry at 341. So Horry is beating him on 3-pointers. Free throw percentage. Charles Barkley at 735 and Robert Horry at 726, which they pretty neck and neck. Charles beat him on that one. And in the field goal percentage, 541 over Robert Horry, 425. Now, when you go into points per game, best season, Charles Barkley's best season was 1988 at 28-3. And Robert Horry's was 96 at 12 points. So,
I know.
You can look at that.
Bro, I keep on saying Charles Barkley is a stat sheet stuffer, bro. We agree. We know he's going to put up points, but what I'm saying is when you put him with other players, he's going to burn down the team. It's just a fact. It's either you play through him so he gets his 28 points and his 10 rebounds, or he's going to burn the shit down. It just is what it is.
Philadelphia, Phoenix, Houston. That was his career. That's what he did, what this man just said. But we don't want to acknowledge that. But like at the end of the day, what do they play for? They play for the rings and the ship. But we don't want to count that. We want to act like that's irrelevant. We want to act like, well, he was a mediocre, sorry, SOB. It is that. Yeah, he's all those things. But guess what else he is that you can never deny? He's a Super Bowl champion. Both of those quarterbacks are Super Bowl champions. But one of those quarterbacks out of the 3 isn't, with a 2-5 playoff record. Miss me with the bullshit you do.
And let me say, anybody that can't win a playoff game with Scottie Pippen, you're the fucking problem. The nigga's gonna pass you the ball. He's gonna dribble. He's gonna rebound. He's gonna play defense. He's gonna hit threes. He's gonna get to the basket. He's gonna pass out of bad shots. If you can't win shit with him, you're the problem. Like there's no argument not to win with Scottie Pippen in that period of time. It's no reason that you don't win.
Okay, the blocks per game, Robert Horry got it over Charles Barkley. And then he also got total blocks at 1,035, and Charles Barkley got 888. So
you're going on this stat line, bro.
I'm just saying that's what he did better, right? You said what did he do better?
Well, no. All I'm saying is I expect Charles Barkley to go to the free throw line a whole bunch more than Horry. Everybody in this chat knows the way Charles Barkley plays. He's going to go to the free throw line a whole lot more. We know he's going to have the ball in his hand for a longer time than Horry. All I'm saying is Horry hits the threes, he plays defense, and he passes the ball. I'll pick him any day because I know if I pick Charles Barkley, I have to run the game through him. And the end result is the same as Westbrook. It's the same as James Harden. It's the same as Carmelo Anthony. It's the same as anybody that's stat sheet stuff their career but never won nothing. That's all I'm saying. And I don't want to pick that player unless it's LeBron James or Jordan.
And what do those two players have that Charles and the other players like in the stat sheet stuffers have that those two players did? Michael Jordan and LeBron James got what? Rings. He doesn't. The stat sheet stuffers don't think about what he's saying.
Not only that, you can play them in different areas of the court. But Charles Barkley, he has to have the ball through him.
If Jordan would have had all the scoring, would have had everything that he had, and didn't do what he did with the Bulls when it come down to championships, would we look at him as the GOAT? That would be the question I'd ask y'all.
No, if he lost those games, the GOAT would have been still Detroit, and the GOAT would be San Antonio would have probably won 2 more. Shaquille O'Neal would have won 1. Jazz would have got theirs.
And I say who looks at him as a GOAT? Because if we going off of rings, and this is what they go by in the NBA, nothing more, nothing less. At the end of the day, I'm gonna take them 11 rings from Bill Russell before I talk to anybody else. Then after that, I'm talking to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, aka Lou Alcindor. I'm not talking to nobody else. I'm not. I don't want to hear anybody else. And Jordan's not even in that conversation. He said himself he's not. So y'all can get off that for real.
Well, on the head up blast, okay, Houston, we 5-1, right? And then Baltimore right now standing at 4-2. So they both looking pretty good. They got Pittsburgh right behind. They right there at 4-2 as well. But they do have more points for Baltimore.
Chef, I told them they got a date with us December 25th. I plan on hearing from these two December 25th post game. And like I told Chuck, all I want to hear was that was a good game. Y'all got in our ass. That's all I want to hear. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing less. They coming to Houston.
So are we gonna hear the same when they put foot into your ass?
If so, I'm a man. I know how to account for mine. Never scared and will not stutter. Will not utter a word. We'll tell you good BG, my dude.
This would be a good game if we hold out to the 25th, and even let's just say we took that loss. I'm thinking if Houston can win 12 or 13, we'll win the AFC South. Y'all ain't really got that much to worry about up there, man. I mean, the Steelers.
The Steelers is the only thing they have to worry about. That's it. That's it.
Y'all gonna win, so we might catch that divisional playoff depending on how we looking. You know what I'm saying? We might catch that divisional playoff.
Hey, Chatter. Guess who Baltimore play this Sunday? Take a wild guess.
Who?
Tampa Bay.
Okay, that should be a pretty good matchup.
No, I got Tampa Bay winning it. Trust me. Tampa Bay has more weapons on offense than the Ravens do, and they can ball control better than the Ravens can. Then on top of that, I'm putting my money on Todd Bowles' defense over Baltimore's defense. Period. Point blank. You see what they just did. You see what Tampa Bay just did to the Lions 3 weeks ago. And we talking about the lines that everybody's raving about right now. I just told these boys the NFC South is not no joke. Quiet as kept, with the exception of the Panthers. You got Tampa Bay, New Orleans, and Atlanta, and they running roughshod over everybody right now. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Yeah, but see, it depends on what kind of defense they gonna run against Lamar, because it's gonna be two things. Now you still got to remember, man, y'all got a hell of a running back team up there, man. Y'all got your boy, your number one, what's his name? What the boy name is? Your number one Baltimore running back. What's his name?
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, D Hen. Now you got D Hen, and you got that other dude too. What's his name? Justin or something. He's cold too now. Then you still got a likely ain't a bad tight end. Y'all got a good defense and a good line. I mean,
well, my pusher man up. I'm gonna get my shit. He trying to. What shit?
if they see that I can see the Ravens beating the Bucks, I think it's gonna be a good game. If I call the line, I'll put it at a 3-point either way, maybe 7 either way. I think it's gonna be a hard game because Lamar can control. If Lamar control that ball, no fumbles, no interceptions, and run that clock like he supposed to, and don't do nothing stupid, no interceptions. If Lamar don't throw no interceptions, and they get less than 4 or 5 or 4 and outs, 3 and outs, it's gonna be hard for Tampa Bay. But if they can shut down that run and shut down Lamar, then they might win. I got
the Bucks by 10. I got the Bucks by 10.
Okay. That's a way to play it. I don't know. I think it's gonna be closer than that, but okay, by 10. What you think, Falco? Would you put money on that? You put money on that?
Real talk, Shadow. Look, Todd Bowles' defense is not scared to hit. They know they got a running back coming up against them. They're not finna lay down like these other teams have. He coaches 11 men to the ball. He's not scared. He's coming after that running game. That passing game better be 100% on point. And I do mean 100% on point for 4 quarters. If it's not, game over.
So who you got in the AFC and the NFC? Because I'm thinking y'all gonna have to. You think about Charles. Y'all got to beat KC and the Texans. We basically in there. I'm thinking in my mind.
Too late, Shadow. They lost in week 1 to them. They already down. They lost in week 1 to the Chiefs. It's us. We got to take care of the Chiefs, and we got to take care of Baltimore. Once we take care of them two, we inside track. We good.
But look, they lost Pacheco, so you know what I'm saying. You got to remember they got some damn injuries over there. Pacheco on IR. They talking about maybe 7 weeks for him. TCL, I think it was. He on IR. So,
bro, do you not know who they got to replace Pacheco? Do you not know who they went and got? They went and got their old killer. They went and got Kareem Hunt back. They got Kareem Hunt, and they got the other old Cincinnati running back from Oklahoma too. What's his name? Something. What's that boy's name? He played Pete Ryan something. Ryan.
They're trying to debate him and shit. Don't even know the fucking.
Hey, don't worry. Don't act like I will get it. What's that boy's name? Pijon Ryan or something from Oklahoma. I know he played at Oklahoma. He's his backup. They still good with their running game at KC. It ain't went nowhere. Ain't no even need to trip. They are good over there. They ain't hurting. That boy will be back, and he's just gonna add to their depth. I feel
the same way. I feel the same way about Keaton Mitchell.
Niggas talking about Derrick Henry. You wait till Keaton Mitchell get back. You ain't seen a run game yet. Undrafted free agent. You wait till Keaton Mitchell get out there for them Ravens. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet, man. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet.
Y'all better quit acting like y'all don't know who Andrews is no more. Y'all acting like y'all got amnesia over that boy. Y'all better get him back in that
He's gonna listen. The ball gets spreads around now.
He's your only workhorse.
Okay,
Everybody know.
we gonna pretend like
Everybody
we
know
ain't see
y'all hang
Isaiah Likely last season. Okay.
y'all passing game hat on Andrews. The whole league, the NFL knows y'all hang y'all passing game hat on Andrews. It's tight ends first, then it's them receivers second. Y'all not orthodox like all other NFL teams. Y'all really
Man, you don't even watch Ravens ball talking that. Stop. You
hear
don't even watch
yourself.
the
You
Ravens play.
act like you understand football and you don't, but you don't hear me complaining when I really know the truth.
I
So hush your
forgot
mouth.
more about football than you know. I
You're
forgot more
disrespectful.
football than you know.
You're disrespectful at this point. I'm 51 years old. Miss me with the bullshit you stressing.
I
Kawasaki.
forgot more about football than you'll ever know, pal, because
Yeah.
there's no way you watch the Ravens play
I
football
hear you,
and
Cleveland. I
say
hear you, Cleveland.
Mark
It's okay,
Andrews
Cleveland.
something something
It's okay,
something.
Cleveland.
Bro,
It's okay.
Isaiah Likely
Everybody
came
has
in
an
last
NFL
season
Cleveland
and
every
put
once in a
Mark
while.
Andrews
And
on notice, bro.
you're him right now on this show. You're the
Mark
NFL
Andrews came
Cleveland.
in last season and put Mark Andrews on notice, bro. You can't just double and triple team Mark Andrews no more and think you solving a problem. Come on, bro. The ball gets spread around now.
Yeah,
Y'all are
Stop
tight
playing.
end oriented
Stop
passing
playing.
group.
And that's how I know you don't
You
watch the
act like
Ravens
y'all
play ball.
constantly had
When you
marquee
say
wide
that,
receivers. Kill
because
yourself.
now
Kill yourself with a
it's
1,000 bullets. You're
argumentative
crazy.
to say
You're
that
crazy.
Mark Andrews is even the best tight end on the team. It might be Isaiah Likely the best tight end on the team now. Just maybe. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying you can make an argument that Isaiah Likely is the best tight end on the team.
Yeah, he's getting 40 or 50 per game, and it ain't just all the time about how many yards that tight end get all the time. What it's about is if you throw that ball to him in that clutch, will he catch the ball? Because if everybody else is covered and that tight end can catch the ball, that is a serious situation, man. And that's what made Kelsey so great. But everybody know him now. They're going to double him, but he's so hard to cover right now. I don't know what happened with him. I don't know what's going on. The Taylor Swift effect got him going, but he ain't doing.
He's still making hay. He's still making hay, Shadow. Don't think he's not. He's still doing his job. Why you think they're still the best team in the AFC in the NFL? Period. And I can say that with a straight face and be honest about it and be objective about it.
I didn't have to take him out a couple times. I got him and Kittle. You know what I'm saying? And he did a couple, but the first couple of weeks, man, he was a liability, man. I picked Kittle up, and when I did with Kittle, man, every week I'm getting something with Kittle. And when McCaffrey come back, now that's gonna open up a lot of stuff too, because McCaffrey got about 2 more weeks, and he coming in. I just made a trade for McCaffrey because he was on IR. They want to drop him, so I
You ain't heard about McCaffrey? Yeah, you better get off him. You ain't heard? He got something going on with his calves or something where it's gonna be like it's a long lingering. It started off with one calf and ended up being in both calves. The Frisco trying to keep it quiet as kept, but that boy might be on the shelf the whole year, bro. Real talk.
They talking 2 weeks right now. This is what I'm hearing from good sources. They saying 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And I'm cool with that.
You be lucky to get 3 games out of him if he come back that fast. I promise.
I would sit him. Remember, he been sitting for almost 7 weeks now. So if he come back at the 9th week, let's think about it like this.
He spent the whole preseason too and training camp. He didn't do nothing. He ain't done nothing all year. Nothing.
Yeah, but you don't never know, because look at Mixon. Mixon went out. You see, Mixon came out. He didn't have the serious type of injury that McCaffrey had.
And he did not have to miss 2 weeks. I'm still pissed off about that shit. Still.
But he's still young, so he can come back off of that. I've seen a lot of players come back off these injuries. Some people can't, but I think because he's young, he can come back. I made a bet on it. It might not work out, but I just think from what I'm hearing, I hear in 2 weeks that McCaffrey's coming back. That's gonna help out Kittle. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna help out their whole team. So I got Kittle as a tight end, so I'm probably a little bit more biased on that. I'm hoping that works out good. But Kittle's been doing good. He's been doing better than Kelsey the last 4 or 5 weeks on average.
Okay, Shadow, real question. Who you got, Green Bay or Houston?
Right now, I'm actually starting Jordan right now as my quarterback. I put because he's actually getting more points per game than Josh Allen. I got Josh Allen But I hate picking players that's going against my team because that could really mess you up in fantasy points. But I just looked at what he was doing. I'm thinking that even if he has a good game in the air, I'm thinking that with Mixon back and Stroud healthy, I'm thinking that we'll probably beat him, but I think that he might get some good points in the air. I'm thinking, he's going to make some good completions.
Okay, minus the fantasy that you talking about, real talk. Who you think go win, Houston or Green Bay? Minus the goddamn fantasy talk. I'm talking pure football. Who you got? Because you know I care less about that fantasy shit.
Stroud ain't let me down as far as points concerned, none this season. Okay, so if you asking about money line, I would definitely put the money line on Stroud this week, only simply because Jordan coming back, he got something to prove, and I think he may very well push a couple passes just to get out, because if our DBs get to rolling hard on him, I believe he might throw an interception. If he throws +1 interception, we win the game, my opinion. Anybody else got any predictions on that? Namo, you got any predictions on that, Charles? You got something on that?
Nah, I ain't got nothing on that. But then again, I'm not even in the States, so I just like, try to catch the game if I can. If not, I got the highlights on the YouTube, on the NFL YouTube channel.
Well, keep following Houston. That's your best bet. Put your money on Houston. You won't go wrong.
We 5-1 right now. Like I say, I think we're probably gonna lose another 3 games for sure.
Hey! Stop talking blasphemy, bro. You and me cool. Stop talking blasphemy. I don't like this.
We could drop 4 and still win the damn AFC South. We could drop 4 games and still win the AFC.
Let me find out you skeptical too, man, like the rest of the nation. All right, I'm gonna have to put you in that boat with the middle finger, bro. It's Houston against everybody else for real. We not taking those 3 extra losses. Do you not see how we're gelling and coming together, and we are a fucking cohesive unit as a team? This dude's got us playing like a fucking cohesive unit, with the exception of that bullshit that happened in Minnesota. And that was the only one I was willing to concede. I didn't like the way we took that L. We got our asses smashed. Smash gas on. I own it. But the rest of the way, if you really look at the schedule and look at how we moving, come on, who finna hold us in the AFC South? Nobody.
But
nobody.
Shattered. Hold on a second. I think what AL's trying to say is, let me put it this way. First, I think what Shattered, but AL, what Shattered's trying to say is, first and foremost, just secure the playoff berth, win the division, and then we'll take it from there. All right?
That's the only way I'm looking at it.
How many times, specifically the Texans, have we had great quarterbacks and we be getting ready and go to the playoffs? We got this game in the bag. Let's say we don't have it. But then let's say we got the damn playoffs in the bag. We'll leave our quarterback in there for some garbage time. Then, he wind up falling down and bust his ankle. And now we got to go with some bullshit.
That was under the old dumbass. That was under the old dumbass cracker regime. We're not under the old dumbass cracker regime. We're under the milk dud regime. Never forget, the milk dud regime is all about team first, family second, football kicking ass third, and not necessarily in those orders.
Well, yeah, see, one thing about D'Amico know when to take Stroud out the game. And whether that's in the
He took him out last week. And so I was like, what you doing? He said, exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. We winning. And I don't care. I don't care that you only threw for 20 some yards with 2 TDs. What we got on the ground?
You got to keep your starters healthy.
What we got on the ground? Damn near 191 yards between 2 running backs. We are good. No, you gonna stay healthy. If I got anything to say about it. And Stroud didn't even trip. I'm reading D'Amico's lips when D'Amico's telling him, sit down. We're good.
Sit your ass down. We need to keep you healthy for the long run. Trust me.
that goes back to the point of what the angry black man was just saying, though, bro. Think about it. Now, remember what he was saying. Think about like Stephon Diggs. Diggs had a lot of problems at his last team. A lot of problems, right? And then now he's coming to Houston. He's a great receiver. But it's one thing to be a great receiver under a certain type of architecture that you're not being able to agree with your quarterback. If you open, your quarterback do not want to throw you the ball, that's going to make your receivers mad as hell. Now, Diggs was talking shit to Stroud one game. They got that shit settled. Because, man, look, it's going to be spread out. Nico going to get his balls. Stephon Diggs going to get his. Like, everybody get their own lane and be happy with it because, once again, you can't just be – this is a team sport more so than basketball. Basketball is a team sport too, but you got to sometimes just go out there and take the double just so Nico can catch you. The next round, we're going to hit you too, bro. You can't be mad every time when you put your arm up. Okay, yeah, you was open. All right, we'll get you the next rip. I can't have you mad on the sideline. Who was the worst at doing that? Your boy from Dallas. What his name was? From East
CBON?
The East Texas, man. You know what I'm talking about. Boy from East Texas. He was a Cowboy, Oklahoma State Cowboy. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about? He used to. You remember Dez Bryant? Remember?
What about him? What about him?
Remember how Dez would get so mad that he didn't get the pass, and he'll get on the sideline, he throwing his helmet. Man, that's not gonna help us.
You talking about diva shit? Yeah, we don't have that problem with Diggs, and I'm really racking my brain to what game you talking about because they really didn't have a conversation like you thought they did. They was actually on the same page. Diggs has been nothing but straight up. I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you. He's been nothing but straight up exceptional. And doing taking role play jobs and doing leader work and coaching these boys up. Man, dude.
It was an early game. Him and Stroud had got into a little situation on the sideline. They even had they brought Diggs in on Channel 13 and Fox 26 down here, and they even asked him about it. And he squared it up. He took accountability for it. And because they had said, we seen what you had that problem with. I think he was the Bills, right? So he was like Josh Allen. He had that same problem with Allen, I believe. And they was like, well, we don't want him coming down here getting into it with Stroud. We know what we got with Stroud. All you got to do is catch the ball. And he took responsibility for it. And they asked Stroud about it. Stroud said, hey, man, ain't no problem. Diggs is here to play. And Diggs said the same thing. So I respect that. A man can be able to accept his accountability for it. And guess what? We can run all kind of reverses. Diggs running reverses. He run out the backfield. Diggs, I mean, he damn near throwing. I think they might have did one where they did flea flicker, let him throw one. He's that type of receiver. And as long as he stay healthy with him and Nico right now and Mixon, our line stay healthy, man, we can go a good, I say 12, 13 games, man, you know what I'm saying, win. We just need to go ahead and find that play to beat Baltimore. And the 25th will be the season. That'll tell us. And if we going in, we're going to have to see them twice. So we're going to have to beat them in the regular season, and we're going to have to beat them in the playoffs.
If we do not beat these fools on December 25th, you talking about the rest of the season is going to be a haul. And I don't even want it to be like that. And everybody's thinking I'm crazy, but yeah, I'm really stuck on stupid right now. I'm thinking 16-1, man, like for real. I'm really thinking. I'm thinking about some shit that ain't nobody else thinking about right now. I'm really thinking 16-1, one game at a time. We took out one L. We good. We know what it's like to lose. Feel what it feels like to lose. We ain't trying to lose.
These Johnny come lately teams, man. Yo, y'all crazy. Yo,
this from the perpetual habitual chokers. Okay, all right.
Dudes be on losing squads for years. Then they have one good season, and now all of a sudden it's 16-1. All right.
Dude, win, lose, or draw for me every year is Houston, and fuck the rest of y'all. I don't care what you think or what you say or what you
All
believe,
right.
dude. I know what I know, and that's
Oh, I
all I
can't
care
wait.
about.
So
All
they
you
play us
care about is
Christmas.
purple. Like all you care about is purple. I don't care about nothing but red, white, and blue Houston. Period.
They say Houston play Baltimore Christmas.
Yeah, catch your Christmas Day at my house,
Yeah.
fool.
Oh man, Charles, I'm gonna need you to have this open up, baby.
Yeah, for real, for real. Ain't
Somebody
no
gonna have their
games being
feelings hurt.
played. Ain't no games being
I
played
told
on
you I don't
Christmas
even.
Day.
I told
I
you I don't
kick
even
you.
get serious until it start getting cold. That's when football matters. Oh yeah, baby.
No,
Somebody gonna have some explaining to do.
see that's where you wrong, and that's why y'all 4-2. Football started week 1 when you took that L. That's when
Bro,
football started, and
I
football
watched
started
the
every
team.
game every week,
I
all the way
watched
to
the
the end.
team not score a touchdown for 5 straight weeks, end up winning the Super Bowl. Week 1, week 8 doesn't matter. Talk to me. Talk to me when we break out the hoodies permanently. That's
But
when you know what you got on your hands.
I hear you talking to me, sweet.
When
I
you
hear you
when you
talking to
start
me,
getting
sweet.
into late
I hear
November,
you talking to
December,
me, sweet.
that's when you're gonna know what your team is for real.
I hear you talking to me, sweet, but I ain't buying it.
think about the Patriots. Remember the Patriots when they went the whole season, did not lose one game, and then when
undefeated, and then
it went to the Super Bowl, what happened?
Thank
they
They lost
you.
lost to the
Thank
Giants.
you.
because
Excellent point.
The first of 2 Super
you
Bowl games
need
between the two teams.
you need a loss. You need a couple losses just to know where you is weekend, and you need
We
to be able
took
to.
our L. We took our L. We fine. Thank you very much. We
Look,
took it up the ass enough to know we good.
you gotta
That's
take
a
a.
perfect point you just made about that 16-0 Patriots team, bro. That's why I say week 1, week 10, that's great. But when you start getting into late December, January, that's when you know what you got.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, and
don't
now
really know what you got in week 8.
and then your injury is
Yeah.
gonna come up to it at that point in time too. That's when you start saying, "Well, we're gonna sit people, even if it might mean we may lose this game. We've clinched the division. We may be working to try to get a better seed, and let's say we're gonna try to get a bye. But you know what? It doesn't really matter. You know, sometimes I might have to sit some brothers on the side because we might have to take that loss. We might have to because I know we already in the playoffs. These dudes we might be playing, they ain't got no chance to get in the playoffs. They looking to hurt CJ. I would take CJ out. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I would, bro, on certain games at the end of the season because you're going to start seeing attrition when it comes into that 17 games, man. You're going to start seeing people getting hurt. And that's that's the difference between when you get in the playoff. You need to
Hey,
be able to handle
football, and
your hurt
I
players.
mean playoff, regular season, preseason, regular season, postseason. It's different. It's a different scenario, different situation. Because the postseason, that's that's seriously a war of attrition. Because
One loss, you out. It ain't
one loss
basketball.
you go, one loss you go, or like one player, one player could get hurt bad, and his playoff run is done. That's it for him. You
Over,
got to make
especially
sure.
if CJ's get hurt.
That brings me back to the point of 2-5 overall playoff records for the current quarterback of the Baltimore Ravens. Yes, he's a great superstar. Yes, he's a 2-time MVP. Yes, we love all those accolades. But can they own the failures too? Can they take accountability for the failures and not pass the buck?
Now, when CJ Stroud don't make the playoffs or he lose in the playoffs, we're gonna
Mm,
revisit
mm,
that statement.
mm,
Watch
mm,
how it's
mm,
gonna
mm,
watch
mm.
how it's not gonna stay on
Mm,
CJ Stroud.
mm, mm, mm,
Watch how
mm.
he gonna start
Mm,
talking about
mm,
other shit.
mm, 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 mm,
I want
mm,
everybody to
mm.
remember this now. Just
Shame,
make a mental note of it.
shame, shame,
Just make
shame,
a mental
shame.
note of it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Just make a
Shame.
mental note. Because if
Mentally
they don't
noted.
make the playoffs
Mentally
or
noted.
they lose in the playoffs, we're gonna
Mentally
come back
noted.
to this
Yeah.
conversation here. And
Mentally
watch how the
noted.
goalpost is gonna get
No,
moved.
no,
We're gonna
never,
start
never,
talking about Trent
never,
Dilfer all over again.
never,
We
never,
we
never.
gonna
That,
we
that
gonna start
stuff
talking
you
about Joe
do.
Flacco all over
That
again.
stuff
You
you
feel me?
do, good
Watch.
buddy. That
Watch.
stuff you do, good buddy. That stuff you do, not me. I take accountability. I take ownership. 500 football playoff wise for my quarterback. What is your quarterback's record in the playoff?
Homeboy
Once
said they
again,
going
I ask
16-1. That's how
again.
you know this
I
man ain't serious.
ask again. What is Lamar Jackson's playoff record? What
Homeboy
is his
said
record?
16-1, bro. That's how you know
Here
this
we
man is not
go.
serious.
Here we go. No, this man here won't take accountability for shit neither. I
Oh
see
man.
that shit.
I'm pulling up
Yeah.
to that game, bro. I'm pulling up to that game.
You
We at
guys are
home.
wild.
Look,
We
hey,
at home.
hey, y'all. Let's take this over to BGS and be classy, man. He's starting the open session. I'm gone. I love you. I love all y'all. You good with me, angry black man. I love you to death. You ain't shit though, but I love you to death, nigga. Hey, catch you on the 25th of December,
Go ahead.
nigga. Buckle up, nigga, on the 25th. You too, Chuck. I ain't scared of neither one of you niggas. Bye.
Hey, y'all just need
Hey,
to put some
don't
money down.
worry. Foot's in the ass for everybody. Don't worry. Foot's in
Hey,
the ass
Yo,
for
speaking of
everybody.
which, I'm just
Charles,
speaking
I'm
of
pulling
which, let
up
me
to
get
the
this
game.
foot. Yo,
Charles, I'm pulling up to the game on the 25th. Matter of fact, I did not know it was gonna be home, but now that I know that, I'm gonna actually go ahead and in there and go and get my tickets now because I know the tickets gonna be ridiculous. So if I
Oh,
get
you
them
know
now,
it's gonna be. It's gonna be Lamar Jackson and CJ Stroud again.
man, it's gonna be the
oh my
shootout,
god.
y'all. Man, two of the best quarterbacks
Oh
in the league.
man.
And that's the rematch from the playoffs. So you know, man, I'm gonna go and get my tickets, bro. And that's why I'm trying to tell AEL, hey, you know what's the best way before everybody get into all their favorite teams and all that? You know what the best way to do it is? Just put your money down. Just put your money
Put your
down.
money where your mouth is. Put
Yeah,
your money where your mouth is.
you know, win or lose, put your money down.
And I just need to get this foot out my ass because I need to take a good long shit right now. Just get all this bullshit out my system. Ooh. Ugh. Ooh. Man.
Man, look, this picture I got on there right now. Charles,
Yeah,
when
that's
we
dope.
played, okay, I put this picture on my community tab and I tagged you in there. And I knew that this was going to be one hell of a game. And it was. And I think we played y'all in Baltimore because we won. And y'all, I think y'all had a better record than us at that time. So we had to go see y'all. And I knew, you know, when it come down to cold, that's why I figured we do need to get those wins because I do not want to go to Baltimore in the fall to beat y'all on a playoff game. I would much rather have it in Houston. Now, can y'all still win in Houston? Hell yeah, because it's gonna be pretty much warmer here, and we can close up our stadium and make it real nice. And you know that's gonna make it good for all our field goal kickers, just in case it come down to 3 points.
Wait a minute. Houston's stadium has a automatic roof.
Yeah, we got convertible. We convertible top out here.
Okay,
We got
cool. Yeah, you got a convertible top, right?
yeah.
Got
So
an
you know,
automatic roof, all right.
I'm thinking like you know, if it came down to it, if we had to go back to Baltimore and play them in that cold wind, because I know it's gonna be cold as hell up there. I'm sure it's probably getting cool up there right now, Charles. Where y'all at? You know,
Shit, the
it's
worst place to ever play. Shattered. You know good and well, if you're an NFL historian, one of the worst places you wanted to go to play football in the winter was in Cleveland. The old Mistake by the Lake Mistake Stadium. Remember
oh
that
yeah,
place?
Green
Mistake by
Bay.
the Lake.
Green Bay is
Green,
bad.
Green Bay?
Cleveland is definitely bad. Green Bay is
Especially
bad
back
as
in the day.
hell. The Bill,
Minnesota?
Buffalo is bad.
Buffalo.
Minnesota got Minnesota. They got a cup. They got a dome. But
First of all, Buffalo was so bad, Rick James had to get the fuck up out of there when he was young.
Buffalo so bad. The last game that we saw was a blizzard. Was in Buffalo. I mean, you get tackled, man. You know, all you see is snow in the helmets, man. You know what I'm saying? And usually those games are gonna be a running. It's gonna be a running fest. You know, you could barely. I remember seeing some of those Buffalo games. You couldn't even see the ball as they was throwing it. The blizzard, the
It was
stuff.
so bad. I bet it was so bad that all the players who had visors on their helmets needed windshield wipers and shit, right?
Yeah, you better not wear no visor, man. You better not wear no visor. You gotta have that.
Dude, if you don't wear the visor, you're gonna get snowflakes in your eyes. That's
Yep.
no fun either.
Yeah,
That's no
but
fun either.
you gotta play. Like if you don't play with a visor every game, like and that's how I am. I was superstitious as hell. You know what I'm saying? Anything, I wear my same pads, my same cleats. I do not want to change up. If you wear gloves, if you wear gloves in practice, you wear them on the game. If you don't wear gloves in practice, do not put them on in the game. It's like superstition. You don't never want to do nothing that gonna affect your play in the game. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not used to it. I wouldn't
You
want
gotta
to wear
break them.
no.
You gotta break them in every once in a while. But my thing is like, if you're gonna wear, I say motherfuckers should be wearing visors more often. If you remember what happened to Orlando Brown Sr.'s eye, that's more of a reason to put on them visors. That's more of a reason to put on that visor. If you remember Orlando Brown Sr., not Junior, but Senior. Remember him?
Well, I think that the eye protection is more so better. A lot of people wear the visor, especially running backs. Running backs will wear the visor because they don't want the linebackers to see where their eyes going. You know what I'm saying? And that's important.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But then again, you have 3 forms. Some of them got the clear one. Some of them got the little bit translucent, hazy one, and then you got the ones that have it like pitch black and everything.
Yeah, or the amber one with the amber one. That one's good too. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it's what they call the polarity of it is, you can see better, and then they can't. It's like it's almost shining
Smoke.
back at you. You
Yeah.
know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
The amber one. Yeah. That's even better because instead of having to wear the blackout under your eyes, you can wear that sometimes. Some people got like I don't know if there's ever been a player who doesn't wear the blackout under the eyes because they got an allergic reaction to that shit. But that visor is a lot better sometimes for some people.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of people doing it now. Back in the days, it was big. Everybody used to put it. They say, well, it helps with the glare, and then it gives the people it's a second eye. So when you're looking at
Ricky
it,
Williams was, I remember Ricky Williams especially had it. I remember he wore that shit on his visors. Jim McMahon, he had it on his visor later in his career.
I'm looking at it like this though, bro. Anybody, I was telling AL, and this is real, bro. Think about it. Lamar Jackson. I'm sit here and I'm telling you, I'm a film guru. I sit and watch film, man. And when I see your quarterback leaning over on linebackers and cornerbacks, making them just fall to the ground, and they're not getting the tackle, Lamar will run them over and still get yacked. Yards after contact all day on them. And I would not want to I've seen what he's done to people. I would not want to just put money against Lamar Jackson in any way, because Lamar is A1 ready to go. You know what I'm saying? For sure. And I think he gets a lot of flack because of the playoff wins, but at the end of the day, you can look at a lot of the games that Baltimore has played where they have actually gotten some really horrible calls. And even after y'all beat us, Charles, and y'all had to go and see KC, man, them referees killed y'all in that game. They killed y'all. I was mad because I didn't want to see it. Y'all won, straight up on us. And man, y'all went and seen KC, and man, they was cheating for KC on that game, dog. And I was like, I didn't want to see y'all lose like that. And I had my money on Baltimore. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. And when they played like that, that was some whole ass shit. I didn't like that shit, bro, because I was like, they some kind of money. I don't know who got the money on Mahomes, but man, they had that money on Mahomes.
Man, you'd be surprised how many people have their lives destroyed because of bookies and shit like that. And this is not just in football and everything. I've seen this in other sports, like people betting money and all kinds of shit happens out.
Well, look, think about it. You shaving points off the game. I saw one referee, right, and it was like I think the line on it was 230 yards. The referee literally, it was like one of the last plays of the game. The referee literally got in the way of the ball, damn near caught the ball himself. And they was like damn near tackling the referee. And I said, man, you know what? I bet you that ref had some money against that. You know what I'm saying? Like, just make sure he don't get 260 yards.
You sure it wasn't a situation? Shit happens. Just saying. Just being a devil's advocate here.
I forgot what the guy's name is. I'll pull him up. He's got a couple of shorts. He's a real big short guy, and he does. You may have seen it where he does these on the field experiments where he'll take a play from the league, he'll show it, and then there'll be like a play where the ref just absolutely got in the way, or like there's no flags, the man holding, and they'll show it on there, and then he does like a back and forth, right? And I'm like, you know what? You can go ahead and look at a lot of them. It's got Patrick Mahomes where they either be holding, Mahomes like was sitting up there. They got the hole right beside him. The man and straight tackle the man, and no one throws the flag. And there was a lot of that on Baltimore. After y'all beat us, Charles, when Houston got beat, and y'all went and seen them, man, they was holding a lot of y'all defensive ends and defensive tackles so hard. You can see the jersey, man. They tackling them. No flags. Mahomes just running that quick little 5 yards, boom, boom, and they, running the clock out on you. And it was a lot of cheating during that game. So, I don't got nothing against Baltimore, man. I think y'all is one of the greater teams in the AFC right now, especially with the Steelers doing what they
right now.
The Steelers come head to head. Y'all gonna beat them Steelers, man. Y'all gonna kill them Steelers. So y'all gonna win y'all division. Anybody that
Mike
say
Tomlin,
Baltimore gonna win, it's crazy.
All I can say about that is, like, Mike Tomlin better pull something out the ass, because obviously, even if they lose that team, even if they lose to Baltimore, they got to keep it tight, Because,
Well, no, Steelers is grabbing some people right now. This is the trade deadline, so I've been hearing a lot of murmurs that the Steelers are about to pick up a couple of receivers for the trade deadline. But they also talking about they're gonna get rid of DeAndre Hopkins in Tennessee. They were saying they was gonna make a play. I don't know where he's gonna go. They were saying he might go to Denver, and they was also saying that he might go up to the Steelers. I'm not sure. We don't need him. I would have liked to get him back. He had got some serious injuries, but I would have liked to get him back in Houston. But with Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, I don't know if we really need no more receivers right now. I think we just need to solidify our running game and make sure that we got some extra running backs, ready to go. Because Ogunleway and we got a couple of dudes, but Mixon, he's getting hurt.
Hey,
it's not a problem.
And you can't.
But,
I mean, that's the thing about running backs. You can't just rely on one. You need to have at least like 3 or 4 in rotation. That way, everybody cares.
Derrick Henry is so good that even you got certain running backs, it's hard to hurt them, man, because they run.
I know it's hard to hurt them, but you want to make sure you keep them as healthy as possible. Reduce maintain like a level of longevity into their careers, because running backs, they have the shortest career in the game, right?
Angry Black Man, who is number 2 in Baltimore right now? Running back.
ABM? I think ABM
Justice
working.
Hill.
Justice Hill.
Justice go hard too. I picked him up a couple weeks ago, and even though D Hen was getting his money, Justice Hill was going hard. He ain't no slouch. He catching the ball and he running.
I ain't saying he ain't no clouds. I ain't saying he ain't no slouch.
Dog, you know what? If you watch the film, watch how he blocks. For him to be little, he blocks his ass off, man.
Well, he's got low center of gravity. He knows how to, he's got low center of gravity, compared to other cats.
He's not
he's
scared.
shorter. He ain't scared to get in your face. He ain't scared to get in your face. So
nah, he's not.
He has no problem, blocking for you. So he's doing he's doing his key. I just think Lamar should trust him a little more with the ball.
You saying Keaton Mitchell? What were you talking about, Keaton Mitchell? He got 2 more weeks out or what?
I didn't say that.
No, Angry Black Man, you was talking about Keaton Mitchell. I'm looking at him on the fantasy league right now. He's available in my league. Is he? They showing him out though. Is he coming back this week, or what are they talking about him?
I think ABM's working.
Charles, what you got any line on Keaton Mitchell? Is he coming back this week, Charles, or what? Because they showing him out.
I think he'll come back early November or mid-November.
Okay, because I'm looking at him. He's a free agent right now in my league. I might pick him up as a 3rd running back just to flex him out, maybe a little bit, but because D Hen is already gone. I did pick up Hill, and I had to drop him, but Hill's been doing good too. It just depends on it, because y'all get so many yards with Lamar, And if they shut down D Hen, Lamar get to running, they start backing up, and then they get the ball back to D Hen. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got so many weapons.
Yeah. Let's not forget that offensive line. Because like I remember I remember seeing a T-shirt back in the day. It was showing like it was a sketch of a football play going on, and it said that all the talent in the world will get you nowhere, will take you nowhere without your teammates. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. There ain't no I in team, and it's not a cliche, especially in football.
But you can rearrange some of the letters to spell me. I just had to be a dick about it.
You're right about that one, man. Hey, look, I want to change the subject, man. It's off topic, but I guess kind of on topic. The political shame and blame game, right? Now, I don't know if you guys have seen this, okay? But our favorite MSNBC contributor, Joyless Reed, Joy, she has actually came out and said that the reason why that black men are actually taking their vote serious now and actually speaking on stuff is because that she called it out directly. She said it's Black Manosphere podcasters are swaying the vote against Kamala. She said that on MSNBC. Did you guys get a chance to see that?
I'm not surprised because I'm not surprised she would say something like that. I haven't seen it, but if that's what she says, I'm not surprised.
Oh yeah, she called it out directly, and I have not seen them say anything about Black Manosphere, anything. If they do, they just say, a group of disjointed incels and men that are mad at women. She never said
followers.
Yeah, she never said Black Manosphere podcasters. Those three words were never said in succession. And she said that, and she prefaced it though, where she said, hey, you know what, black men, y'all have just won. Y'all, I'm gonna pull that video so y'all can see it. Man, she said, y'all black men have won. Y'all have said that y'all is not gonna be voting for nobody unless they coming on with it. Well, Kamala has just given y'all what y'all want. So black men, she tried to throw that in there like, oh yeah, y'all is really, y'all getting what y'all need now. Kamala has told y'all she's gonna
backhanded compliments.
Yeah, that way. And she was like, we know it's just you, and then y'all just really was waiting on somebody to say something for y'all, and that's what y'all supposed to do. Y'all ain't supposed to give your vote up for nothing. And in the same tongue, she said, we know it's just the Black Manosphere podcasters that's making all this noise about this. And I was like, man, you couldn't even give brother a compliment without trying to throw us down at the same time.
It's called a backhanded compliment, fam.
A straight backhand jab slap on us, man. I'm like, you know what? You've been talking about all this here for years and years. I mean, even I don't know.
You need to pull that. You need to pull that goddamn video up, man.
All right, hold on. I'm finna go get it right now. Hold
on. I can't believe this shit.
Oh yeah.
All I can say is this funky bitch.
I'm pulling it up right now. Hold on. Let me get it.
Joy Reid of all people.
Please,
the nerve of this bitch.
Credit. Give us our credit, please.
If the nerve of this bitch.
Yeah. You're not even ADOS.
The truth of the matter is she's actually Congolese and she's Guyanese.
So why are you talking about
Congolese?
Why are you talking about Black American men? Well, you're not even ADOS.
Well, she has a right to talk, but I'm just saying I'm not saying she doesn't have the right. I'm just saying that
anything
she says most. What I am saying is,
I'm gonna put it to you this way. You're Eritrean. Did you talk about? Do you ever tell Black Americans we should get over slavery?
That would be the biggest disrespect for me to do that.
Just like we don't disrespect you about the civil war that
Colonialism?
y'all had, the civil war that y'all had at your country, right?
No, that was Ethiopia, but also we had
In
the Independence
Ethiopia
War or
and
the
the
border
Independence War.
conflict
Well, the Independence War. That would be
or
disrespectful to
colonialism.
me, right?
Yeah.
So
What I'm
why
saying
is it?
is, no, what I'm saying is, fam, is let her run her mouth because at the end of the day, the bitch is irrelevant. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
That's what I'm going to try and get at. Thank you for hearing me out, brother. She's Congolese. She's Congolese. She's born to a Congolese father, Guyanese mother. She may have grown up. She may have been born and raised in the U.S. And the only thing about her that's American is the last name of her white husband. But
And that's another thing. I'm glad you pointed that out. God damn it, name it, you're brilliant. That's another thing.
What would you do without me? I'm on the outside looking in.
That's the part about me. You married to a white man. You've already given up on the system.
Her last name is Reed. It's not a black man she's married to.
Yeah.
Wait, let me check. Let me double check, make sure. Because I do know I do know she's like non-ADOS. You see, it takes an Aries to see through the insanity of a Virgo the brilliance he has. You know what I'm saying?
That has to be.
She's not really bald. What she's doing is she's rocking the blonde Caesar. That's what the fuck it is. Okay, her real name is Joy Ann. Her maiden name is Lomena, Lomena. Her father's from the DRC. And her mother is a college professor, nutritionist from Guyana. Her parents met when they were graduates, and when they were students at University of Iowa in Iowa City. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, she's got some controversies, like deleted blog controversies and shit here. She's married to a Jason Reed. Let's see what the Jason Reed character looks like. I think he is white. Oh, no, I take it back. Her husband's black.
Oh.
He is black.
About to say, because don't you talk about black men, especially if you ain't married one.
She's married to a black man, but is this motherfucker ADOS? Let's find out. He might be ADOS. Jason Reed is his name. He's a documentary filmmaker. Let's say about this motherfucker. They got 3 kids together. I stand corrected here, folks.
We actually correct ourselves. She's married to a black guy. Is he
She's married
ADOS?
to a black man. Is he ADOS? I'm not sure. I'm just looking. He's a senior documentarian for Discovery Channel. That's what it says here. He has a LinkedIn channel, and he's been with Discovery Channel. He was with Discovery Channel from '99 till 2011. He briefly worked as a freelancer for NBC. He co-founded a production company with his wife. In 2005, they co-founded Image Mad Media Group. Oh, the man has he's won a People's Choice Award for a documentary called Dirtbag.
Dirtbag. What the fuck? That sounds like some
Documentary.
progressive. That sounds like some progressive shit. He's a dirtbag.
They got 3 kids apparently.
He's a dirtbag. What's the soundtrack sound like? Dirtbag. Starring Dirt
Charles, come
McGirt.
on now. Charles, come on now. You already broke 3 of my ribs like that way. Come on now. I just finally got my ribs healed, all right? I don't need to re-cracked. Doc says one more hard laugh and I might die. I might break my back by accident.
The Dirtbag. Starring Dirt McGirt.
Hey, we don't disrespect the memory of the dead like that. Come on now. Now, if the movie was called Old, Dirty, and Stinking, he would have approved.
Dirtbag. Old dirty bastard. Like Tom Stewart.
No, it's Dirty and Stinking. Because remember, you used to say, it got to be Dirty and Stinking. Shit. I remember motherfuckers used to ask me, yo, Neighbor, how you been? How you doing? And man, I said, Old, Dirty, and Stinking.
Gotta be Old Dirty.
Hey, ODB was one of my favorites.
What a good
Oh
time.
man, this is a picture of him and her back when her hair was black and he had cornrows.
Lord. They look ethnic as fuck.
I don't know if he's Congolese. He look like he might be Caribbean or something. I don't know. You can never be sure. Look like somebody dropped an anvil on John Staley. You remember like in the old cartoons, you drop an anvil on somebody that end up being short as hell?
Yeah.
This guy's a short motherfucker too. He's got to be like.
I met Joy Reid I actually met Joy Reid at BlurCon, which was funny.
How tall is she actually in real life?
You gotta be like 5'4" or 5'5", average woman height.
This motherfucker might be like around the same height. Or might be 5'4". This is like 5'6". So I stand corrected. Yeah, she is married to a black man. But
you can see her running down the aisle. Black man.
They've been married since '97. Let's see. He's a writer. He's currently a writer and editor based in the NYC after graduating with a BA from School of Visual Arts. He worked for, it says here he worked for Discovery. This is from the U.S. Sun. Got to take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. Stayed there from between 1999 till 2011. He was a freelancer for NBC between 2012 until 2013. It was Jason Reed. I'm like, oh, he gets mistaken for ESPN writer Jason Reed. Not to say no relation.
You all niggas. You're all related to your own niggatry.
Yeah. But let's not forget, this woman, we understand what this woman's doing. She's just caping for her girl on some dumb shit.
Of course. Anything less would be silly.
Even Simone Sanders, who admits she couldn't work with the bitch, is caping for her.
Yeah, and Simone Sanders used to work for the Chapati tribe. And apparently the Baltimore Ravens. So,
if Orlando Brown from Senior were still alive, he would take a good look at her with his bad eye and say, "This bitch full of shit, motherfucker." This bitch
Zeus.
full of shit.
Good old Zeus.
No, not Zeus. What's his name? Odin. Because in Norse mythology, Odin had to sacrifice one of his eyes.
Oh yeah, when he got hung up on the world tree. Tree.
Yeah, this is an ugly ass one. I mean, this is a very. This one is very contemptuous. She has a lot of contempt.
She hates black men. Probably because she hates her blackness. Because she never knew love like this.
Salamat
Some of the
Wolfbane,
most
how you been?
Some of the most contemptuous women you'll ever find are women that are actually married. It's some of the funniest shit ever, I tell you.
Do you remember what Chris Rock said in Never Scared? You can never make a woman happy.
Nope, don't even
That's
try.
why he said, brothers, don't even try. I mean, the reason why she's always angry is because you weren't her first choice.
Nope. Don't even try.
Can I chime in on that?
Go ahead, please.
I've disappeared for a while because I was in the middle of some extracurricular activities.
Okay.
And I'm going to say this.
Mm-hmm.
There is absolutely no difference when it comes to many of these, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it, black women. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter your ethnicity, your family heritage, your economic circumstances. Dog, they are all the fucking same.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I literally had to tell somebody this, like, yo, you know what I mean? I got a wife for all this.
Yeah.
All right, I found it, Charles. It's a short clip, but she's explaining it here. She's saying exactly the reason why all the disinformation is coming from Elon Musk and the Russians, and then she throws in manosphere podcasters right behind it, right here.
Get the fuck out of here. Can we play that?
I got it shared in the back, Charles. You got to bring it up.
Give me a sec.
I think I remember when she said that.
Trying to beat up Rocky Marciano. Keep my undisputed title.
They're already making their excuses for the loss. I think this is going to be a landslide.
I hope so. You know what? I think we should throw a party.
A landslide which way?
All right, here we go. I'm gonna play it. Let's see if y'all can hear it right quick.
Is from Joy Reid. Or mass acceptance of American fascism. Trump and Republicans, backed by far right-wing billionaires like Elon Musk, and right-wing media and anti-woman manosphere podcasts are creating social media and anti-woman wing billionaires like Elon Musk and right-wing media and anti-woman manosphere podcasts are creating social media or gaming social media apps like X, Twitter in Trump's favor and pumping disinformation into the brains of Trump supporters.
Now she just said anti-women manosphere podcast, which she has never referred to that as anything that would sway or do anything, because remember, we're just all women haters and no one agrees with us. All the Simpsons gonna vote for Kamala. She said specifically, manosphere podcasts are disinformation built by Elon Musk. Elon Musk I ain't never seen Elon Musk on a manosphere podcast ever.
No.
No.
Not even a white manosphere.
Yeah, not even on the white manosphere. So you know who she talking about? She talking about Black Manosphere podcast, and we're being told here, gaslit, saying that our vote doesn't matter, our views does not matter, who we respect and what we require does not matter. and yet they're giving you this, and then she comes out and says, hey, you know what? Black men, y'all won. Did y'all not just hear her say she's gonna give y'all $20,000 for a black men forgivable loans for $20,000? Okay,
It's just fair what she's offering.
that is straight bull. And even if that was the case, y'all, think about it.
This is the same lady who said she wouldn't do a damn thing in particular for black people, and least of who we know that's black men.
And those loans are not going to go directly to black men. We're going to have the same problem that we have now when we try to go and get these damn loans as we had before. And they said, well, we're going to give them.
And put it to you this way. Well, you're going to have the same damn problems as you have now with people. Hold on. You're going to have the same problems with people who can't even get the fucking $750 from FEMA.
Which lets you know who that 75 to 100 is meant for.
But yeah.
And also,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say also, this is just weak damage control because of so much blowback that Obama got when he wagged his finger at black men last week. Pissed off a lot of people. Yeah, he pissed off a lot of people. So now they got to come back with this bullshit as damage control, and nobody's buying it.
Is that better?
And those loans, brother, those loans. Now, what we really having a problem with as black men, because people always say, oh, black men, they just want a handout and this and that. We don't do that because black men, we ain't looking for no handout. We work for our money. You know what I'm saying? And we are the ones that constantly have problems getting loans. We are the ones that constantly have problems getting the contracts in certain areas over the illegals and the migrants. We constantly have problem with this. So if that was strictly for black men written up in her plan, but it is not. It is not strictly for black men. She said black men can benefit from this. Okay, but she didn't say it's strictly for black men. She said, yeah, black men can benefit from it. Yes, we could benefit from the loans that's already available now. But who are they giving them to overwhelmingly? The migrants that just came here. Who do you see on these work crews with this infrastructure plan? Who do you see on these work crews? The only black man I see on the damn work crew is the man flagging the traffic. I'm being straight real, bro.
Motherfuckers putting the cones. Those are usually what?
The lowest money on the totem pole.
Yeah, don't have to
no,
pay
whether nationality, ethnicity, for most of the time.
What'd you say, bro? Yeah,
I said the ones who place it, the ones where the ones who be putting the cones for the roadside construction and shit. What is their ethnicities usually?
It's mostly brothers, and I've seen some women that they would hire a couple of chicks doing it. You know what I'm saying? Not no chicks that you would think would be, not many chicks want to go and do that. And not many chicks, especially in Houston, gonna stand outside on the pavement 150 damn degrees. But you'll see a couple of it. The only time you see black people on those roadside construction jobs is normally it's black people that's running the signs and holding off the traffic, which is one of the most dangerous jobs out there, to be honest with you.
And real quick, I think it depends on what sector of the country you're in, because I'm out of Chicago, as everybody knows.
Yeah.
And I mainly see they're probably legal. I mainly see Latinos do it, probably mostly Mexican, because that's who has the contracts here in Chicago, Illinois. So that's what you see most of the time. So they're definitely legal, but that's who they tend to hire out here. The Venezuelans or / South Americans, they haven't quite gotten up there yet. They got a lot of work to do before they can get to a full legal status. But that's who's doing it out here, man.
See here, that's the difference, right? Because here you go. You would think that, right? Because these is union dudes, and you'd be like, okay, well, these dudes, they got their papers. A lot of them do not, bro, especially the framers and a lot of the plumbers and even some of the electricians. These dudes will have a contract house come in for the union house. They will have that contract, man, and those dudes will be straight illegals, man. And you'll have like maybe their foremans, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them, I ain't gonna say 90% of them is illegals. I would give it a good 70%. The other 30% is going to be the dudes that's running them, and they would even have union house jobs that they can get away from not being able to hire the citizens by using the contractors. And who do they hire? 70% of their workforce is illegals. 70% is, but they're not illegal anymore because, you know, they got a job. They got a job.
It's cheaper. It's way cheaper because remember, these companies, what is the most businesses are focused on one thing only, profits. And
I'm
that
gonna give
means
you
they gotta cut. They'll cut costs any kind of way they can.
Do you remember Geraldo Rivera?
How can I not forget Geraldo? Oh, sorry. How can I not forget Geraldo?
Yeah, Geraldo Faldo. Or Geraldo Faldo. You know, he had one even worse. And his take, Charles, I'm not even going to say nothing. I'm going to pull this video. I want y'all to listen to it and tell me what do you find completely upsetting about what he said. Because I was like, bro, if I was sitting in a room with him and he said that, me being a brother who is actually a contractor and do work, I would have called him out right then, bro. The way he said what he said, brother, I'm finna pull it up right now. I want y'all to tell me what y'all think, because I was like, man, Geraldo, he can't possibly think like that. But you just watch this. And he's supposed to be a liberal. He's supposed to be, oh yeah, blackity black. I'm with the, I'm with the struggle. Black Lives Matter. You just watch what he said about black jobs.
Really? Charles? Oh, Charles will be back. Hang on. I mean, good and well, that motherfucker is. Nah.
Anybody talking?
Just me. I'm here.
Yeah, y'all go ahead. I'm about to find this video to pull it up, man. Y'all just keep on going, man. I'm finna pull it up right now.
Yeah. ABM. Just what's your take on all this? First of all, as far as Lado goes, because last time I checked, he's not really a liberal, is he? Never thought of him as such.
I think it's going to be a landslide for Trump, honestly. I don't think it's going to be close. And I think, I think the Democrats are just in panic mode and they just don't know what to do. And I think this whole thing with the this black man plan that they just came out with the other day, like I said, it was just damage control because Obama just came off very arrogant and condescending to black people, particularly black men.
It was a suicide mission, man. They sent him on a
And
suicide mission.
he just pissed people off. And they saw that he pissed people off, so they had to come back with something. And people are just not buying it, and it's weak and it's late in the game. If you really gave a shit, you would have came out with this months ago. So hey, I think they just throwing haymakers at this point out of desperation.
Haymakers? More like wild swings.
Yeah, they just swinging blindly, man. You know what I mean? Like it's like a being at bat in baseball. You down by 9 runs, you just swinging at anything at this point, hoping to get a hit. You know what I mean? And they're gonna fucking lose big. That's what I think. I think Trump's gonna be back in the White House come January.
Unless something happens. But unless something happens, you never know. Motherfucker might kick the bucket, and then some shit happens. Anything can happen. With this shenanigans. I'm not saying that something will happen. I'm just saying a lot can change. A lot can happen. A lot of unexpected shit. If somehow she wins, though, they are going to still want to whip black man's ass. They're going to look at you like, time to get the switch.
I'm counting on her losing, and I'm counting on them blaming black men. I want them to blame black men.
Yeah, I understand that. But if she were to win, I'm saying, just to play devil's advocate, you know they're gonna look at black men collectively sideways and say, "What the fuck were y'all hoping was gonna happen?"
Hey, I mean, yeah. So either way, I mean, you're gonna think pieces are gonna come out. The TikTok videos, the YouTube videos are gonna come out. So be it.
Yeah, they're gonna probably just gonna laugh in your faces.
Well, that's what they want. That's why they wanted to win. I mean, come on, man. We don't have to sit up here and keep playing this game like people actually believe she's a black woman. You know, these broads just want to play this game because they just want to just laugh at black men. That's really all this boils down to.
Laugh in the motherfucker's face, it's like, you know, like that one time. What's his name? Marshawn Lynch said this once. He said, like, after that fucked up play at the Super Bowl, first thing he did was get on the sidelines. He took off his helmet, looked at the head coach, and just went laughing in his motherfucking face. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? Because he knows, hey, I'm part of the I'm part of the dumbest play in Super Bowl history, and I know who's behind that mess.
Well, come November 5th, somebody gonna be laughing. All I know is I'm gonna have all my devices open. I'm gonna be on different platforms. Because if Trump win, I'm gonna be trolling my ass off.
You might as well be doing the electric slide while you're at it.
I'm gonna troll I'm playing Prince 1999.
Oh no. I got a better song for you. A better Prince song. No, actually, no, I'm not sure. I'm thinking like Billy Jack Bitch, maybe. But maybe that's not the right song. Or I'm just probably gonna bump Pussy Control just to be a pain in the ass.
I'm gonna have to find some song. I know it's a better song, a better fitting song out there. I'm gonna have to find one, but right now it's gonna be Prince 1999 because I'm gonna party my ass off. I already took a vacation day. I'm off that night, dude.
I was a month and a half old when that album came out, if you can believe me. If you can believe that, I was a month and a half old when that album came out. So, I mean, 1999. That was a good album.
Okay, here we go. All right.
Hey, welcome back.
Can y'all hear me, fellas? I got knocked off there. Yeah, I got knocked off.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I've been having some issues with yeah, been having some issues with StreamYard, but who the hell doesn't, right?
StreamYard is getting really weird with their shit. Like they updated, like they was it.
Yeah, things were a lot easier when. Now I understand you can go as long as you want with StreamYard, but back when it was Google Hangouts, man, you only got limited time. But I don't remember having all these problems.
Google Hangouts.
I
Google
know.
Hangouts?
I forgot. Google wanted to do something else with it. That's all I know.
They had a good thing going, but they had to fuck it up.
And that wasn't a bad. They had a cap on it. You couldn't go anything past 8 hours. So I'm like, okay,
we had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
we had a lot of fun back then. It worked.
Because now that it's StreamYard, motherfuckers got 14-hour streams. I'm like, come on, man, y'all tripping, man.
How you been, Wolfman?
I'm all right, man. Had a little bit of a busy day, but I got back in the house around 9 o'clock, and I went, I hopped on YouTube. I hop on YouTube before I hop on the damn TV. I'm like, let's see what's going on in the black manosphere, since Joy Reid refused to call it that. And
did she say black manosphere, or did she go
no. I'm
black
saying
manosphere?
that's we all know that's what she was referring to, though.
Mm-hmm.
None of them say black manosphere. That's what's the one that got fired from MSNBC? Who mentioned Kevin Samuels and Tariq Nasheed? Tiffany something or other. What's it called? I can't remember her name, man, because she's gone now.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, please do. But
Tiffany,
she's another one.
She was MSNBC.
MSNBC or CNN. I want to say MSNBC. And
Tiffany Cross.
Tiffany Cross. Yeah, I remember Tiffany. I couldn't remember Cross. She's another one.
Tiffany
She
Cross
was referring to the black manosphere when she was talking that shit. They never say black manosphere. They never specify the brothers in this space. They never take it that close. They don't cross the line. You notice that?
Yeah.
I'm
looking at this woman. I'm looking at pictures of this woman, right? She's 45 from Ohio, and looking at the pictures, clearly she is a very resentful and contemptuous woman.
Which one?
Tiffany Cross.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I was looking at pictures of Joy Reid a while ago. I was like, this woman is very. She is not a happy person. She is not a joy to be around.
That's no pun intended. Joy Reid, no joy to be around.
Joy Reid. I know you. No, go ahead.
No, I knew you were referring to Tiffany Cross. I was just.
Yeah.
I was trying to.
She is not somebody you want to have fun. She's not somebody who's willing to have fun. When she sees you having fun, she just wants to fuck your shit up.
She wants to mess it up. Yeah.
She wants to mess it up, leave you the fuck. She don't know when to leave you alone. She don't like it when you happy. It's like, how dare you be happy?
Finger wagging. How dare you crack funny jokes and drink beer? No.
Hey, you remember that movie Guess Who? Bernie Mac with Ashton Kutcher. It was like a
that was a loose remake. It was a loose remake of Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
What about it?
If you remember, that was that one scene after after Bernie's wife and his daughter just left the house and they stayed at the girl's house at one of the girlfriend's house, and they were like in the backyard, all them women just laughing, drinking, smiling, having some shit, right?
Yeah.
And the girlfriend's husband comes out, and he just like lets them know, listen, I don't know about y'all, but some of us got work in the morning. And he just grabs a pitcher, looks at Bernie's daughter, just pours something in and says, I pay the bills in this goddamn house. Because men understand there's a time, but the point I'm trying to make is like men know there's a time and a place to have fun. And we also consider everybody. Women just don't give a fuck half the time.
Yeah, I think men are a lot better at not mixing business with pleasure. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna give you a story. Like my dad, he was still alive and shit. God rest his soul.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my culture, folks. I know I'm not ADOS, but the men would always have a hangout spot. The married men will always have a hangout spot. It's either at a coffee shop. It was usually at a coffee shop or something like that. A coffee shop or a bar. They'd meet, have some coffee, talk shit, spit politics. If somebody's got some newspaper, somebody just got the newspapers, they would share the paper and whatnot.
Yeah.
They talk this shit and whatnot, and they don't bother the women. The women, they got their own thing. Like they meet up at somebody else's house and have the traditional coffee and shit, and they do their thing, right? And that's how it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
There's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah,
but everybody respected each other's shit. Now, unfortunately, like if say something came up, my mom, if she couldn't call my dad, this is before cell phones, she would send me or my younger brother, because we're the oldest of us kids.
Oh,
she would send us like, yo, go get your dad. Yo, I need you to let your daddy know something. Even when we were teenagers coming home from school, when we came home from school, if we were going someplace, I said, hey, can you swing by where your dad's at and just let him know this, that, and the third? I said, yeah, sure. But when I went there, I would go in there, right? But before I went there, I said my dad, I greet him properly, but then before I could do anything, as protocol, I would greet all the men and everything like that, out of respect and whatnot. And they're like, and they were like, look at my dad and say, yo, that's a fine young man you got there. That's your boy? Yo, who's wait? And when I say hello to everybody, I say, wait a minute, whose son are you? Oh, okay. Hey, come here, young man. How you been? I haven't seen you in a while, whatnot.
When they find out whose son you are, it's like, oh, hey, come on over here. Yeah.
Come on over here, baby boy, Especially when I became a teenager. Hey, you grown up, man. How you been? How you been? Always asking about my studies and shit. But the point I'm trying to make is like, there was a time and a place for everything. Just women, just nowadays nobody respects each other's shit.
Village mind state. We lost that village mind state it's over here too, man. It's in the black American community as well. We're getting further and further away from that.
I mean, what do you think Chris Rock was talking about, Bigger and Blacker, when he said, like, do you notice that a black man doesn't go straight home from work? No, he's got to go somewhere. He's got to drink some. He got to smoke some. He got to hang with his boys. He got to watch the game. He got to do what he needs to do to get situated for all the talking he gonna get when he comes home.
Yeah, all of it.
I mean,
the wife nagging and the daddy. All of that too.
Shit. I learned a long time ago. Leave my dad alone when he came home. If I was ever going to talk to him, first of all,
it's just my personal opinion, man. Kids, again, I'm talking black community, man. 8-0 or non-8-0, FBA, non-FBA. It look, man. From the looks of it, if they had a good father, kids tend to love their black father more than they do their black mother, man. You know how many black households I've been in, and that man will walk through the door, and all I hear is daddy, 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 daddy. Well, when the black mother walked through the door, they wasn't necessarily disappointed to see her, but you don't hear mommy, 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 mommy. I don't hear that.
Nah.
They love that man. They love that man.
Yeah, I know. But when you was coming up, whenever somebody's mom got off the bus from the grocery store or some shit like that, everybody had to go help her, get her stuff inside.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I mean. She got her props, but it was from a different perspective. She had, she got the matriarchal support. Absolutely.
Everybody had their thing, especially the grandmothers. Somebody grandma coming, I'll say, oh shit, yo, let me go help my grandma, big mama, such and such with big mama,
I don't care how rough and tough and from the hood a dude was, when when Miss Elaine from the house next door said, don't walk, springtime, summertime, don't walk across that lawn, or don't walk across that grass. That's what it was. Don't walk across that grass, baby. Okay, I've been keeping it nice for a while. I'm the roughest, toughest, gun-totingest, drug-dealingest nigga. Do you know he would not walk across that grass?
He no respect.
Yeah.
Because the whole neighborhood whooped his ass. If some young whippersnapper was testing everybody, they'd be like, yo, son, come here, I need to talk to you. And they take him in the alley and just beat the hell out of his ass. Boy, you know better than to be stepping on the grass like that. That's me such and such. You want to get such in trouble?
What is that? That's something for me. Oh, I got an alarm going off. I forgot. I was just anticipating something. I don't know. I ain't worried about it. But I'm hanging out with you guys. Where everybody else go? Why is it just me and Neymar? Charles, what you doing?
I think everybody's a little exhausted right now because we were having a very lively back and forth about football.
Oh, did I come in? Did I come in on the 6th hour? Damn.
No. Let's go. I'm having fun chopping up with you.
Did I miss football talk?
Did you say you had? We were talking about the Ravens. They were talking about the Ravens and the Texans and stuff.
Oh, I would have wanted to chime in there with the Bears because them motherfuckers are looking good. I can't believe it. 4-2.
They had to they got rid of Justin Fields because that was a problem.
Well, Justin Fields is a good quarterback. He didn't fit the Bears offense. So yeah, they did right letting him go. I would agree. Yeah. What's his name? Caleb Williams is much more a fit for the Bears' offensive scheme. I think you can clearly see that. Yeah.
Not to mention, it was just like also like that offensive line just didn't give a fuck about Fields, but Caleb, they're gonna protect him like
they're gonna protect him. Yeah.
Because there was that. I guess because what is it? You got to have like respect and trust for each other, the camaraderie. Yes, Justin didn't have it, but him going to Pittsburgh is cool. Just problem is, it's just him and Russell Wilson. I think Russell Wilson's just coasting right now.
Yeah, Justin Fields is starting for the Steelers for a while, but when I was checking out the highlights last week, I saw number 3 running around the field. So is he back starting? Do you know? I'll look all this shit up later, man. But is Russell Wilson back in the starting position?
I think he is.
I mean, he is a superior quarterback, but if he's coming down and play, because he's a veteran now, Justin Fields is only in his fourth,
fifth
season, something like that.
Fourth, something like that. Yeah, something like that. He's just coming. He's coming into his own.
So we'll see. They got a winning record right now, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, absolutely, indeed.
Everybody just needs to get their. Everybody needs somebody just to bust their ass every once in a while.
Yeah. A couple of undefeated teams. Did Kansas City lose? I don't think so. I think it's Kansas City out of the AFC and Minnesota out of the Minnesota Vikings of all people out of the NFC, undefeated. Are you serious?
Actually, Snowman would have a soundbite where the commentator goes, "Are you kidding me?"
Right? Yeah, he would.
Yeah,
I haven't spoken to him in a while.
Russell Wilson. That's Russell Wilson, number 3.
You looking him up?
Yeah, I was looking at the Steelers roster, their jersey numbers, everything. That's Russell Wilson, number 3.
He's the first. He's the starter. Second string is Justin Fields. Wow, never thought I'd see that. Not so soon in his career.
I think it's more like because Russell's the more seasoned, is the veteran.
Yeah, he's a veteran quarterback. Absolutely,
so
he knows
gets Fields. Yeah, so I'm thinking Mike Tomlin just like letting them give them giving each other some time, each player some time, each guy some time on the field.
Let's see what they can do. Yeah.
See what they can do,
It's a nice little 1-2 punch, though, man. Justin Fields is a quarterback built like a linebacker. Shit, that's a big dude, man.
He's not to be fucked around. He doesn't fuck around. It's just that just had to run for his life in Chicago.
Yeah, he did.
That line, the offensive line, they were described like just a row of mannequins, just letting the players, He's like, shit, got to run for my life. Yeah.
His last season with the Bears, I think they said
that just shows you. It just shows you either somebody said something that shouldn't be said, or communication just broke down between him and the OL, and the OL was like, "Oh, all right, we got you. We said we got you. We got you, Fields."
I don't think it was maliciously done. They just didn't have a great offensive line. They're just now working on that.
That too.
But do you know Justin Fields was the most hit quarterback without the other team getting called for a penalty in the NFL his last season with the Bears? Now he got some penalties to go his way, but he was number 1 on the list and they showed it. They showed the footage of it. Justin Fields getting hammered and no whistle will blow. Getting face masked and what's it called, horse collared, and I'm like, where's the whistle? I don't know why they was hating. I don't know why they was hating on him like that.
Yeah, 4 years, Ohio State. Oh, he's from Kennesaw, Georgia. Okay. This motherfucker's a Buckeye. Okay, I'm looking at his stats. Player info: 6'3", 227 pounds.
Yeah.
His hands are 9 1/4 inch. That's his hand span, 9 1/4 inch. His arms are 32.5 inches.
That 227 isn't too bulky to be. You said he's 6'3"?
6'3", 227.
Yeah, but that's why he looks so big. He's 6'3". That's pretty tall for a quarterback.
Shit. what's his name? Cam Newton. He's 6'5".
Yeah.
That's a big old boy.
That's why
Russell Wilson, 5'11", 206 pounds.
when them dudes
Yeah.
try to bank his ass.
What'd you say, Charles?
When them dudes try to bank his ass, I forget y'all not Baltimorean. When they try to jump his ass, guess what? You don't realize how big Cam is till you come up on him.
Man, he handled what 3 or 4 of them dudes by himself. He even held himself back. He held himself back. He was about to kill them boys out there.
Yeah,
they were boys. That's the point thing. It was teenage boys. Him against what's like
Cam
3-4
calmed down
boys.
from younger years because Cam would choke the shit out of you in a practice.
Yeah. With an open hand. He didn't ball his fist up. He shoved him off with an open palm.
Imagine if he would have hit him.
Discipline. Yeah. He restrained himself.
Cam Newton and Steve Smith, when them boys there, man, one of my partners, man, he went and played for Carolina, man. And Steve Smith beat the man up so bad in practice, man, I felt bad for him. I said, man, Steve Smith, you don't want to mess with Steve Smith. Him and Cam, boy, them boys were not playing out there, man.
You talking about the old wide receiver?
Yeah, he was the wide receiver. I believe not. He was the wide receiver, but I think I forgot his name.
He was a slot receiver for Carolina and Baltimore.
Okay, all right.
Steve Smith, and it was another dude, man, I cannot think his damn name. He went to school with my kinfolk, man, and he actually got drafted. He went out with a big poke chop. Can't remember his name, but Steve Smith whooped him down in practice so bad. And I was like, bro, you know, you can't be just running up on Steve Smith. One thing about Steve Smith, he'll fight anybody. Practice in the game, you know what I'm saying? You hit him late, he not finna wait till after the game. He finna hit you right then.
Yeah, Steve Smith he's a very good receiver, but he was kind of angry. He was an angry dude.
Yeah, I was looking for that. I was looking for that Geraldo Faldo. I could not find it. It seemed that they may have scrubbed it, or I couldn't find it. I'm trying to find it, but I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna keep on looking for it, but I'm gonna try to find it. But I'm gonna give you the lay down. Rob Smith was a brother on News Nation, was a commentator. I think Cuomo, Smith, and it had Geraldo up there. And he was saying,
I'm looking up Steve Smith. He's like 5'9", 195 pounds, but he could still fight. He could still scrap because, born and raised in L.A.
But look, what Geraldo said was this, and Rob Smith was up there. Rob Smith, the brother, he was like, well, now that you're supporting Harris and, you're supposed to be a Republican, you're supposed to be Trump's best friend, all this here, but you supporting Harris, you're like, well, he was like, man, well, I don't see why black men would ever support Trump. That's what Geraldo was saying. Rob Smith said, well, man, you don't know a lot of brothers, and speaking as a brother, and I'm in the hood, I'm in the streets, I can tell you for sure, I see a lot of brothers, they're not being able to get jobs because, as the more millions come over the border, the less ability for us to be able to come out there and compete for the jobs that they're giving to the illegals. Geraldo sat there and said, man, well, be quiet. He basically tried to shush the man and said, you know what? He said, well, black men don't want to work these jobs. Black men don't want to be plumbers. They don't want to be no landscapers.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
And I'm looking at him. I'm like, bruh, you saying this with an open face. Do you know how many black brothers are tradesmen and contractors that have to fight hard as hell to get a contract over them? And then he said, you know what? It ain't the fact that black brothers do not want to work these jobs. We want to be paid compensarily for our work.
We want our righteous pay and benefits.
You want an honest day's pay, but the thing is, they're trying to undercut y'all. That's why they're bringing in the illegals, because the illegals, it's cheaper to pay them because they got no paperwork. You don't have, even though they're getting paid and they pay into the system, they just can't get in the system. Even though they're getting taxed, they can't seek benefits like y'all can. They just undercutting y'all because it's all about profits. And to maximize profits, you got to reduce costs.
A lot of them come over here. A lot of them come over here, and people make fun of it. And they, comedians have made jokes about this for years, right? They make the jokes. Oh, you see some Mexicans. You got 20 Mexicans in one car, and they stay in the house. It's whole 3-4 families in one house and stuff. But when they come over here from hellhole Venezuela, hellhole El Salvador, you name the Southern American diaspora hellhole. When they come over here, they like, man, we gonna work. So yeah, they're gonna put them in there, and they can stay, you know what I'm saying, 2-3 families in there, and they can split that bill. So they could be like, you know, when they come over here, they ain't saying, well, they gonna sit up here and bargain with the big time contract foreman about how much money they're gonna pay. They're gonna work that job for whatever the price is. And brothers going in there, okay, yeah, we got our trade. We want X amount of dollars for the trade. They have a trade, especially in the union. They have the start off pay, whereas the first year apprentice pay, which usually, depending on where you at, it's about $17 to $20, depending on what the trade is. The elevator men get paid the most, and then the boys on the oil field and the boys offshore get paid a lot too.
I need to say this real quick. Number one, about Black Americans. This is the reason why it's different to be ADOS. And no offense to people who are not, but I'm going to speak some facts. Number one, we're one of like 1, 2, or 3 people you can't deport, because a lot of us we have deeper roots in this country than 90% of
we're at home. Yeah, we're at home. Yeah.
And not only can you not deport us, but some of us, right, who owe $2 on child support, you can't even get a passport.
But guess what they do because they can't deport us? Guess what they do?
Mass incarceration.
There you go. All you got to do is look at a cop the wrong way, and you're doing some time.
Free labor.
But go ahead.
A lot of you end up working less than $1 an hour in prison labor.
And remember,
anybody remember the old chain gangs back in
of course,
back in in the South during Jim Crow?
Worse now. At least the chain. Okay, go ahead, Carl.
Sorry. I'm gonna give y'all back the floor. And remember, Kamala was known for that because there's a lot of privatized prisons in Cali. So let's look at this one. Here's another thing. A lot of Hispanics do not pay into the system, even the ones who are here legally. They always send their money back home.
Yeah,
that's another issue. When you pay for, you're not coming into a community to spend money with Black folk. You're not even coming. When y'all get jobs, y'all talked about the construction workers, right? How many of those construction workers are contracted by your cities, and they won't even hire a Black man on it? They'll actually get like they'll get their women to hold the signs.
Yes, they will. I've seen a lot of them have the women now on the landscaping crews working weed eaters. And I'm like, damn.
But yet, how many Black men could do that shit in the city and give you a hard time to go?
Shit, man. Look here, not many, because you think about it. If you got the city already giving these sweetheart contracts to these people, and then now we already got a problem with these work crews. That's why I told my uncle. My uncle was like, man, y'all got that infrastructure bill Biden bringing out. Y'all you should be able to get on with a lot of them contracts. I was like, Uncle, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. This is straight up, this is real deal Holyfield. Man, on them road crews, bro, when they doing the lights or they doing the concrete or they doing the streets, bro, they are not hiring us, man. They are not. They're not.
Nope.
You'll see a few of us scattered here and there. You'll see a few of us scattered here and there because they don't want to get smacked with lawsuits. You don't see no Black men. There's going to be some lawsuits, man. So they scatter us about here and there, but it's not enough.
Even here, I'm gonna give you a prime example. When Sylvester Turner, before rest in peace to Sheila Jackson Lee, right? She was going for mayor, but before brother, what's his name? Damn, I just forgot his damn name. The mayor of Houston, okay, Sylvester Turner, he had gave some contracts out to a lot of brothers, right? And even when he gave out these contracts to these brothers, some of these brothers, you know what I'm saying, hadn't had their business, you know what I'm saying, for 2 months. These LLCs they was doing, they just did a fourth ward contract right here in Houston, right on 3rd Ward, 4th Ward area, where they was redoing this park. And they redid the park. I think they gave them over $1.4 million. Nothing against the brother, right? But here I'm gonna give you a guaranteed reason why I'm saying this. Now that guy got that contract. But when that brother, when Sylvester Turner gave him that money, And that contract, when that brother got that contract and they went over there and they were supposed to put all these benches, these tables, all this stuff over here and redo the whole place. What they did was they poured a whole couple of slabs of concrete for $1.4 million. Couple of slabs of concrete, didn't put no chairs, no tables, no benches. They got nothing but some studs up out the ground with some steel studs and nothing but concrete. Who do you think that he got to pay that $1.4 million to pour that concrete? Do you think it was brothers that was pouring the concrete? No, it was Hispanics. Okay, even then when we did get the contract, our brothers, they went and got the cheapest dudes they could go get, which was the Hispanics. And so even when we do get the contract, we got corruption so high in our city that we don't even hire our own damn people. We go and get the cheap people too. It's crazy.
Yep. Save money. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do it too. You're right. Was it Shatterstar? Yeah. You're right, man.
I mean, Shadow, what did I say earlier? What did I say earlier? It's all about profits. They are going to undercut as best as it's going to be maximizing profits, even if that means they got to reduce costs because it's labor costs they're trying to reduce.
Think about it. Okay, Charles, you in the security, right? Now, I told you I was there at the concert and when they had the big thing where we had a lot of people got hurt, you know what I'm saying? I was there for majority of the time. I left right before the major thing with the Travis Scott debacle, right? Okay, and a lot of the heads of security was saying when they start bum rushing the damn gates, right? They were saying, well, don't tackle the people, don't do nothing, let them bum rush the gate. I'm like, well, man, if we security, and this is my job, I am here to protect the people who are paying to get into this and make sure that, you know, it's protected. They were telling us, hey, man, if the people want to bum rush, let them bum rush. Well, you know, you're supposed to be crowd control. So you look at this right here and you look at how many people that was there. So you look at it was so many people hurt and things of that nature. Now, let's just say you is running a contract, Charles, and you had the contract for, let's just say, stadium security for Baltimore. Okay. And all your boys is in there. You hire. Who are you going to hire, Charles? Are you going to hire 50% brothers? Are you going to hire 50% everybody else? Who's the best for the job? Or are you going to go to your brothers who you've already trained, you know that they are ready to go, that can handle this crowd control, and that will be able to handle the contract? Who would you hire?
Number one, I'm going to hire the people I train first because I know the capabilities. Number two, I'm going to go into the next realm of the best possible. Because
and if you do that, right? So if you got that contract for Baltimore and it's this 1 year, so you know you might do the contract for the games, and then let's just say, okay, once the season is over, y'all have concerts. I'm sure y'all have concerts and stuff at y'all stadium. So now you want to still be able to continue to get jobs after that first season, right? Because you want to lock in your contract. So if I'm that guy, if I'm you, I'm thinking in my mind, what would I do? I would make sure, hey, you know what? If we had to go ahead and put the Sergeant Slaughter on a couple of these dudes to make an example out of them, we would never be in the point where we had a Travis Scott situation where now we've got people that are being trampled to death because people don't want to tackle. They got mad at us, man, you ain't supposed to tackle them. You ain't supposed to. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? They are rushing. We have to do something. You know what I'm saying? What we going to do?
I'm going to go by de-escalation and liability. A lot of people don't like to hear that because, first of all, the liability of a lot of this shit is what fails a lot of places.
So would the liability be higher if we allow them to trample 7-10 people to death, or would the liability be less if we just tackled a couple of them and they got hurt because we busted their knee or something, you know, versus 10 trample deaths?
Number one, they had bad planning to begin with. That's what that situation tells me. They had a lot of bad planning to begin with. Because first and foremost, how many people per security officer did you have?
Well, in the morning, in the daytime, right, when it first started, they brought us in, and it was 3 crews. Our crew was basically the morning crew. So we came in, and I did about a good 6-7 hours. We was there for a minute, and I would say on our crew, on the Coca-Cola gate and on the blue gate and the yellow gate, we had probably about 50 men on each one of them gates. So we had about 150 in our crew, and I think it was about another 300 men on the other sides of the gates. So I think altogether we probably had about 500 in the event security with about 3 different security teams on that. So we had about a good, but it was 100,000. Man, it was so many people down there. You know what?
Is this the Travis Scott thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you were there.
Yeah, man. I was on duty before
really?
It got crazy. Before it got really crazy. It was getting crazy then. But when I left, because he was like, man, you ready to clock out? We were getting out. I'm like, all right, bet. I was over there tackling people. They were like, man, you got to go, man. You can't be tackling these people. Man, come on, man. We got your check, man. You know what I'm saying? They cut my hours. But, I hurt my damn knee tackling a couple of these motherfuckers. But I'm like,
exactly.
After it happened, I went home. And when I got to the crib, I started looking at the news. And all I started to see was ambulances coming in there, and they were saying, man, it's at least 10 people trample deaths. And I was like, man.
Ouch. That's terrible. Hey, did Travis Scott and his team get smacked with most of the lawsuits, or was it the promoter?
I think Live Nation was the biggest. Yeah, it was the biggest one. They were selling a lot of the tickets and doing the promotion. They built a lot of the stages out and got everything right. They got Travis on a lot of it, but Live Nation took a big hit on it as well.
Yeah,
they did have to pay. They paid, and even Travis Scott came out and apologized, and he took a big hit on it. But they made good money. I mean, but like Charles was saying, the liability, it don't matter how much money you make. When you have a couple of deaths, man, the liability on that, my guy, it's like, shit, you could have made all the millions, but man, that liability, say, bro, you really lost on that deal.
Yeah. You're supposed to lose your life at a concert where people are meant to have fun and party. It's not, I understand it happens. It's not supposed to, especially to that capacity. Like you said, a dozen people lost their lives.
Yeah, man, and you had people that, even kids, it was kids, like, and I was like, well, damn, why is you bringing your kid to a Travis Scott concert?
Yeah, it's not appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying to Charles, and Charles, you made a good point, the liability. So at that point, we make a decision, right? If you the CO and you running the show and you see that it's gonna be a problem, and you like, well, man, are we going to do less security and let them bum rush our fucking line? If we're supposed to be garrisoning this area and securing this area, are we going to tell our security front line to let them run in? Or are we going to say, you know what, go ahead and just go and tackle a couple of them and just make an example out of a couple of them? You know what I'm saying? Bring in HPD, because we might need to bring in our liaison. So we might need to tase a couple people. We might need to do some stuff, but we're going to have HPD come in. So now the city can have some liability in that as well, because we had a detachment of HPD there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
they didn't have a funnel program. Like, where are these people going to go once they're funneled? That's what it tells me. Like, nobody figured that shit out. Like, we need to go this way, that way, or which way.
They had the gate. You're right. They had that main gate, and on different sides, they had the metal detectors. They had the pat down side. They had the metal detectors. They had the wands, and they had the metal detectors going through the gate. They had the basic gates on the side where, if you really wanted to jump over it, you could. We had certain areas where it had 10-foot gates, things of that nature. But, they didn't have a fallback plan. So if they did rush the gate, we could basically funnel them out, like you said, a funnel to where we could stop them there and at least stop the stampede. Because I would figure that the less deaths is what we're looking for. No deaths is possible, because I always tell people when I ran my security operations, we never had any robberies. We never had any deaths. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I always represent myself with. So I imagine that you, brother, same way. Same thing if we was to do a contract and we doing some electrical or we're doing some plumbing. You know what I'm saying? When your job stands up for itself. So if we can get just a good couple of brothers in and get some stuff going, why is it now that we have people that don't do Geraldo Rivera? I mean, I know he did a show back in the days and he's supposed to be, this big time guy. Before you start speaking on black men and what jobs they will or will not do, you need to stop. You need to ask yourself, hey, you know what? For every millions and millions, you done let in arguably 10 to 20 million people. And guess what? The only reason, Charles, I'm going to give you a good one, because dude said it and I had to agree with him. And I don't even really agree with this guy, but he said, man, when they would go and ask the Democrats how many illegals were being let in, they would always say, about 250,000. They would keep saying this canned number. And, I do not like our governor here in Texas. Okay, he's got a lot of things that I don't like. Abbott, when it comes down to the COVID, a lot of the stuff with the state monies that's being appropriated. But one thing I can say that Abbott did do, he just said, okay, we're going to start putting them on buses and sending them up. So now they had to start counting them. They had to really count what it was. And now you look at 10 million, 20 million. How many black people do we have in America right now? Citizens, ADOS black people, just straight up, ADOS black
42 million.
42 million. So now you bring in
48.
So
no, that's if you include non-ADOS, Charles.
Okay. So we could cut that in. So we could cut that in a third for, let's say, ADOS. So what would that be?
About 42 to 45.
So you got 45 million. You bring in arguably 20 million illegals, and you think that has no effect on especially black men's jobs? You feel like that. And then you're going to sit there and say, well, black men don't want to cut grass. Black men don't want to do framing. Black men don't want to do electrical and plumbing.
Or lay tile. That's what I do. I lay tile for man. Fuck them, man. I lay tile for a living. Don't tell me we don't want to do that stuff.
Orders
that is some bullshit.
What about Electric 480, who's listening right now?
He's an electrician.
He's proud of his job. He's even working the night shift right now.
Yeah.
About A.L. Evans, who's a truck driver, owner operator. What about
PK as well?
What about PK? What about
Rakim also does trucking as well. 18th letter, that is. Who else?
What's his name? He doesn't come around much anymore. Diesel Cowboy 88 or something like that.
No, what's his name? What's his name? G?
Your boy that did the framing. You was telling me your boy that did the framing.
Yeah, G drives trucks. What about Artisan MC? He does all kinds of work when it comes to carpentry, sheetrock.
Yeah.
Hey, quiet as kept. Grinch drives a truck.
Grinch drives truck.
Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
And look, and that's what I was hearing what he was saying. And you know what was really good, because if you remember, right when Trump got in, what did he kill? Mm-hmm. He killed NAFTA, right? And NAFTA was the North American Free Trade Agreement. So I'm gonna give you one with the truckers. What happened with the truckers is when NAFTA got associated, and it started with Clinton, and Bush carried it on, right? Trump came in, he destroyed that NAFTA, and then he made another, I forgot what he called it, but he called it the Canada, Mexico, and America Agreement. But NAFTA was like this. So you can have Mexico truckers will come across the border, and when they go to Flying J's or a Pilot or whatever whatever y'all got as truck stops in y'all area, the Petro and all these different ones. I'm talking to a trucker who my father-in-law was a trucker, and he had his own owner-operated business, and he actually got out of the business at that time to just run local routes. And I said, well, why did you do that when you was doing OTR? And he said, man, because when we went to, especially when Obama was in, because the diesel was so high at that time, it was ridiculous. He said we went out of business because the NAFTA, when the Mexican truckers come up to America, do you know that they get free diesel? NAFTA pays for their diesel. So how could we possibly compete against a trucker coming over the border and he can get free diesel, and we got to sit here and absorb these diesel prices? He was like, man, it's crazy. And Trump killed that immediately. So that immediately helped out black brothers who were running trucks, who had their own operator. And then the fact of the diesel being lower, that actually helps out everything, because what do stuff get delivered on? It don't get delivered in a damn Uber Eats car. It get delivered in a truck.
Right, in a goddamn truck, right.
All the groceries get delivered with trucks. So if the truck has to pay more money to deliver that same food, then what are you going to do when it get ready and go at the consumer rate? What's going to happen to the eggs? What's going to happen to the meat? It's going to go up.
Yep. Price going to go the fuck up.
But you want to tell us it's price gouging. No, it's not price gouging. It's a one-to-one comparison. If the gas prices is higher, the diesel prices is higher than gas on average all the time. If that is the case, if we could just get the diesel down enough, that would actually help out brothers more so than trying to say, well, we're going to give you $20,000 on loans that we would never get. If we could just bring
she was bullshit. Go ahead, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know what you're talking about, though.
But then, okay, the weed, right? And then they say, oh, we're going to make weed legal. Well, what about all the brothers who have been locked down by Joe Biden's 3-strike stuff? What about those brothers? Are we going to retroactively bring those brothers out of prison? No, we're just going. They're not going to bring them out. They're going to just say, well, from now on, we're going to do it. And that's going to be a federal thing. Good luck. Good luck making weed legal federally, state by state. Yeah, maybe. But man, when does black men, just like when they say, and even Kamala Harris' daddy even got on her ass when she was up there talking about, well, we Rastas, and we know about the weed. And her dad was like,
"Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch!" Before you get slapped up Jamaican style for saying such nonsense. Excuse me for interrupting it, because I'm sure in the back of his mind he'd be like, you would have heard her father just slapping the hell out of her, cussing her out in patois for saying some bullshit like that. Have you ever smoked weed, bitch? Plead the fucking fifth. Don't answer the question. You're a lawyer. You know how to plead the fifth.
She'd have giggled about it.
She smoked weed with Tupac. Remember, she smoked weed with Tupac in college. So that's what she say, right? But
it's different college. Was he?
Man, this bullshit.
She might have just made it up, yeah. Because Pac went to like a performing arts school for a hot minute in Baltimore, of all places.
What she had said was that they asked her, they said, who is your favorite rapper alive? Who is your favorite rapper alive? She said Tupac. And the woman even came, she said, well, Tupac is dead. And she was like, oh, but I smoked the weed with Tupac back in the days. I was smoking weed back. But still, you got brothers on the fire line when they had that big ass California fire. She was putting them brothers out there on the front line. Men died. Okay, in them fires, because them wildfires was killing firefighters and everybody. That shit was coming so hard. And then, those brothers in there for weed, which, remember, California was one of the first states that legalized the weed. Okay, so now you got these brothers in here for weed, put them out there on the chain gang on the fire, they be killed. And now you talking about, you're going to legalize the weed now. First of all, a lot of brothers that's out there having jobs and doing things of that nature, we can't smoke weed, especially if you're driving a truck. DOT, you got to take drug tests. You can't be smoking no damn weed. Real brothers out there getting that money, even with the union. It's random drug tests, man. You going overseas, when you go over there on that boat,
piss tests.
Man, they're not playing with you. You can't even get on the helicopter to get to the boat if you got weed in your system. You finna be
right. No, man, you can't be driving an 18-wheeler and you intoxicated even off of a little bit of marijuana, let alone something more illicit. Let alone something more illicit. So yeah, they do random drug testing all the time.
Besides, the only thing you're gonna find for most truckers, and I remember mentioning this to AL because a lot of those truckers, you know, the biggest problem for a lot of truckers is, you know, a lot of them have like weight problems and shit. The only thing you're gonna find for certain truckers in their car that might be suspicious is the goddamn sleep apnea machine they have.
Yeah,
because some people forget.
You might have insulin, and a lot of the brothers got their grandfathered in, right? Because they was able to have their grandfathered in. But the new laws, you got to go down there and you got to take a sugar test. And if you got diabetes at any kind of rate, man, you cannot drive. They will take your license.
Shit.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a CDL or something. At that point, yeah.
Yeah, they would take the CDL if you don't go down there and if yo on the new law. Now, if you on the old law people got grandfathered in, but the new law, especially CDL here in Texas, I know for sure. If you got sugar, man, your ass is not getting your license, bro. They would take
even
your
with a I was just even with a commercial driver's license, even that.
Yeah, if you go down to DPS, they don't have DMV down here. They got DPS. DPS does all of it, right? And DPS, you have to go down there they got a little clinic up in there, a nurse's office, and you go to that nurse station, and if you piss and they take your blood and they see that you got diabetes, and if you have to take insulin, it's almost 80% chance on a new driver that you will not get your license unless you grandfathered in.
Oh, okay. Because here in Illinois, you know that applies too, but you can't do the big rig thing. Like I said, you can't do the 18-wheeler thing, but you can drop down a notch and drive, a little truck, man. Little commercial driver's life. You can drive a little FedEx truck. They'll let you do that with diabetes, raging diabetes. You know, you still got to pass your drug test and all that shit, but you can drive a little truck from, one side of town to the other. They'll let you do that. But all that big rig shit, like AL, all that big rig shit, like AL does, that's over with.
Anything like hazmat, you dragging oil or you dragging gas.
Yeah.
Shit, you ain't finna get none of that. And then, like I said,
cement truck, can't do none of that.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling people. I'm like, you know what? Think about it like this. And Charles, think about it. As they sat there and had Obama and them come all the way out on us now, especially trying to blame black men for everything. Think about it. You've been in charge. If you wanted to go this blackity black route, and you know what Joe Biden's record was, look at what Trump did. Why did y'all wait to have Trump do the First Step Act that brought a lot of brothers home that I know, right? The First Step Act. They even blocked some of it now. You know what I'm saying? Why did you have to be waiting for that? Could they have not, while she was in office, could she have said, well, while we're in office, let's start to think about, okay, let's think about our new election season coming up. Let's go ahead and start doing this thing. Let's say that the $20,000 was earmarked just for black men forgivable loans. Why did she not do this 2 years ago? When a couple of black men might have actually got those loans, and she could have came out there and had them go to the DNC and say, hey, these are the black men that we got the loans, the truckers, the people. Hey, why not? Okay, we're going to talk about black manosphere and manosphere. They didn't say black because, like you said, they can't say that. They have to say, manosphere podcast. Why not go and find brothers who's actually on the up and up when they talking about black men's rights? And that's actually tenured professors, i.e. Dr. T.S. Johnson, who actually has a plan, who's a tenured professor, who is a father. why did you not even go in when they had all these 100,000 men on these supposed podcast, these supposed Zoom calls? You mean to tell me that nobody gave a call to Dr. Tia Johnson? Not one person in the DNC ever
Monica,
looked at it?
Vice
Or at
President.
least, or at least Doctor. They want to go with somebody older. You know, he's retired. He's a little bent over. Dr. Claude Anderson, man. You know, he's been in the White House in his younger career. He was in the White House.
What about anybody from the Black Manosphere? Z, Mr. Z, Artisan MC, any of them. You got guys of different walks of life. Look at me. You would think, well, this guy has done service since before he was considered a quote unquote adult. He's wore a uniform and gun for God and country. What do you think's important to him?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you got Charles there, right? He's sitting here now. He's a grown man, got kids, successful. Okay, successful in his military career, successful in his civilian career, all the time protecting, serving. Okay. It doesn't take a lot of doing. Like, if we want to do some research and find out, okay, well, where is the black man that we need to go and look at and have a talk with? And that might actually, hey, what would be, can you imagine if Kamala actually did a show? And I'm sure Dr. T would have allowed her to come up. Can you imagine?
Of course,
if
yeah.
Kamala
She wouldn't have talked to him, man. Shatterstar, she wouldn't have talked to him. She wouldn't have talked to him.
If she would have
he would have talked to her, absolutely.
Number one, if she would have came on his show, he'd be over 1 million subscribers after that day.
Off top, for sure.
Any one of us. You got to think about it. What can you tell me? Why not start programs to get young black males? And how long have I said this? The Gary Faulkner Initiative. Cerulean Gray.
Cerulean Gray. I even put a couple of those things out there on my channel myself. You had a couple of great points on that.
Hey, where is that available online, Charles? I never have read it. Where is that available?
I'm gonna repost it on my I'm gonna repost it in my community tab today.
Community tab, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Hey, before I forget, I gotta ask. This is a little off topic, not too much, because I haven't heard you comment on what kind of a job you think he's doing. Because I think it's been a couple of years now he's been in office.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about Wes Moore, man, being y'all governor? What's he doing in your personal opinion?
Terrible.
Really?
Because he's trying. It's number one. It's a hard act to follow after Larry Hogan.
Okay.
Number two, Wes Moore is trying to line himself up to be Obama 2.0. See it already.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Number three, when you're doing things, when you're talking about young black, I forget. I'm gonna try to find the video so I can do a play-by-play of when he's talking about young black boys. You literally have in your state, which you're in control of, Baltimore, County, Baltimore County, Anne Arundel. What's a good another population of black folks? Somewhat Harford County.
PG,
yeah, Prince George's Pretty Girl County, and it's Pretty Girl County.
Richmond, ain't that y'all? No, that's Virginia. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
So when you have these populations of black people, especially black boys, what are you doing to make sure they're educated and employed? Especially when you have all the studies. If a guy like Dr. TSR, Dr. Neal, and others, and BGS, Art New Style, have all this shit on their computer, these motherfuckers read this shit before it comes out to the public. So you know. What are you doing for young black males?
Because he did speak on that. This was years ago. He was featured on this well before his political ambitions. You know, he was featured kind of prominently on one of those Hidden Colors videos. I think he was either the first one or the second one.
Yeah, because he's what, like a
He,
lieutenant?
Lieutenant what? Governor back then?
No, lieutenant colonel. He was in the military.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant lieutenant governor. Like he wasn't a governor yet, was he? But
Nah.
he was on one of those Hidden Colors videos, and he was making sense. So I'm like, well, what the hell happened?
Must be the money. It's gotta going on.
I'll tell you what happened. What happened is he's a Democrat.
That's true.
I mean, just look at the lieutenant governor of Maryland, Indian woman.
Mm-hmm.
He's all for the LGBT agenda. He's all for immigration. Larry Hogan made it possible for you to get your concealed carry license in Maryland. What did Westmore do the moment he got into office?
He struck it down.
Get rid of it.
He tried
or successfully did.
He tried.
He tried to, but some gun rights group blocked it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Didn't do it because it'd be unconstitutional. And here's the part: when Larry Hogan did that, guess whose business went up? Mine, because I'm also a certified handgun instructor in the state of Maryland.
I see.
Get your CC. So when people, Republican Party and Trump, yeah, they remember.
But look, man, y'all brother, you understand it does does break my heart a little bit, man, to hear about black men being in positions of political authority, let alone political power, and they seem to be going left. Whereas well before they were elected to these positions, they were making a hell of a lot more sense, which tells me there's a transition that goes on.
Oh yeah.
When you finally get to where you want to go. But I've heard the shit, man. I've heard the shit about Obama back in the day. I'm hearing about Westmore. I've heard it about Cory Booker, because he was a senator for a long time. I've heard it about. I mean, is there any black male in a political position in an upper echelon that's doing well? Because all I do is hear ill of them.
You're not going to get that anymore because you're going to be vetted. The get along, go along shit. The go along, the get along shit.
You're saying that's going to be pointed out?
That's been pointed out.
When do you hear about somebody in the Democratic Party having
Abbott,
about their
Mayor
party?
Abbott in New York, even before he got indicted, they didn't like him. I'm like, what is it with brothers in these upper echelon political positions, man? Nobody likes them. I'm like, what's going on? It just seems to be very little camaraderie, man, when black men make it into these positions, and it just seems to me, man. Look, I'm not defending nobody. I'm not necessarily not defending nobody. It seems like they can't make a right move, and I wonder: is it because they're black? Is it because they're black males?
Well, part of it is because one, black people have a culture of distrust.
Yeah, that is a disease we suffer from. This is true.
When you are beholden to people, when you depend on other people and other people are your puppet masters, then that's what you're gonna get from that. You just heard the man said they're gonna vet you. You're not gonna get into these positions. You're not gonna get backed, by the people that need to back you. If they deem you some sort of radical, or you may step out of line.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. You gotta.
So
play
that's
ball,
just all that is to it. This is why, and it's not just black men; it's all black politicians. This is why none of them ever go against the grain. When you look at black Republicans, they don't go against the grain of the Republican Party.
Tim Scott. Yep. Tim
Same
Scott.
thing with the Democrats.
Great example. Great example.
Let me put it to you this way.
They're going to go exactly with the Democrat agenda. You're never going to see anybody step out of line. When you do, they get rid of your ass. Look at Cory Bush.
Look what happened to who was the mayor of Chicago?
Lori
Lightfoot.
Lightfoot. And now it's now it's Brandon Johnson. They don't like Brandon Johnson either. They can't stand his guts.
Was it Chicago or Detroit where they got the guy and they arrested him?
Kirkpatrick. Yeah. Kwame Kilpatrick. Yeah.
Kwame. And it was funny. Anytime I want you to think about this, right? Everybody on this chat right now on this line is over 40.
Everybody. Yeah.
So I'm gonna paint a picture if you ever notice. When in history, as an American, have you ever seen so many open attempts of assassination against a sitting or former sitting president? And that'll tell you what you need to know.
Other than Trump recently, it hasn't happened since Reagan.
And Reagan's been, and for the most part, Reagan happened when we were babies or not born yet, right?
Yeah, we were adolescents. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We were like
well, I was. You guys were toddlers. Shit.
You got to think about it, right? You were either a little kid or a baby.
Yeah.
So, and that's over 40 years ago, obviously. So, and that was only one. You're having continuous. You would think if you were the Secret Service, you would buckle down on shit. And a friend of mine asked me, Charles, if we had that detail, how do you think it would go? Number one, we would have climbed that fucking ladder or climbed that building. We would have shot his ass.
Mm-hmm.
That would not be allowed.
Yeah. I'll never have the stone cold solid proof. Of course I won't. But I think they let that shit happen, man.
What do you think? And
that guy, he got that guy. He did way too much to get off those shots. Come on now. That was way too much for all that security.
And they said they had a cop up there who seen him and dropped down.
Well, he was scared. That's what that was.
I get being scared, but when you have a free kill, you take it.
When you scared, you don't. You want to get the hell out of there. Man, he saw that AR-15 or whatever it was. He was like, I'm getting out of here. All he had was a little pistol, Charles. He got the hell up out of there.
Well, depending on how he climbed up and what he seen or the angle he had, he might have had the advantage or disadvantage. You're supposed to shoot that motherfucker.
Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely.
And serve. Your job is to make sure I get home safely.
Because, yes, I believe in self-preservation. And number one, self-preservation means this motherfucker could turn that gun on me and I might have to shoot him first.
Mm-hmm.
And you would never, first of all, you could have changed the course of history.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear of another attempt and there's a third. What the fuck do you hear about that?
Wait, say it again. A third and a fourth. Say it again.
There were two attempts on him.
There was a third attempt. So you would think.
I only heard about the second one. There was a third one?
Yeah.
Since when? Yeah. What happened with that? If you don't mind elaborating a little bit, real quick.
Try to go and research it more, but it was another spot that he was at.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was a third attempt trying. Like somebody was coming down the road or something. Don't quote me on it because I'm gonna go look it up and do more research.
Yeah.
And that's a bit much for an agency whose prime directive is either two things. Number one, counterfeiting. Number two, number one, protect the president, the vice president, their families, and whatever foreign dignitaries that come over. Number two,
come this way. Mm-hmm.
They also in charge of counterfeiting or money laundering. So
that's the Secret Service duty.
Yep, Secret.
I wasn't aware of that. I thought that was like FBI or something. Okay.
Because when I got a guy for counterfeiting, had to call Secret Service. I remember.
Really?
Like 10 years ago? Until about 10 years ago, the Secret Service was under the Department of the Treasury.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Now they're under Homeland Security.
So you're telling me you're giving billions of dollars to protect the number one under the sun and the former presidents, and you failed to do it, and you're supposed to protect leading candidates for the presidency 180 days out. 180 days out, you're supposed to protect them. Now,
Funny how nobody's not that I'm wishing this on her. I don't wish death on anybody, man. But it's funny how Kamala Harris, she hasn't even had any death threats, let alone assassination attempts.
and not wishing it, it's surprising. And they try to say, well, it's misogyny. Wait a minute, she's not the motherfucker getting shot at.
Mm-mm. No, not at all, man. And I didn't care for. I think they sent him out there, man, because Kamala Harris was not Barack Obama's first pick for the presidential the DNC candidate, to replace Biden, because Biden, of course, everybody knows he's stepping down. He's too old. He can't handle it. Okay, we all get that. Yeah. Oh, he's on his way. And she was not his first pick, which is why Obama remained silent in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to do something called a Democratic convention and pretty much talk about it. And the Democrats got together, the ruling class of the Democrats, they got together and said, hey man, you can't stay silent on this. Your wife is speaking up for Kamala a little bit, but we need you to say something. You're gonna have to get out there. And I don't like the fact that he chose a quote unquote, I don't see ourselves like that, brothers, but he chose a quote unquote soft target in black men to wave his finger at. Why didn't he wave his finger at Democratic white men? He talked to a group of mainly black men and proverbially wagged his finger like, oh, blase woo, you don't want to vote for her because she's a woman.
No, maybe we just don't like her.
Right, yeah, okay, all good. But why did he choose to come and shame a group of black men? Are we really just the weakest link like that, man?
That's how they talk to us. Here's the funniest part, right? Notice there's a big backlash. He has said nothing about his words towards the back. I don't think he will.
Towards the what?
The backlash he's gotten from his comments.
From it, he hasn't commented on his comments yet. Interesting.
That tells you how arrogant a motherfucker he is. But maybe, just maybe.
But they told him to do that, Charles. They told him, go ahead, you got to say something, man. You got to say something in.
But hell,
positive. You have to have something positive about Kamala. Okay, she wasn't your first choice, dude. You got to say something. You're a Democrat. You're the Democrat. You got to say something.
Let's just talk about this. Maybe because he didn't like her so much, and I'm gonna give you food for thought.
Go ahead.
Maybe he doesn't like her so much. He knew that he was going to be on the eye because this is not the first time he wagged his finger at black men and knew the heat he was getting. But maybe he did it just to sabotage her.
How so? How does that work? Some type of psychological flip?
He knew that he caught heat before from wagging a finger at black men. What better way to sabotage a bitch you don't like?
Than to be physically shown wagging your finger at black men?
Piss them off to the point they're like, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck her. We're voting for Trump or we're sitting out this election.
So what you're saying is Obama. So what you're saying is Obama might be slicker than most.
He might be.
Shout out to Diggable Planets.
He might.
You said he might be slicker than most.
Yep.
Like, okay, if I do like this and I say this and wag this proverbial finger at this group of black men over here,
because
maybe they'll see the underlying momentum here. Is that what y'all are saying?
Well, maybe I don't want this shit office.
pick my candidate, and I'm gonna fuck this bitch over. And such a way to blame me, and you'll always blame Tyrone. Yeah.
Look, man, Obama knows, like I've been saying since the beginning, since they announced Kamala Harris as the candidate to replace Biden. Look, he is saying in so many unsaid words, she's unfit for the position. He knows that. That woman ain't got no business being president of the United States.
Had no business being vice president.
Okay. I got no issue with that either. She's a lawyer. She should have stayed a goddamn lawyer. Senator is fine. Okay. That's as far as she should have went.
But a good one at that.
You ain't giving her, damn, Charles, you ain't giving her no props, huh? Excuse me.
I don't, and I won't, because when you the AG, shut up, you scruffy face bitch. Not y'all, but this
General.
No, this scruffy face bitch on the couch looking like a fucking half a bag of trash and the other bag of shit. But anyway, look like a scuffed shoe, you ugly bitch. But anyway,
trash.
Look like Oscar the Grouch love child.
Who you talking about? The cat?
No, I'm talking about this scruffy motherfucker on the couch right now watching a movie. Look like Oscar the Grouch nutted on him. But anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. Go ahead. I'm gonna leave that be.
Right for that, Charles.
But I'm just gonna say this. Two things. You gotta know, because this is his record, that wagging the finger at black men was gonna be something. Either you just really don't fuck with black men like that, or you willingly, sabotaged her.
Well, where was the finger wagging? Because remember, I voted for Obama twice, Charles. Okay.
I did as well. Yeah.
Okay. So now think about it. Where was he at then when he was going so hard for to make sure this gay marriage thing was in, and keeping the abortions to where they need to go all the way with that? Where was just a little bit of? Couldn't he have came to the barbershop? Where was his barbershop talks when he was in office for them 8 years to say, hey, you know what, brothers, we got a thing for y'all, whether that was child support reform, whether that was, at least paternity, we got to have a paternity fraud thing where, women, why wait until the white people actually started becoming so much of a problem for them? Because, see, we was always the test case. They deployed it on us first. The only reason they're even saying anything about it now is because it's affecting their birth rate. Because we've been dealing with that shit.
Yep. Black men are the canary in the coal mine. Go ahead, bro. You
got to remember, right? Where was the wagging of the finger to those black chicks in the Senate and in local government who stopped my brother's keeper for black boys?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Can we get a woo for the church?
Woo!
Ooh, yeah.
Because where was the finger wagging then? And trust me, you think I'm gonna do another one tomorrow, probably in the afternoon or the early afternoon at best, where I'm gonna have it's gonna be Dear Barry letter.
Oh, not Sotero. Oh, Barry Sotero.
And Dear Barry.
Everybody, you know what? Some of everybody, not some of everybody, but there's quite a few brothers in the black manosphere that have done a quote unquote form of Dear Barry. Roger from the Roger Report, Ed Anderson, of course, BGS, Dr. Johnson. Man, when Obama talked that shit and proverbially waved that finger, man, their brothers came at his ass. I was very proud of them.
Remember the only time, Charles.
They was like, oh yeah.
Hey, Charles, remember this, right? The only time that he said about black men directly was when that I remember, besides him finger wagging us, when I remember him, the only time he said that Trayvon looked like his son was when the man was killed, standing on brothers' deaths. Once again, standing on brothers' deaths, and was the jumping point for a lot of the Black Lives Matter movement, which is buying large mansions, Okay, lesbians, but it should be LBLM, lesbians buying large mansions. You feel what I'm saying? It should be that, because why is it that we didn't get none of that then? Shouldn't Obama, they shouldn't even have put that on Kamala, because she's a black woman. We already know where her loyalty lies. Why is it that he fought so hard for LGBTQ rights? Hey, I'm not even mad at it, because I'm like this. If you want to have a gay marriage, go ahead. Go ahead. Look at the rates of domestic violence on women versus women. Just look at that. Okay.
Domestic violence rates. I mean, if you want if you want a marriage where you see nothing but vibrators and fucking dildos at the chapel, go right ahead. Here's my shit. You should have influence over all the children you can create without in vitro or without surrogates. Make them the natural way. Oh, you can't because you're not natural. So shut up about going to schools and talking to kids about why you in drag. That's not cool.
You know what's funny, Charles? You remember the Bernie Mac show, right?
Of course.
Shout out to Bernie Mac, man. Bernie Mac, when he was taking a baby girl to school, when he was trying to find out, and see, man, we sleep on our brothers that was trying to tell us this stuff subconsciously. Okay. And he told us this. And when it was like in the first season, okay, and it was like school time. So baby girl was finally about to go to school. So Bernie was like, well, I'm gonna find out which school I'm gonna take her to. So he's in Cali and he's trying to find a school to take baby girl to. And he takes her to this one school. And then he's like, okay, well, you know, she want to wear a princess dress and stuff like that. He like, well, no, we ain't gonna do it. You remember that? And he was
that.
We ain't gonna do all that. You know, she need to go to school and do it. And the woman was like, well, no, Bernie, we don't want to say that, because here at Wellington, we want to let the kids run. He was like, well, you letting the kids run the show? He's like, man, he said, well, what's the next thing? You gonna start letting the boys want to wear dresses?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, ooh, man, he was before his time. He was before his time. He knew what was coming along.
Bernie saw a lot of shit, but you know he had to find unique ways to explain what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. You know what? Comedians get away with a lot of shit because they're comedians. I think it was Dave Chappelle who said, I think it was, wait, hold on. I think it was Dave Chappelle who said that, you know, it's difficult to get away with speaking truth to power without putting a punchline behind it, or without putting a joke behind it.
Right.
You got to remember, who was the one person in the kingdom who could speak to the king without getting his head chopped off?
The jester.
The court jester.
Yeah.
You got to tell the truth, because anybody else will be executed. And one thing about power does not like it being chastised.
Doesn't like being challenged. Yeah.
Here's the thing about that shit. You got all these chicks out there who like Joy Reid and others. Sit down with the average John Q. black man. You should get some lawyers, some doctors, some bus drivers, police officers, firefighters, you know, guys who do some type of electricians or yard work or, you know, some type of trade, mechanics. Sit down with the John Q. black man public. You notice not one time did Kamala ever sit down with black men?
Nope.
Well,
they never do, man. They never do.
With their boy, they sat down with Charlemagne the devil. Okay, they sat down with him.
That doesn't count.
Right, and then she sat down.
The fraud.
Yeah. Because I would never call him a god of nothing. I call him the devil of anything. And then you got the other one where it was said, she's the daddy, what is it, her daddy or whatever the fuck. Then you sit down with Howard Stern, for God's sakes. As much as they talk stuff about the manosphere, my God, have you seen what he told when he had Mr. Jefferson up there playing Whoopi Goldberg, and he called Whoopi Goldberg so many niggas and monkeys, and you come on, like we talk about blackface and all this here. Man, how that shit's still on the internet where he called Whoopi Goldberg all these niggas and this and that. When you see on The View and Sonny Hostin, my God, man, she is the worst. Now, your family, and we don't talk about ADOS, she did her genealogy, and she should have knew this. She did her genealogy on air, found out that her family was actually slave owners. Yet and still, you get up here with Whoopi and the rest of these fake ass Navarro. I can't stand her because she's a Republican. She ain't no damn Republican.
What about Behar? What you think about Behar?
Oh my God, Behar, the worst. I even wrote in. I said as a veteran, I heard talking bad against a black veteran. She went so hard on. It was a brother up there who was a black veteran. I forgot his name, and she went so hard on him. I wrote a letter to their fucking editor, and I said, man, as a black veteran, I feel like Joy Behar is so disrespectful because you ain't served a damn day. You ain't went to basic training. You ain't did shit. And how dare you speak on a black veteran and tell him he's basically a coon, and then you get Whoopi Goldberg, then you get Miss Houston, Sonny Houston up there, and she gets up there and says the other day, I saw her, she's trying to come back. She gave Kamala a slam dunk. Kamala word saladed the slam dunk she gave her. She gets up there saying, well, you know what? Black men, you know, they are not with her only because they are just bitter black men and they do not, it's misogyny, you know, they do the damn finger wagging. It's misogyny, and that's why black men don't want to vote for Kamala. And I tell people this, and a lot of people say that they be like, well, black men, they getting their revenge on black women, and they're, you know, they want to get revenge on black women. That's why they're not voting for Kamala Harris. And I'm like, first of all,
payback.
What revenge could we get on them, Charles? They've got every single government program. They can even, if you get a woman pregnant, okay, she can abort your child without your, even if she's a healthy woman, okay, and they kill it with the health care. And that's the way that they mess these words up. They say women's health care. So how is women's health care you aborting your child? Okay, now that's what you want to do. Same thing about the gay marriage thing. I'm a libertarian. I'm like, you know what? If they want to do it, let them do it. I'm with it.
More power to them.
I just don't want to pay for it. I just don't want to pay for it. That's all I'm saying.
I don't
it shouldn't come out of it shouldn't come out of your tax dollars. Yeah, I get it.
Here's my thing. What is it like?
Go do it on your own time.
Okay, Charles.
Go do it on your own time. Because right now, why can't I financially abort a child? You tell us what to do with our bodies when it's civil service.
That's right. And so, you see these wars that's coming up now. Who do you think if we had, and I at this point, I was talking to my cousin when he had DOD. And I was asking him, what do you think would happen if it break out all the way, you know, and we didn't brought the B-2s in, and we starting to drop bunker busters on the Houthis and Hezbollah. Now we doing this, okay, you know, our ally is fighting against their enemies. We got Ukraine. I saw, man, hey, you remember them damn bouncing Betty mines, them anti-personnel mines, Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the ones that sit to maim, because, you know, if they don't want to kill you, they want to maim you so that another soldier has to take you out of the battlefield, so it takes out 2 men versus 1, right?
Right.
So I looked at these new drone mines they got now. They have a drone mine that's in the ground that when you walk past in a certain vicinity, it shoots out 2 drones with looks like a piece of Semtex, and they just go over to you and blow up. I saw a Russian soldier. He had his service weapon attacking these damn drones. And I was like, "Ooh, man. Now that's a son of a bitch right there." You know, one man out there going. Now you think about it. 1 million people have died in that conflict to date. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we get that started over there. We got the Israel thing, which that can go either way. We don't let in. We have let in. Homeland Security has seen we've got hundreds and hundreds of terrorists, Chinese, otherwise Arabians. But we know that they on the list. Okay, they in here. We know they in here. Then now we got China. Notice how they quiet. They mouth so damn wet for Taiwan right now. Cuz telling me, he said, man, I don't know what they're gonna do. And then he DOD. He like, I don't know what they're gonna do. He said, if they wanted Taiwan right now, if we broke out in all three of those theaters, it would be very hard for us to protect Taiwan. Very hard.
Mm-hmm.
Who they gonna draft? Who they gonna draft, Tom? Who they gonna draft?
Shit get too wild. Shit's gonna get way too wild.
You're gonna get
See, that's what I mean, man. Miss Harris can't handle all that, man. All these wars all over the world, she can't handle it. Now I understand she'll have a lot of people in her ear. She'll have a lot of counsel. Look, man, she doesn't even know what to say when the teleprompter goes down. How the hell is she going to navigate a world where there's wars going on in 3, 4, 5 different areas of the world? Come on, man. Unfit for the position.
You're gonna get a lot of white men protecting black women, or whatever they think is gonna happen.
What?
But let me get out of here, folks. Any last words? Always good talking to y'all.
Ready to go?
First of all, y'all
Yeah.
ain't shit. God bless y'all for it.
And let's get out of here.
Hey, wait, I got one more. Hey, look.
We'll chop it up offline too.
Make paternity tests legal. SYSBM.
Make black men great again. Woo! And we out.
Woo! Peace out.
Peace out.